Good evening and welcome to part 2 of the DSRT GRG OTL Trick or Treat race here at Silverstone, raising money for Cancer Research UK. I'm Rob Lomas and I'm going to be on comms for the next hour or so of this broadcast. I'm joined by Case, who is also streaming the event as well, as race leader Mateusz Kaczynski comes into the pits. And Vox Mortis is also joining us as well in the Discord commentary chat. Quick rundown through the field. It's Mateusz Kaczynski who has just pitted from the lead of the race. Willamot is in second in the number 100 Bentley, although he's got a 10-second time penalty to observe at his next pit stop. Brunier's third in the 899 McLaren. Sointsev is fourth in the 176 Aston Martin. Grace is fifth in the number 54 Audi. And then Stevenson is in sixth place in the number 102 Bentley. That's currently the first of the silver class cars. Alsams is currently in seventh place in the 29 Aston Martin. Zarzecki is eighth in the 32 Lamborghini. Martelli is ninth in the 305 Aston Martin. And Kruger is rounding out the top 10 at the moment in the 777 Ferrari 488 GT3. That's a quick rundown of the top 10 for you as we are on the second stage almost of this 24-hour endurance race here at Silverstone. Had some rain earlier on. The rain has cleared off. The track is now dry. It's currently optimum track condition. Looks like it's going to be cloudy for the next half an hour or so here at Silverstone at least. And the air temperature is currently 15 degrees Celsius. Track temperature is also at 15 degrees. And there's a slight breeze at the moment of just 2 kilometers an hour. And that is the rundown of where we stand here at Silverstone after 8 hours and 38 minutes. So completed so far, 249 laps in at the moment. Currently looking at Patrick Lipka in the 28 Simulation eSport Pumpkin Special Bentley. He's got Brunier in the McLaren just ahead of him, very late on the brakes there in the Bentley, although the McLaren is also quite good on the brakes as well. I'm delighted to say we're joined by Vox Mortis, who joined us as we were all flashing down the Hangar Straight. And so, yeah, how's the race been from your point of view?
I gotta say it was a lot of fun, first of all. A bit of struggle we had with the car because we messed up the tire pressures on the wet tires. So we were basically sliding around. And since we were running a hybrid setup for the entire race, we had a bit of struggle with that. That is. When it changed back to dry, it was a lot more grip there. It was just amazing. Car felt great. I think we made up a few, one position, I think, because somebody was disconnected or something. But apart from that, quite fun.
Yeah, and also with the you mentioned about having the hybrid setup. I mean, how how much does that kind of affect the car in like the various different parts here of Silverstone?
Compared to my training, for example, it's a bit more sluggish, maybe. It's a bit more controllable under the brake, I think. But we worked on this setup quite a long time, so we were practicing with it in the dry as well, and it was, I think, very good. It's better than I am, definitely. In the wet, I think if we had the tire pressures right, it would have been a lot better. But the issue is, I think, that you start to slide around quite a lot if the setup's not right for the rain. And you're basically losing time on every single corner because you're just counter steering every single slide out. So you have the option to turn the traction control way up, and I think by that I lost so much time that we kind of got overtaken quite a lot.
It was battle for second is really hotting up here as well between Lipka and Brunier. And also, coming up now, we're about a good third of the way through the race as Lipka goes up the inside into just before Luffield there on Brunier for second place overall. We've still got 15 and a bit hours to go here at Silverstone in the race so far. I mean, where do you reckon you can maybe potentially see yourselves finishing come the end of the race?
With the technical difficulties we had in the beginning when our driver Oliver got disconnected or something, I'm not sure, where we had to stay a few laps, I think we're happy if we're not coming in last. Originally we planned coming maybe like mid-20s, but with the way things are going, if it stays like this, we'll probably finish where we are. I mean, it's 15 hours left, so there's also all sorts of things that can happen. So we might end up where we want to. I mean,
Yeah, it's.
as they
Oops,
always
sorry.
say, you gotta be in it to win it, right?
Oh, absolutely, indeed, and also with it being Halloween, I mean, things do go bump in the night. I mean, anyone who's watched Le Mans or Daytona or the Nürburgring 24-hour races will know that at night, yes, things really do go bump in the night, whether it's Halloween or not. But
Let's
so yeah,
let's slightly hope for it, right?
oh, absolutely.
Quite egoistically, but hope I
Oh,
didn't
dude.
mess up my karma right there.
Oh no, I don't think so. I mean, well, I've messed up more than that tonight so far. So yeah. If anything, I'm the one who's got to be worried. But it's great catching up with you, and best of luck for the rest of the race so far, and hopefully you can make up a few more spots as well.
Oh, I sure hope so. Thank you very much.
Oh, cheers! Thank you so much. Right. And currently on board with Sebastian Brunier in the 899 McLaren. The car which started on pole position is now down into third place after some slight technical difficulties they had earlier on at a pit stop, which meant that one of their drivers was having trouble connecting. So Michael Sundstrom had to jump in at very short notice and promptly delivered an absolutely blinding stint to get the team back on pace. And we're currently on board with Brunier now, and he's not turning lap times as quickly as what Sundstrom was earlier on, but he's not exactly hanging about. Well, he's not exactly just chilling either. He's still pushing that McLaren as hard as he can here in the night at Silverstone, coming through Stowe now down in towards Vale and heading up towards Club Corner as we speak. Absolutely vicious curbs on the inside. If you hit them, you are in for a pretty bad time. I noticed a bit further down the field, Klokkanovski's pitting the 606 Lexus. Martin Chafer's brought the 666 Lexus into the pits as well from 15th place. That's probably going to promote. That's likely to promote Jimenez up into, and indeed it has. Jimenez has moved up into 15th in the Two Pumpkins Porsche. Two Pumpkins because there's only two drivers behind the wheel in this race. Currently looking at Yannick Haustein in the 38 Aston Martin. Currently 13th place at the moment. And we have another driver who wants to be interviewed. I will just quickly go like this, do this, and Dan Marriott is back for more. Clearly enjoyed the commentary box earlier. How was it from? How was the stint, mate?
Yeah, it was difficult with the changing conditions. Again, the same as what happened with Mike. I don't remember his name for a second. I've just got out of the car. Yeah, we missed the pit window for the dries. We were 10 minutes too early. So I was out on stone cold dries for at least 10 minutes. So it was difficult to manage. It sort of came alive again at the end of the stint. But the number 15 Lexus was putting blistering laps in. I couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting stint because I missed the start of the rain because I was actually getting dinner at the time. But once it kind of almost stopped raining, it was just almost a guessing game for us in comms as to who's on slicks, who's on wets and still and all sorts. So yeah, the conditions, as you said, they did look pretty treacherous out there, especially early on when the teams were just starting to change tyres back onto slicks. But do you think that actually, because you'd already been on slicks for a fair bit before it really started to dry up, did that almost help in a way once a dry line was starting to appear?
Yeah, I think for us, prematurely putting the slicks on, it gave us the advantage when it did come to the change in, in tyres. We were able to catch, I think it was McCade in the Lamborghini, and I think by the end of my stint, I just finished lapping him. But we couldn't, with the Lexus, they were putting in blistering laps, we're just not able to catch him.
Yeah, it's Lexus. Well, I mean, I know everyone has their own kind of preference on car choice in this game, as we're currently looking at the only Porsche in the field. But from kind of, I guess in a way, does having the Aston Martin actually being such a popular car in real life also help with regards to the fact that there's loads of them running in British GT in real life when it comes to kind of thinking, oh, what car shall I pick for, say, Silverstone, for example?
I mean, I banded 4 guys together who have never done an endurance race before. So the car pick was purely down to what everyone felt comfortable in. Obviously, Alex, who's currently spotting for Mike, who's American Mike, who's currently in the car. They've both raced the Aston and they're both comfortable in it. I'd never raced it before, so I spent hours upon hours in the server putting in laps to learn the car just so we could race it.
And I guess finally, because I know you've just got out of the car, mate. We've got 15 hours, 11 minutes to go. How many more stints do you reckon you're likely to be doing for the rest of the race now?
For me, I've got sleep planned next. I've got a stint. I've got a stint at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. So I've got to set an alarm for 4, get an hour to get ready, and then I'm finishing the race as well.
Oh,
so I
nice.
might get a nap between those two.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty. Oh, I don't envy you in the slightest, and I know you're going to want to get some kit, mate. So I'll let you go.
Yeah,
Thanks so much, mate.
And best of luck with the rest of the commentary. I'll be watching from my sofa because I converted that to my bed tonight.
Oh, nice. I mean, I've only got another 45 minutes myself before I go to bed. So.
Yeah, but you got the morning shift then.
Yeah, I've got the 9 till end of race shift, so that would be grand.
No worries. I'll leave you guys to it then. Thanks for having me
cheers,
again.
mate. No worries. Anytime, mate. And best of luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you. See you later, guys.
Oh, cheers. Thank you. And Case is also joining us in the commentary box as well. Been a good old race so far, hasn't it?
Absolutely. We're watching with this 16 cars. It's falling behind the 112. So this is the closest fight on the racetrack. As we were just watching during the prior interviews, we watched as the 28 was passing the 899 there for P2, able to jump their way up another spot after the pit stops. Honestly, I haven't really been here for the last couple hours, so I'm not entirely informed. What happened to the 899 that caused them to be in P3?
I think they had some kind of issue with one of their drivers connecting, so at last minute, someone had to jump onto the server to connect, and that person, well, thankfully for the 899 team, was Michael Sundstrom, their quickest driver. So he was able to make up some more time as well, as Anonymous donated £1 for Cancer Research UK. Thank you so much. It's really, really appreciated by all of us at GRG, DSRT, OTL, and we're currently on £1,678.41 at the moment. If you want to, for Cancer Research UK, that is, if you want to donate, then you can type on the Twitch chat !donate, and it should take you hopefully to the Tiltify link, so you can donate from there. But yeah.
Yeah, and also do not
well.
forget, people, that if you type !voucher in the Discord, and whenever you donate, or in the Discord, in the Twitch chat, whenever you donate via that, you select like what you want as your reward for your donation. Select you can select a 20 or a 75 euro Simex Pro voucher towards a purchase there, which is significant. I mean, that's on some other stuff that's pretty much 50% off. So on a 250 British pound donation, you can enter for a chance to win 75 euro voucher to Simex Pro. So be sure to do that whenever you're donating, because we will be raffling that off towards the end of this race. So
Yep.
get it in there.
£2.
And as we're looking here, the 16 is going to be coming around the outside
Oh.
of the 112. Let's see if they can make it stick and try. Oh, the 112 hops the curb.
Oh, hits the big old sausage curb on the inside at club corner.
16
Now,
finding the way around the outside. Going to have to
side.
extend fully.
And making use of the traction from the Porsche, having the engine over the back end of the car. I've noticed a little bit further up the road, Martelli's brought the 305 Aston into the pits for a 10 seconds hold and a full service. And yeah, Rodriguez has lost 14th place to Jimenez in the Porsche there. Yeah.
Our two longest names in the race, racing against each other here.
Yeah, Noah Sully, Vasquez Rodriguez, and Jose Antonio Mena Jimenez in the Porsche. Still fighting to keep moving up through the field. Porsche with Thies in the car, Thies van Horn in the car earlier in the wet, had a eventful stint, shall we say, to put it sort of diplomatically.
Oh, the 16 catches the grass.
Yeah, the Porsche is doing its absolute level best to try and kill both of their drivers. This is why Cracker and I nicknamed the Porsche the Husqvarna earlier, as it was turning into a €459,000 lawnmower. Yes, that Porsche is absolutely vile handling, and has been for some time now. It's trying its absolute level
drive-through
best.
penalty awarded to the 32 car. I imagine that's got to be for track limits, because the penalty that was awarded was only 10 seconds. So not only do they have a 10-second time penalty to serve, but they also have a drive-through that they must serve immediately.
Yep, that's going to be a bit of an inconvenience for them.
I mean, it's going to push them down the grid quite a bit. A drive-through's roughly in between 30 and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's definitely going to put them behind the 305. I wonder as to how close that puts them to the 777. It's going to be rather close, especially after taking the extra 10-second penalty.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty painful for them.
But yeah, interesting to see a track limits penalty coming in here at Silverstone. This is a track that's not particularly known for track limits being an issue overall, but we have seen the drivers here really be pushing the limits as to cutting these corners as far as they can.
Oh yeah.
So whenever you're pushing the limit, sometimes you just bite a little bit over it. If you do it 3 times over the course of 24 hours, you get a drive-through. I mean, that's hard to avoid. It really is, because the game does only give you 3 warnings, and there's no way to change that, right? Like, it can't be like it's 3 warnings per 6 hours or whatever. It's just you get 3 warnings, period. So track limits are definitely a thing you got to be mindful of and got to be careful with. As the 100 has just pit.
Yeah.
Taking them out of the lead, putting the 28 up to the top position now with the 899 just 15 seconds down the road.
Yeah, it is quite easy to do track limits here at Silverstone. It happens a lot in kind of the national level series here in the UK. There are, especially from experience watching touring cars around here, there are a lot of track limits, warnings, and penalties being dished out for Cops Corner. So they do push it quite hard in real life as well. So yeah, this is going to be quite a painful one for the 32 Lamborghini team. Currently on board with Josh Thompson in the Bentley at the moment. Car number 100 in 3rd place overall.
I wish that the Bentley had a bit closer of an onboard camera to where we kind of see the steering wheel work a little bit more. Just because I kind of want to see what it's like trying to get out here on these cold tires and 15 degrees Celsius track temps at the moment.
Yeah, but on the plus side though, the air's nice and dense, so you're gonna have a bit more power.
As they roll off there. Yeah, I'm not quite sure as to how accurate this game does model that. I think that right there shows about what the drive-through penalty is. The 305 appears to still be behind the 32 by about 2 seconds. So a drive-through penalty equates to about 22 seconds because their gap was 24 prior to serving it. So I'd say that the pit lane delta 20 seconds and then 2 seconds of slowing down and accelerating would make about sense. Rather interesting, actually. Thinking about it, this is a rather short pit lane in the grand scheme of things, being that we're using the endurance pit lane rather than the Formula 1 pit lane. Formula 1 pit lane being considerably longer in terms of just outright length.
But also the Formula 1 pit lane, the speed limit line is quite early on because it does take out, I mean, pretty much the whole of Club Corner.
Yeah.
To be fair. Yeah, it's not brilliant. I'm just having a look at the Twitch chat at the moment. A few people are getting a bit of a kip, bit of nap at the moment. Get some sleep in, as there's still 15 hours to go, and it's actually quite late in real life. It's almost getting on for midnight in Europe. It's getting on for 11:30 at night here in the UK, and of course the clocks go back as well. So for the some drivers might end up doing a what turns out to be a slightly shorter stint in real life than what it may appear in the game because of the clocks going back. And yeah, it's definitely going to be a interesting one tomorrow morning when we get drivers in here who are still half asleep from having get up so early in the morning.
As the 176 creeping up on the back of the 100 Bentley, so we have a fight here for the final podium position. Obviously the 100 Bentley is pit from first, but obviously with the off pit cycles, because the 28 just pit not too long ago, so they're not too far off in regard to the pit cycle.
Thank you so much for your kind donation. Is much appreciated from all of us.
I'd say 10 British pounds.
I mean, we were just calling it currency earlier.
Whoa! Is that the 899? It is the 899. Slow on the racetrack from second position.
Very, very slow on the racetrack.
I'm gonna back this up 1 minute on the replay and see if we can spot exactly what
Yeah.
happened. Do keep in mind it'll be frozen for a second because the game is
Yeah.
weird. But I gotta find out what happened here. They were already all right. They're pulling off the hardware issue.
It could be.
They're rolling
Backwards.
They're rolling in reverse down the.
Yeah, that's in reverse gear there. It's currently in the pit exit at Silverstone.
So are they attempting to reverse into the pit lane? Possibly out of fuel or?
Are they stuck in reverse? No, they're going put it back into first. Was that some dodgy paddle or something?
Fourth gear, fifth gear, sixth gear. So maybe they had a transmission issue there, where they were like stuck in now they can't shift down. Because it seems like as if they're stuck in sixth gear, or they're trying to save fuel. It's the only thing I think of is that they have it sixth gear, minimal revs, and they are attempting to save fuel.
This could well be a case of car has no fuel, car has no juice.
As we're going to cut back up here, not to ignore that, but there's a battle now for second position on the racetrack.
Yeah.
As the 176 Aston Martin's going to try to sneak their way by. We do have a driver in the interview ring. We'll drag them up shortly once this battle's concluded.
I can drag them up now, and if you want. The battle still rages on for what is now second place, much to I think Sontsev and Thompson might well have collectively had a bit of a moment when they saw McLaren going very.
I think that's a range
slowly.
of emotions there, because first emotion's gonna be scared because the car is slow on the racetrack, and second emotion is obviously gonna be, oh my god, we just gained a free position over the fastest car on the racetrack.
And now Sointsev is right on the. He's going to.
899 is out of fuel as the 176 gets through at Stowe.
Yeah. The 899 is.
They're parked on the racetrack.
Dead stick, and they can't get back. They are not going to be getting back from there, even if there was a mechanism in game to actually get out the car and actually physically push the damn thing. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's completely and utterly broken. I mean, I'm no engineer, but I don't think that car is going to be going much further in this race, sadly.
Well, so.
Oh, they've gone back to the pits.
Yeah, so we are trying to give teams a little bit of leeway regarding that, being that this is a charity event. We do want as many teams still be able to race as possible. So they'll teleport back to the pits, and then restart their cycle as per normal. Basically, the punishment enough of riding around like that won't hurt them, or will hurt them enough. You know, they just lost an entire lap on the race. Out of that, so that's definitely an unfortunate incident for them. The car that was once leading the race falling apart as we get into the latter hours here. Of course, now we have Chris Stevenson in the commentary booth with us.
Hello. I thought I'd come back for a post stint to update.
More than welcome.
Yeah. At a very dramatic time as well, as you probably saw, which was we were not expecting at all, to be fair. But
we're quite happy about that because it's given us a place.
well, yeah, you're up into fifth now. You've only got the 54 Audi between you and your car and the team car, which is currently in third at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, currently on board Max as we speak. So. Yeah, how was the stint, mate?
Well, I was only originally supposed to be doing a single stint, but then Max was having some PC difficulties with the game not opening and crashing every 5 seconds. So I ended up doing a double, and yeah, I'm tired now. I'm going for a lie down in a minute.
To be fair, I don't think anyone would blame you for having a lie down after a late night double as well. Were you caught out by the changing conditions at all?
No, not
In
really.
that
It
stint?
worked. It worked quite well to our favour. I cut my first stint a little bit short because I couldn't keep the tyres cool enough. But then we gained a place because we undercut the car in front because they were having the same problems, but we jumped on it before they did. Came out on dry tyres and went for it. So it was pretty good planning for the stint before that as well, where it started raining because our driver at the time, Andy, pitted when it started raining virtually, so it worked out really well going back out on wet tyres.
Yeah, it looked pretty well timed, and especially with all the the track changes as well, with it going from wet to damp to greasy to dry, and now back up to full-on optimum conditions. Do you reckon you might actually, even by about the next few hours or so, actually be able to get past the 54 Audi? They're kind of like your main rivals at this point, almost.
Yeah, depending on the strategy they're running, I think we took a lap on them because they pitted after we did. So if we can keep doing that, I reckon probably in the next maybe 2, maybe 3 stints we might get them. It's just pulling that lap back on them. It's a long way to go. I mean, we're not even halfway through the race yet, so anything could happen still.
Yeah, and also, finally, have you got any plans for the next few hours apart from, quite rightly, have a nap?
Well, unfortunately, everyone else wanted to sleep more, so like I'm only grabbing 2 or 3 hours and I'm back in the car again. So, yeah, I will be around for most of it, the rest of it now, because I'm finishing the race also if things pan out. So,
yeah.
but no, I've just got to say I am super proud of the guys so far. To get from P20 up to P5 is in this time is amazing. I wasn't expecting anywhere near as much success as we've had.
Yeah, it's been absolutely mega to follow from here in the commentary position, I say commentary position, or commentary stream on Discord. But yeah, it's been absolutely incredible so far, and I know you're going to want to get as much of a nap as you can right now, so I'll let you go, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Keep on at it, and feel free to pop in anytime.
Yeah, dude, I will probably check in with you later.
Oh, smashing. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. 102 Bentley doing incredibly well at the moment, given their starting position up into P5 at the moment. The McLaren, the 899 McLaren, is still showing as being in the pits at the moment. They've dropped all the way down to 18th place at the moment. Brunier is still behind the wheel of that car. I'll need to check race control in a sec. I will be having a little look, and the 899 team have said in the last 5 minutes or so that they've been having an Unreal Engine crash as well on their end, as Alex Jackson with a 5 is now following us. Thanks for the follow, mate. But yeah, out of fuel and Unreal Engine crash, and Sebastian's actually posted on the Discord that at the end of the stint came a message saying fatal error on the Unreal Engine, which is the team's second today. And Ethan's also posted in race control as well that the 899 will be rejoining due to the game crashing on their end, which is horrendous luck for them. Well, and we got another donation from Björn, who's donated £11.59 for Cancer Research UK. A frightening clown a day keeps the hiccups away. Indeed it does. Björn, thank you so much for your donation. It's much appreciated by everyone, and the total is now £1,700. If you want to donate and you're watching on Twitch, by the way, you can type !donate, and that should take you to the link for the Tiltify page. If you type in !voucher, it would also take you to the link for the Tiltify page, but you can enter into a raffle to win a voucher, I believe. I think Case might know a little more than I do about this, but I think it's €75 off from one of our sponsors as well.
Yes, off of SimX Pro. Will be a $75 voucher that you can enter to win. The drawing will be found at the end of the day. I need to actually add all of those pictures onto the stream so then I can pop those up as we get through the stream a little bit. Obviously, we also have for the top 3 in both Pro and Silver, they will get to choose one setup provided by R&D. So there'll be 6 total setups, and then each team from the top 3 will get to choose a setup from R&D Racing. The top 3 teams in the qualifying session, which of course has already been settled, will get 3 special liveries sent to them. And the team in which gets voted to have the best livery will get a package of SimGrid / Coach Dave Academy setup telemetry. So definitely is worth getting into. Be sure to go and cast your vote for your favorite livery. Obviously, you cannot vote for your own livery. On the Discord, there's a straw poll in the channel named Drivers Livery Vote. Go into there, and you can cast your vote.
I've just had a quick question on the being asked on the Twitch chat by Alex Jackson. How's the 196 McLaren doing? I'm just having a quick look at that on my end. I think 196. I don't know. I'm not seeing it,
believe
actually.
they might no longer be racing, unfortunately. I can't find them.
Oh, I think that might 196. Hold on, I'll have a quick look on Discord because I can access.
Yeah,
that.
I
If
do
it was the
not
Golf
see them
livery
active.
car,
It
if it was
might
the
be-
Golf livery car, that might actually sadly be out of the race. Hold on, I'll go event information and announcements.
Am I blind?
I don't know. I'm looking into it on my end as well. No, that's the wrong part.
Yeah, I actually do not see it, which is unfortunate.
I'm trying to find the entry list as we speak. I can't even remember which part of the server that's on.
Race details.
Oh, cheers. The 19... Hold on. Get the number up quickly. 196. I'll have
I
a...
just saw a swap of
quick-
positions here. I mean, for 25th position, the 15 Lexus goes on through. Yeah, and they do not appear to be running at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, 196 would have been the Smith Amor Bacchini McLaren of Bandit Driver Development. I don't think... Sadly, I don't think that car's actually running in the race at the moment. Cracker has replied saying, yeah, it's the 196 Bandit development car, driver development car. And sadly, I think they are actually out of the race. And Cracker's just replied on the Twitch chat saying, every question I have to answer will cost you 5 currency. Oh. Hopefully it can be... Hopefully it's not... I mean, currencies means it can be any currency, can't it? Surely.
Yeah, I'll give you,
And, Dark Knight. for Cancer Research UK, thank you so much for your donation. It is much appreciated by everyone. Means we're doing really well so far on £1,710 raised.
I was gonna say, I was gonna make the joke of I will give you 5 sheep because they're valued at like 1/100th of a penny. So I'll give you 5
Yeah.
1/100ths of a penny.
And
we're watching here the gap attempting to close in front for 16 car, although it's actually appearing to build just very slightly. In comes the 176 onto the pit lane, currently running in P3, was just closing into the 100 car, trying to race for P2 not too long ago.
And Lexi Saltsev brings the car in. Still really, I can't even call this. Any one of the top 3 teams can still win this.
I mean,
At the
very
moment,
much. I mean, there's 14 and a half hours remaining in this race. I mean, anyone can win this one, realistically speaking.
I know. I mean, well, the 899, just a quick update, is in. He's currently showing us 3 laps down in 21st with Engman behind the wheel. Currently on board with David Macaretta in the 899. Now on board with Eric Engman in the nearly on pace McLaren. All the way down in 21st now. As
Yeah, unfortunately, of course, they had that problem with running out of fuel, and then to add insult to error, they had the game restart on them. Basically, it crashed and they had to restart and join, and so that's put them multiple laps down for the lost time. And then, of course, Ingman had to rejoin as driver number 1, had to join back to the server, so possibly even also sending them out of order. So it kind of makes it really rough for driver 1 here. Ingman, like, you really can't like leave, right? Like if it's a known error that one of your drivers will constantly have crashing, you basically got to rework your entire schedule to be available at all times. Because if they suddenly crash, you have to be the one to rejoin back into the server.
and it's almost getting on for 1 o'clock in the morning now in Sweden as well. So
as the 37 just found themselves around. It's the back of the field here.
yeah, Brian O'Sullivan in the Olympus Odd Boys McLaren, which has been currently in 30th place at the moment, 11 laps off the race leaders. Now back to Juan Antonio
Did
Jimenez.
we just see a position swap? No, okay, we did not. It was the car in front was blocked by the position banner in the windshield.
Yeah.
Going through stow there.
And he's still on the tail of the Aston Martin. He's still going.
There's some news update right there. The NAR eSports McLaren, number 97, is currently leading the livery vote. Let's get into the game here and check that out.
And actually, Sebastian Brunier's just posted a quick update for us on Twitch. Thanks, Sebastian. It's worse than that. Commentators. Our driver 1 is Sundstrom. He was sleeping, so he had to wake him up to join the server, then hand over the car to Engman.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it is not Ingman who's the one driver, but yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, because Michael did the opening stint in the car earlier on. Currently looking at the number 97.
I mean, you guys are lucky that that he was able to wake up, to be fair. And yeah, you know, after looking at this livery here, especially in the dark with the way that the light makes it kind of flash up, I definitely see why that this one is winning in that livery vote contest, because it's a pretty creative looking car. I like the way that like the use of all the kind of paisley shaped eyeball slime goo type of substance here. And then you got
Yeah.
the teeth that go down into the radiator intake for the McLaren. It's rather creative, and I quite like the way that looks. Oh, look at that! It's up here around the engine as well. They actually even put the decals on the window itself. Which is rather
Also
creative.
And also the green LEDs on the which go along the A panel and up towards the roofline of the car as well. Which makes it stand out.
Oh! Trying to go 3 wide
it's
there. Just behind.
Three wide
Who
into
are these 2
club.
cars that are just behind them?
It's not even for position.
No, I that's why I'm questioning is if that was for position or not. It was the 32
definitely not.
Lamborghini.
32. That's going to be
So that's this car
further
here,
up. So
and
that can't be.
that was not the 305. That was right behind them. So no, yeah, that was not for position.
Vogiek's got 8 seconds, 8.1 seconds on the
Whoa.
305.
32 squeezes on by there.
Currently coming up to midnight in the UK. I mean, they say that things go bump in the night here at Silverstone. If you have a fear of the dark, you might have a constant fear that some things are always near, and a phobia that something's always there. As they come through Woodcut now to start another lap. Currently rising on board with Wojciech Zajecki in the 32 Lamborghini of the ambitious but rubbish team from. They were in the silver class. They're currently second in class and doing very well indeed. Meanwhile, in the saga of what's going on between this battle between him and Efren Rodriguez, they are still going. There's still hardly anything between them. And Bloodwolf NL in the Twitch chat, you're quoting Iron Maiden at the moment. Yes, I am quoting Iron Maiden because I am actually quite a big Iron Maiden fan. So, I mean, you're right. It does fit. That's why I chose Fear of the Dark. So, yeah. Of course, it'll be even better once we get to 2 minutes to midnight. So, hoping someone picks up on that reference.
I don't, but I don't pick up on any references to anything, so don't feel bad.
2 minutes to midnight being another classic Iron Maiden song as well.
Ooh, trying to peek around the outside, possibly the 16. Gonna get right up to the bumper here. Not quite gonna be able to be in a position to get it done now, but let's see if we can't get it on the way down towards Maggots.
And Cops as well, coming through Woodcut at the moment.
Yeah, I just don't think you go for a move here in Cops. I think you kind of back off a bit early, you try to get a good run through it, try to carry exit speed, but yeah, you see, you can't do that. You can't drift wide. That's going to throw all your time away. Now you're going to focus on just trying to get a good run off of Chapel and carry that down towards Stowe.
Yep, through Beckett's into Chapel now, third gear for him and Hef.
I have I've gone and I've brought up the track map for the Silverstone circuit as of 2020, so I can learn all of the corner names around this racetrack, because I do not. Oh, as Brown goes to 16 through the grass there. Luckily, that Bentley just behind manages to get through cleanly with no contact. That is the 100, I do believe. Yeah, that was the 100 that just snuck through. So fortunate for them to not get caught up into that incident there as they come down towards the Abbey and Farm section. Kind of interesting to me. So were those corners always named Abbey and Farm even whenever they went the other way?
Farm didn't exist. to put it mildly. Abbey used to be a really fast, flat-out left-hander, and then it went down the hill under the one of the access bridges. And before, it used to just basically be a straight line all the way to Woodcote. But when they redesigned the circuit for the first time in 1991, they put a very fast right-hander in there just after the bridge to lead it into kind of this twisty infield type section.
For Brooklands and Luffield.
Yeah, so Abbey Corner always has been there at Silverstone, even though it's now a right-hander and not a left-hander. And even when they had the chicane there post-1994, it was still called Abbey, but the farm section and the section leading onto the Wellington Straight is completely new. I don't think it really actually had a name at that part of the track.
It's Farm, Village, and the Loop are the names of those corners, so I would call it the Loop section.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Loop section, the Arena section. It's kind of the same
I
thing.
mean, it's my favorite section of the racetrack. It's the only part I enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, it's great if you're like a bit of a budding photographer, as well as there's one part of the infield where the fences are. There isn't really much in the way of like debris fencing to actually get in the way, or much in the way of advertising hoardings to get in the way, so you can actually get pretty good pan shots of the cars going through there. Actually, one of my favourite places to take photos on the whole of the Grand Prix loop. To be fair, so
down at the loop, or
yeah, down there.
Let's go ahead and let's go set up a camera there for a second.
Currently looking at Josh Thompson at the moment for now in the Bentley, car number 100, in second place overall. Doing very, very well at the moment.
Where at in particular do you like to sit? Right over here?
It's where that kind of access road type bit is there. It's kind of like, or actually, I think from memory, it's usually just a little bit further around, back towards the international pits there. But yeah, you can get, when you're looking almost directly towards the braking zone for the first part of the arena section, you actually get some pretty decent views when it's, okay, granted when it's daylight, but yeah, it's a lot easier
traveling on through.
Yeah, and just get your pan shots in. I mean, usually for the World Endurance Championship race, yeah, I think they carry the fencing on around a bit as well. The kind of big metal debris fencing over the cut through for the international circuit at Silverstone. But yeah, it's pretty cool place. I mean, I still maintain that if you can take good photographs of motorsport at Silverstone, you can do it pretty much anywhere. Because Silverstone's an absolute pain in the arse for photographers, quite frankly. Just because of the fact that being a Grand Prix standard circuit, you're nowhere near the circuit. The fences are massive. And yes, just a right pain as a photographer. I've noticed in the Twitch chat, Bloodswolf NL, really, I'm not a fan of it in the Mercedes. It's hard to nail. The Aston is decent there.
Well, okay, so whenever it comes to this section, whenever I say I enjoy it, I mean I enjoy it in good cars. Such as LMP2, for example. An LMP2 going through this section is fantastic because the way that you carry speed through the loop and into Aintree here is fantastic because you feel right on the edge constantly, but it's perfect on the edge, right? Like you're not like you're not like finding your way where it's like you're struggling to get through there, but the car just kind of perfectly rounds it off to almost make it like as if it's one corner, and it just makes it feel really, really good whenever you hit it in a prototype. In the GT cars, yeah, I don't like it all that much, but in a prototype, it's perfect. Perfect series of corners.
Yeah. And Bogdan in the 13 Aston Martin's been given a drive-through penalty. I'm guessing for a liberal approach to track limits.
See, club is another great corner whenever you're doing it in good cars, right? If you do club in a prototype from Vale to club, again, it makes it like as if it's one corner. So So it just makes it one sweeping corner, and it feels so nice.
I mean, my favourite part of Silverstone and prototype is basically Cops, Maggots, Beckett's, Chapel.
Yeah, it's
whole
kind of just
section.
another series of S's.
It's
Obviously,
in a
it's kind of
prototype
the original series of S's, but it just it in the modern iteration, it just kind of feels like another series of S's. Been overcopied.
Cops is flat in a prototype, I think, which is
Fun. I
still,
will
I mean,
give it that. It is fun whenever it's flat out through Cops.
I mean, I've stood on the outside of Cops at the end of the European Le Mans Series race in 2018, and even watching
Want to
LMP2
watch
cars
the
go through there at
94.
full chat is
90,
bonkers.
94 down the grid. We'll go on board for a little bit here.
The 94 of off-pace racing currently in 28th place overall in the Aston Martin Vantage.
No offense to
GT3.
them, but I would say that their name is about on par right now. They are, as they're currently running in 28th position, pretty far down the field, effectively last of the cars that haven't had massive issues. I don't recall if the 94s had any issues so far, but they have found their way down the down the grid. I do agree, nothing compares to Bridge, the fast right-hander in the old circuit. I do agree that that is the best corner at Silverstone, and of course it's one that they don't use anymore.
Yeah, it's you can actually, it's still just like a normal link road / access road part, so you can actually walk it during meetings on the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, I've seen that they park like older Formula One cars down there, don't they? On race weekends, that they'll park like a whole bunch of like classic cars down there.
Yeah, when I went for every time I went for the World Endurance Championship, the Porsche Club of Great Britain would have, I guess, kind of a car corral there, and they basically just have like a load of GT3 RSs, kind of older 911s, Cayman GT4s. It was pretty cool to see. We're currently on board with
75 or sorry 750. Eric McCord finding his way off the racetrack and backwards.
I was going to say he's done a fair bit of damage to that car, but I've just realised he's going backwards, and it's coming up to midnight.
The backwards facing Lambo looks like a damaged Lambo. He has got the flashers on at the moment.
Backwards facing Lamborghini sounds like a really dodgy yoga position or something, I don't know.
Gonna cut back up to the 666 here, trying to make a move on the 13, who of course has a drive-through penalty still yet to serve.
Yeah, I mean, Martin's, with all due respect to Gianni, Felix, and Wouter, Martin's the quickest driver in that car. So
Martin on a good day is the quickest driver in that car for sure. Whenever he's got a car he likes and a track he likes, he definitely can put down alien pace laps.
Oh yeah, and from experience watching Martin in the GT Hub ACC mini league we had going on our server, this is his favourite car, I think. So yeah. In short, stand back. Right, it's midnight here in the UK. I'm going to head off for the evening and get some sleep, so I'm ready for tomorrow morning, because I've got to be up at some stupidly early time for me. Thanks to Case for co-commentating and streaming. Thanks to Guru and Cracker as well for also streaming and commentating. It's been an amazing race so far, and I can't wait to jump back in at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, we much appreciate you hanging out with us here for the first almost 10 hours of this race. Been a long one. Obviously, we all look forward to the next 15 hours of this race.
Yeah, and if it's been anything like the first 8 hours of this race, it's going to be an absolute belter. So on that note, I'll bid everyone farewell for the night, and I'll be back tomorrow morning UK time at
We
9
will,
o'clock once the clocks have gone back.
We'll see you then. As chat just said, GG to you. And
Oh,
yeah,
thank
get some
you.
good sleeps, and we'll see you whenever you return.
Yeah, will do. Oh, smashing. Cheers. Right.
Well, we're gonna temporarily just chill on some onboard cams for now. I'm gonna go ahead and just relax and sit back. We'll read some chat for the next few hours. Still 14 hours, 30 minutes remaining in this race. Just past 10, or just a quarter to 11, I should say. Here in game, darkness has arrived. I'm dimming my lights in my room just a little bit to kind of make it easier for me to look at and read all these screens that are going on around me. As Cracker has returned, look at that. Go ahead and repop the screen back
I
up.
think it's sad for you to sit all alone.
I mean, I'm good. I can chill for a little bit, but yeah, I'd rather wait until like 10 o'clock whenever I'm like falling asleep.
Yeah,
But-
I will be joining for another hour probably, and then go to sleep when it's 2 o'clock in the morning here. And then have a few hours of good sleep, and then I will be back in the morning as well. But yeah, I thought, well, join for another hour. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Chill out here. Enjoy
Yeah,
the.
I can't sleep probably because there's so much stuff running through my head at this
enjoy
point.
the nighttime. Go back to the 13 car here as they're trying to close a 2.5 second gap to just in front. Oh, there's a big old bounce through the through Beckett's there. Now,
That happened.
so what? I don't know if you know more about Silverstone than I do, but what actually constitutes between Beckett's Chapel? Because there's a left, a right, a left, a right, and a left, but there's only 3 names. So what is what specifically?
Actually, it has to do with the older part of the track, which was, I think Silverstone was redone like 6 or 7 times before reaching this form. I'm gonna get out the notes because obviously I did my research before going into this race. That's what I do. Let me see, I made a little bit of a scrapbook.
Expected no less. That's the reason why I asked you the question.
Yeah, so you got Maggots, which is the first S, then you got Beckett's, which is the right, and the Chapel Curve is the last bend into the Hanger Straight. Let me see. I have read it somewhere.
Now I am thinking about it, I do recall that in like old track maps and such, as we're looking here, the 101 is going to make a pass for 10th place. Nicely done
Well
to get
done.
it parked there. Through to the top 10 now. AJ Jones in the Turn 1 Motorsports car. They're going to try to push on now and run down the cars ahead. But yeah, as the 98 is around, let's go find our friends in the 98 here. Again, just this car's not had a good day. I mean, plain and simple,
No.
it just hasn't. None of the NAR cars have had a good day, but this one in particular, there's a reason why they're last, and for that matter, 21 laps down on the car in front of them. Actually, we've just had a DNF on the 750 car, I do believe. Or is my timing wrong? No, it is. Okay, my timing is wrong. But we have had a DNF. We're down to 31 cars. But it's
Yeah,
not
let me
750.
take a look. We had the 98 car out. We had...
Is
Oh, well, it is the 750 car, indeed.
But the 750 is still on the racetrack.
Oh yeah,
it
they're
shows,
still
it
running.
shows for me 32nd is the 751. That's why I assumed it was the 750. But no, there's another car that's gone missing here within the last few minutes. Not exactly sure as to which car it is.
Maybe it's still falling through the order. I don't see it in pit lane as well, so it's kind of a abrupt disconnection probably.
You know, I thought I saw that a little while ago. A car that was off at turn 1, on the track map, but I wasn't sure. I thought maybe it was while we were riding on board with the car. I thought maybe it was just a weird flashing light or something. But it does seem as if maybe it was more than that. Maybe it was something on the track map that I did see that I just didn't pay attention to.
Yeah, it's quite hard to see in ACC which car do not run or were connected in the. Maybe you can see it in the timetable. That might be a way to see, but usually if a car disconnects, it's out, and then it's completely off the charts and off all the.
I cannot scroll down, so it only displays 24 cars on the timesheet.
Sensation. So this will not give any answers as well.
I mean, if you guys are looking to see what the timetables are, though, that actually shows the gaps between everybody, in one spot. So that actually is actually a nice little screen to see. So at the moment, the leaders on a lap of their own, and the top 4 are the only ones who are on the lead lap, if you will, while everyone else is at least 1 lap down. Oh, and never mind. It was showing us the correct gaps, but now it has decided to no longer show that. Maybe it refreshes at the start-finish line every lap.
I think it does.
Maybe that's a possibility.
I also just posted the pitwall live that EOS Racing has going, so you can see the charts there as well as and the gaps. We are trying to give you as accurate updates as possible, but it's not that easy, as we have Ryan getting in the stream here. Hello, Ryan.
Hello.
You were gonna
I'm
try
here
to
give a
pronounce the
little-
last name, and then you decided not to.
I'll do it.
Przeskowski. Przeskowski. Sorry, I'm drinking whiskey, so I might have a double tongue.
Okay. So I want to give an update on our entry, the 750.
Yes, why is it displayed that there's now also a 751?
I believe Ethan put the wrong Steam ID in for Salmon.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So I was supposed to drive when I was in the washroom, so it's Thomas, and then I think I'm doing a double or triple.
I think Salman is showing in the 751 car on the pitwall live, so
Yeah.
he's in a separate Lamborghini.
Yeah, then that would make sense as to why, because it was the incorrect Steam ID or something along that line, caused him to be entered into a different car, which is a shame for Solomon, but it's kind of funny because that's
Yeah, I was looking
that's the
forward
team
to-
car, and now one of our data drivers. It's just kind of funny to me.
Yeah, since my interview and I said it's going well, it's just gone absolutely terribly.
Well, Derek got in the car. Sorry, Derek, but you got in the car. It never goes well.
I mean, it was going.
Patrick, I'm gonna intervene for a second. Patrick Lipka is trying to write !donate on YouTube. It will not work on YouTube.
let me just post the link right quick.
Super.
Let me just copy it and post it.
Sorry to step in there.
No, you're
Yeah,
good.
and,
Yeah, YouTube's weird. The bot doesn't
and,
like to work on YouTube. But there you go, Patrick. That'll be the donation link for you.
Patrick Lipka, part of that 28 car, which is currently on screen. The Bentleys are now dominating 1 and 2, and then we have the Aston Martin of Soinstef. Jesus, these names. Well, they are in third and they're doing an amazing job as well. The 176 car has been the best Aston Martin for the whole day.
One thing I really like at these nighttime settings is to just sit on an onboard of one of these cars and just watch the driver drive the car around, watch as the lights happen around us. It sets a nice mood, you know? It's nice, it's relaxing, it's chill. Just sit back and listen. Maybe I'll do that a little bit as we get into the end of the night. I'll just mute my microphone and just turn up the game volume a little bit and just let people listen to the game on the stream just a little bit.
Yeah, why not? Makes sense, and it will be getting a little bit more quiet as we now have around 50 people watching, so that's 50 less from the last few hours. But still a very good effort. We raised £1,710 so far. So we are well underway to reach that 5,000. Which I think is a little bit too much, but yeah, we will try our best. So if you got a few dollars or currencies to spare, !donate or !voucher, and you could be having yourself a little €75 ticket from Simix Pro as well. All will be explained if you are into that beautiful Tiltify system.
Yeah, I mean, I had never heard of Tiltify prior to us running the Imola Endurance last year. I'd actually never heard or seen Tiltify before. But since then, I was rather impressed by the way that everything was pretty seamless, realistically speaking. The way that it did donates, the way that it did the stream overlays, the way that you could pick all the different, the different options for, like if you want a prize out of it or whatever, like you're paying $250 and you get a voucher type of thing, or like a raffle ticket. The way that all that works, being so seamless, I've now seen Tiltify everywhere. Like it seems like everyone's using it now, which is really awesome. It's a great platform to see, and so pretty much all charity events that I've seen recently have been using it, and it's definitely quite impressive.
Yeah, and on most of the platforms you have to pay a fee, you donate and then a certain amount goes to the platform, and that's not the case on Tiltify. So that means that, ooh, it's wide.
Thomas almost took out our leader right there. In the 75, Ryan, you might want, or in the 750, I should say, Ryan, you might want to go have a little bit of a word with him after that one. That was really close.
Oh, he's got the blinky lights on as well.
Yeah, why? I wonder if they still have the rain light on, and I wonder if that's the rain light in the Lambo or something.
I don't think it is.
But yeah, the blinky lights are still on, and advise that they should be shut off.
I think we just have the hazards on. And I thought I would give another update.
Anonymous has donated £5, and just with a little bit of word of advice for everyone to stop passing in maggots and Beckett's, that it doesn't work. I will have you know that it does work very well. It is my favorite place on this track to overtake because everybody doesn't expect it. And so you could catch people out, not in maggots or Beckett's, but in the new pit, I guess, between the right and the left. So like one of my favorite things to do at this track is so you kind of back off in maggots a little bit, so you can roll a lot of speed to the right-hander afterward, and you go to the outside of that left before Beckett's. And whenever you go to that outside, all the speed that you roll, you can take it to where you get beside that car. Now that you're beside the car, you hold the line through Beckett's. It's absolutely one of my favorite things to do on this racetrack is just you back off Baggett's and you just send it through the middle to dominate the line at Beckett's. It pretty much forces the car that was ahead of you. It either forces them to let you pass by the time that you get to stow because you're just going to carry more speed out of the exit, or just back off and give it to you now. There's no win for the car that's ahead in that situation, and it's so much fun.
So Ryan, what are the plans for the 750 car?
Due to the issue, we have no clue. We're just gonna go as is, I think.
You're just gonna
fill her
go
up
till you
with
feel like
some,
stopping?
fuel, and then
I mean,
towards the end.
I've never triple stinted in any sim, so
Well,
it's gonna be my first time if I do.
the perfect time to practice is while you're 29th in a charity
Well, I mean,
event.
I've been 70 laps down in a 3-hour race, so
That's
Well,
that's
it's not
that's
easy.
talent.
yeah. I mean, that was the 3-hour Silverstone last year, the endurance. We had a disconnect and rejoined as a new number, and I didn't realize until we finished.
But yeah, so you're just gonna fill her up, take new tires, and do maximum stints every time around, and then see where you end up towards the end.
I'm guessing that's the plan.
As we see the 37 car here entering the pits, interesting to see. Oh, it's a tight entry.
I'm gonna go back to our chat. Would it be possible for me to join back later here?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, have a good one.
Have a good one. Bye bye, Ryan.
As the 37 comes in with the 750. So this battle was existing going into the pit lane. I want to see if it exists coming out of the pit lane.
Yeah, well, it
The
seems
37 seems to have missed their stop a little bit. That's going to maybe bridge a gap for the 750. We're gonna watch this one closely here. Also kind of odd to see the 750 actually pitting at this moment because, well, they just pit not too long ago, at least from what I just realized. So it's odd to see them pitting right now.
well, it's a GRG team, so you know what's going on there.
I ain't got no idea. Why would I know?
Leave
I've
me
been here the
alone.
whole day.
Yeah, I always try to stay in touch with the teams, but as I said before, it's quite hard if you're organizing stuff and also have to see if the teams are training and if they got any plan and
Damage for the
That's a quick.
750? Because the 37 who missed their pit stall is now rolling well before
Yeah.
the 750 gets out.
that's a quick one. I think you can do 1 minute with tires and fuel.
It should be 30 seconds, tires, fuel.
Yeah, and then the driver swap included. And then it should
driver
be,
swap doesn't add time.
And then the total time in pits, so from the entry to exit.
Yeah, that would be right around. We found earlier it's that a drive-through penalty is 20 seconds in the pit lane. So, yeah, it would be right around there, between 50 seconds and a minute on the pit lane. As we're watching the 38 looking to go around the outside of the 112 here down into Brooklands.
Oh, they've been squabbling for hours now. Had a little bit of a coming together. I think they both got penalized, and well, they seem to be on the same level.
Two
Having
Aston
constant
Martins
battles. Yeah.
battling very hard through the night. Be exciting to see if this battle can still exist come sunrise in about 7 hours time.
Thank you for the chance to go to this charity event. For me, it's the end of driving in car number 28. I appreciate your work and for a little support. Take care. That's from the Patrick Lipka from the 28 car. Thank you so much for your kind donation, which puts the total amount of 1725.
Oh, chaos here. Contact the 26. I'm not trying to cut that off, but there was 5 or 6 cars all running in a pack here, and someone just got thrown off the racetrack. I'm trying to figure out who that was, who ended up getting thrown off the racetrack there. Just
Yep.
Chaos is the only way to word whatever we just saw right there.
Yeah, hitting that replay button is very dangerous in ACC.
Oh, that's a fair point. I forgot I had that. Let's do it.
Yeah, it messed with my telemetry, so I didn't get any feedback from the software anymore. So let's see what happens here.
Watch as the 112 is going to come down through Beckett, still ahead. That is the 15 Lexus. I wanna get on board with that car. Let's get with the 15 Lexus here, as they're gonna find their way 3 wide, 4 wide. The Lexus is gonna get back behind.
They went well out of the way.
Oh, and the Ferrari on the outside ends up blocking up the 112 Aston. Again, this showcases those reasons why we don't like people giving positions away, because it just creates confusion, and often will lead to moments just like that. I mean, fortunate for everybody to get through it. Nicely done by the 112 team. I don't know exactly which driver is in that car at the moment, but nicely done to get through that without contact, as now they found their way to the pit lane. Noah Sully Vasquez,
yeah.
Rodriguez. But yeah, that was a chaotic moment right there between those cars. Not sure which Ferrari it was that was trying to give the position up.
Ooh, we have on lap 276 in turn 16 the car number 100 and 750 coming together, causing a collision, which results in a drive-through penalty for the 100 car, currently in 2nd position.
Well, you know who's not complaining about that one? This 28 team that's up front right now is going to help them build that gap even larger than it is. Currently, it's about 40 seconds, just shy of 40 seconds over the 100 team. This is just only going to build it bigger, bigger for them, and really allow them to pull that gap out. As the 100 actually just had the penalty cleared, I'm going to assume that they are appealing it.
Yeah, they are.
So it's going to have that removed for the time being. Down the field, we got the 777 looking to make a move on the car ahead. That is the 16 Porsche. Again, these two have been fighting for a long period of this race as well.
Yeah, it's funny because it seems
deep around the outside, carrying lots of speed, goes Tim Rule, trying to come on with a vengeance at the moment. Tim here still with the rain light on.
Why not?
As slow as the McLaren there to the left, letting them by. I believe that's the 98 team.
But yeah, some cars have been sticking together for like 4 or 5 hours now, and even with swapping drivers, they seem to be on the same pace constantly. So that's I think it's funny. I always have the same feeling. It's this guy again, and now we're passing him, and now he's doing a pit stop, so we will meet him again soon. And yeah, it's if you find the people of the same pace on track, you will stick with him for hours. As we have some interesting appeals going on in the background. Still with that 777 car.
On board here with the 777. You see the sparks throwing up. You know my obsession with the sparks in this game.
It's always. What track was it? It was at was it Imola?
Yes, Imola.
Yeah, where you got like the dip in the track going upwards towards the chicane.
Yeah, coming down the hill through the
Yeah.
right-hander, and then the right-hander again, you throw up a chunk of sparks going over the curbs.
Much sparks, much wow.
As again, side by side down into the village and loop section, Ferrari seems so much quicker and more confident through here, but not able to really do anything with it, as the Porsche is doing a very good job to defend the position. See if they can get a run down into Brooklands.
Yeah, Juan, he's quite an aggressive driver, but he's also always trying to defend as much as possible, even if it's a faster car. I'm the type of driver. I'm like, okay, he's faster, let him go, so I can focus on my pace. But Juan, he tends to defend every piece of Spain he can find on the track. He's Spanish, so yeah, I think it's culture. Still
Yeah,
trying to
absolutely.
find that slipstream. Yeah, no
Sorry, I
problem.
was kind of spacing off a little bit there.
Yeah.
Spanish drivers are notorious for being aggressive. There's a reason why a lot of karting drivers are like a lot of Spanish drivers are really good in karts, because that's kind of like where they come from. It just sets a very aggressive precedent, and I don't know what it is, but it just seems like drivers from Spain in particular are very aggressive.
I think it's in the olive oil. We have Ryan waiting in the driver's interview again. Let's get him in.
Sure.
Welcome back, Ryan.
Hello.
So you're gonna have a little update on that pit stop as well?
No, we've retired the car.
What?
I didn't make a decision. I joined the chat, found out we retired the car, and came back.
Wow, that's happening. What made you retire the car? Because it was in good condition, right?
I have no clue. I don't even know what happened. I just see that there's a penalty, and I haven't seen a replay. I haven't seen anything. So I have absolutely no clue what happened.
At one point you're in the commentary box, and the next point the car is retired. It's not easy.
Hey, you need another commentator?
Yeah, you can join Case. I will be off in like 30 minutes, so feel free to stay in and join the fun. It is in the end a charity event, and we can use all the help we can get.
We're still watching here. The 777 trying to find their way around. They're going to look to the outside here into Stowe. Let's see if they can make the move. Change the camera game. Oh, a little bit of door checking there as they come around the outside. Going to defend the position once again. As we were talking about the Spanish drivers being aggressive, taking up all the racetrack. There's a little bit of tactic from myself right there. Back up the apex of like at the apex. Don't get to the throttle. Causes the car behind you to lift a little bit, and then you can drive up off the corner and bridge a little bit of a gap. Works really well through corners like Vale and Club.
He's getting irritated in the 777.
Yep, you
flashing
can
the
see
lights
the headlights flashing there.
You really want to get past, and this is the thing, you can get really frustrated and make that car do something really stupid, and the next moment you're in the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can get frustrated, as it appeared the Porsche was flashing the headlights there. You can get frustrated for a second, but you absolutely cannot put yourself in a position to get into an error. You can't hit the 16, right? That's going to be a penalty for you. You don't want to go off the racetrack trying to outbrake yourself. You don't want to put yourself into a erroneous position. I think that's a word. If it's not, it is now. And end up making it worse for yourself than just simply following him around. As here we go, down into maggots. They're gonna look to the left, try to take it around the outside of the right-hander. It's not the way to do it. You're not listening to the advice I told you earlier. You back off, maggots, and you take it fast through the middle section. If you want to make that overtake, you wait. And that's exactly why you don't do it early. You do it early, it's easy to defend. You do it later, it's harder to defend. Once again, coming down towards Vale. Now into the club section, gonna get close, but outbraking themselves just a little bit. Gonna pull the gap out quite slightly there. We're gonna go back to an onboard. We're gonna go up to the front onboard because the regular onboard has that number panel that blocks out the windshield.
We're getting a question in the chat.
Looking around the outside once again. Let's see if he can make it stick. Oh, defensive. Change the camera game. Through gets the 777. As this one appeared to try to go a little bit defensive, but didn't quite get it right. Made a little bit of contact with the 777, but ultimately no harm in the process. Still really, really good hard racing between these two. We love to see it. As Juan's going to try to attack back through Brooklyn's. Let's see if maybe he can carry the speed. Maybe try to get something done back through the S's. Oh, it was a really poor exit, it seemed, right there. 4-1. Going to allow Tim to bridge a little bit of a gap now. We'll go to looking over the rear end of the car. You can see the headlights go way, way wide there for the 16 Porsche. That's going to bridge such a big gap that you're just not going to be able to do anything with it.
Yeah, like I said, I think the 777 is faster in general. They just needed a little bit of space to make that base work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, obviously being faster doesn't mean the 38 just went down a couple positions. It seems maybe they just pit and I missed it. But yeah, you need to be able to make the pass, right? Being fast and being able to pass is two completely different things. So it's definitely not easy to be able to make a pass, especially whenever you're in these setups with how these cars are. Or awkward conditions like this.
Uh, 30. The 32 just went way off at T1 a lap ago. What's the time between the 305 and the 32? I think that's around 38 seconds. Questions are being asked in the chats. We should keep an eye out. As we have 54 people watching. If you're watching, just let us know you are. We appreciate your inputs, but we are rather busy with keeping everything in check, so it might take a little bit before we answer your questions. If you want to donate, type !donate if you're on Twitch, or !voucher, and you will be able to enter the raffle for the voucher, the €75 voucher of Simix Pro. You're doing a fine job, guys. Thank you so much. As we have another follower from Bladehoven, which Sounds awfully Dutch. Here to see Joe Grace. I'm glad he's doing so well. Joe Grace, probably one of the NARC teams, if I recall correctly. I've seen his name pop up a couple of times, but we cannot remember all the names. It's over 200 people in this event, so it's quite hard to mix and match them all right.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back. So we have Yannick once again in the driver interview room. So we'll go ahead and drag him on in. What's going good?
Hey guys, how are you?
Are your brakes burning much?
Yes, very. I bet it looked dope in the darkness with the glowing brake discs and everything.
We're gonna cut over to the 101 here as they're closing the gap in on the 305 Aston Martin. Actually, they may have just made the move. No, they did not. So just up the road's the 305. They're gonna try to close that gap in. But yeah, do continue on. Tell us about your race. How's it been going for you guys?
Pretty well. We're moving up slowly but steadily. I just handed over the car in 11th. We came back out in 13th, so that's some more progress. Even though we had a bit of a run-in with the number 16 Porsche in the first half of my stint. Was all good though, not too much damage, and they immediately came to our Discord voice channel to apologize. So kudos to them. And yeah. The car feels great. Feels good. It's been great fun so far.
That's awesome. Apologies for not knowing off the top of my head as to which number your car is.
No worries. It's the 38.
Okay,
the acid car.
I was trying to switch over to you guys, but I could not think off the top of my head the number. I was trying to look through the driver entry, but
I mean, we got a lot of numbers on track, so I think you shall be forgiven.
Currently running in the 13th position with a 30-second gap to the car in front and 5 seconds to the car behind. What would you guys say is something more of your worry, going up the grid or going down the grid, being you're running kind of in the mid-pack at the moment?
Well, we've been moving up for a while, like I said, slowly but steadily, so I hope we can continue that trend, because we didn't really have any big moments so far, and also 2 mega stints by Johan in the rain. He was just amazing during those 2.5 hours, so that definitely helped, and I hope, yeah, that'll convert into maybe a top 10. That would be cool.
It would definitely be cool. Obviously, it'd be really, really cool if everybody could find their way into the top 10. It's hard to root against any of the teams out here, and and obviously want to see everyone have a good day on the racetrack. So that's always priority number one, is to see everyone's race try to conclude in the best that it can. And yeah, I mean, you guys only got 3 more positions to go get. It looks to be. Let's see here. From the 101, who's in 10th at the moment, the gap looks to be about 2 minutes, though. So it's not going to be an easy climb into the top 10, but it isn't impossible. Especially, I don't quite know what the pit cycles are. When was the last time you guys pit, if you don't mind me asking?
Just now. Just a few laps ago. I just got out of the car and hopped in here before I get some sleep, hopefully.
All right, well, right on cue, in comes the 101 for their pit stall. And as we were discussing earlier, a pit delta is about 50 to 60 seconds, depending, on how well your entry is and how much damage you have and other things like that, in between 50 and 60 seconds. So if you take that off, it'll put the gap to be about a minute between you guys and the 101. So got a minute to go claw back to get into that top 10, and hopefully you guys can get that one done with still over half of this race left. I mean, realistically speaking, you're looking at, fractions of a second per lap that you just got to chip away to be able to go real in that position, because overall it's a long time left in this race.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's got to be the plan. Just keep it together. Try and get those small gains on the guys in front of us, and hopefully catch up. Maybe get lucky with some lap traffic here and there, and then we'll see what happens.
How many pit stops have you guys performed to this point?
Oof, let me think. I think it's 6 or 8. I'm not sure, but we've been doing one pretty much every 2.5 hours.
Okay, so then I would suspect.
Well, no, 2 actually.
Yeah, you guys are making 2 hours on a fuel tank.
No, that's what I was just, or what I just realized. We can go like 75 minutes on a fuel tank. So every hour 15, that's a stop.
Okay, so so that would put us at right around 8 stops so far. So that would also put you looking at about 10 stops at the end of this race. So I mean, realistically speaking, if you look at it with there being a minute gap, it's if you can just close 6 seconds per stint, you will close them by the end of the race, and then some. Like then they'll still allow you to have a little bit extra to go. So that's kind of a target to aim for, is about 6 seconds a stint.
Yeah, that doesn't sound that unrealistic, I think. So, but we've seen people find some speed. Lap cars. I've had some lap cars come up behind me with a second in hand per lap, and I was wondering where they found that speed. So I think anything can happen still.
What are you guys looking forward to regarding weather? Do you want it to be dry, or are you looking forward to maybe some more rain coming in the future?
Well, ideally, it's going to be dry for me and Gabriel, and raining for Jan's stints, because he's been just amazing in the rain. But I think ideally we're all looking forward to staying dry, hopefully.
Absolutely, makes sense. Definitely, most setups are tuned for the dry. It's easier to make a setup for the dry. For the wet, you gotta kind of get lucky whenever it comes to the server throughout the week to be able to set a car up for that wet. But we do have quite a few cars who reported they're running full wet setups, expecting quite a bit of rain in this race. And obviously, we're creeping up towards the halfway mark at this point. I mean, still 2 hours to go till we're there, but at this point, we've only seen an hour and a half worth of rain fall down, so it's been majority dry to this stage, and I think that those teams that picked a wet setup as their starter are regretting it at this moment. I'm sure that they are pleading for the last 10 hours of this race to be nothing but rain.
Yeah, probably. It's a huge gamble, but then again, setups in endurance races are always a huge gamble, or a compromise at least. You either get it right or you don't. That's just the name of the game here, I think.
As the 606 just found their way off the racetrack, we were just watching them as they got passed not too long ago. No, we were watching the 666 get passed not too long ago. Now we had the 606 go around through the village section, and now they got to go, and I believe they just came out behind somebody. No, they did not lose a position out of that. The timing screen's a bit awkward to navigate sometimes. Makes it really, really hard to know where everyone's at. Do you guys within your team keep up with anything like that throughout the race? Try to manage gaps and positions?
Yeah, well, at least the guys immediately around us. The guys that aren't driving are usually looking at that more than the guy in the car. At least that's, I can speak for me, or for myself in that case. I'm usually just focused on driving, just staying consistent and doing my job, basically. But it's always good to see, if you're closing the gap and everything, that can, free up these extra 2 or 3% in lap time too. Sometimes, just by motivating you.
Yeah, of course. You definitely don't want your drivers driving overly distracted. For a lot of people, that results in losing focus, losing time. I'm one of the weird ones that I refuse to race with a HUD on, but I will always be cycling through some sort of relative or something like that. Like, I'll basically shut my HUD off whenever I'm racing, and then I'll just turn on whatever section I want at the given moment. And it results in me constantly looking all over the place, but it makes me way faster, and I don't know why. I drive my fastest whenever I'm not looking at the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got their ways, right? It's pretty fascinating sometimes how fast you can get when you're not even really focusing that much. I'm pretty sure every sim racer has that zone at some point where you're just thinking about, a million different things but racing, and those are usually your fastest laps somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just, you're kind of just doing it through rhythm then, you're not really trying, you're not driving, over driving the car, you're just kind of just in rhythm. And eventually the car kind of really settles into that rhythm, and it's like, okay, well, let's go faster. And it'll just start to pick itself up and keep on going quicker. It definitely, it gets fun sometimes with that. It's really, really good for these 24-hour races. 'Cause of course, I did a 24 hours Le Mans just over a month ago, I think. As we just watched both cars drive right off at Chapel. We did a 24-hour of Le Mans, and I had the night stint. It was like a 3.5-hour night stint. Literally, I just turned on music. I muted everything and just turned on music and just listened to it as I was driving along, and was setting my fastest laps of the whole entire day at that time. Like, I was just cruising, but it was just working. It was really funny.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of a difference daylight can make, right? If it's dark, it feels so much more secluded in a way. You're feeling much lonelier on the track, I feel. And once the sun's up, it's like, yeah, it's a party zone. There's cars everywhere. You just can't see them at night.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think night driving though, like is the most fun. I don't know quite how you feel on that, but driving in the night in a racing game definitely is peak for me. That's where it's at the most enjoyable.
Yeah, it's definitely special for sure. It looks cool. It somehow feels cool. Bit like, at least at Le Mans, like you mentioned, like you're cruising on the Autobahn at night, if you will. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty cool.
Definitely very, it definitely has just an aura to it, just that just feels nice to just drive. And whenever you got all the headlights on and the reflections and the sparks getting thrown up from the curbs and glowing brake rotors, it definitely just makes that much better of a feeling whenever you're driving. As I want to get a look at these brake rotors on this Bentley as we get down into this braking zone here at the end of the Hangar Straight. They actually don't glow up very much, interestingly.
Huh, I would have expected
let's
much more
see.
than that, yeah.
Yeah, they're actually not glowing up all that hard, so that shows that maybe these guys are running rather kind on their brake ducts here in the 101 to not have any form of glowing on the brakes.
Yeah, possibly. You would think with how much of a boat this car is, there'd be much more heat generated in the brakes, but I guess it's a setup thing here for these guys.
I think that's a pretty cool camera shot. I love the way the headlights look in this game. look really, really nice.
Yeah, it adds to that flair too. I agree.
Well, don't want to keep you away from your team too long. But the gap now to 10th place is down to about 50 seconds now to the 777 sitting in 10th. So it's gonna be an opportunity for you guys to be able to close in that gap, and maybe by the time of sunrise we can see you fighting for that 10th spot.
Yeah, I hope so. Like I said, I'm gonna grab a shower first, and then hopefully get some sleep, and then I'll be excited to see where the guys are at once I wake up.
Absolutely. Naps are great, especially on race days. Those are some of the best naps, so go enjoy it.
Thank you, and yeah, talk to you later, I think.
Alrighty.
Have a good one.
See you guys.
I think I'm going to take a brief break. We're going to run a quick commercial, and then we will be back very shortly to the broadcast.
Yeah, and then I will be heading out for a good night's of rest. So thank you, Case and Ryan, and I hope you two enjoy the night. And I will see the results tomorrow in the morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Well, it's always a pleasure to have you in here. And thanks for running the first 10 hours of the race.
The 23, I believe it is, just spun.
23. Yes, they have. They are continuing back along once again. This car had a good start to the day. Well, had a bad start to the day, I should say, with the driver swap issues. But then found themselves climbing up the grid. At one point, I think they were up to like 6th or 7th position, but has now since fallen well down the field, unfortunately for them. We're going to go ahead and watch this battle, and then we'll take a brief break. 666. Oh, lots of sparks there. Missing the braking zone. That's going to throw away that battle for now. Let's jump up to the 101, who is closing in on the 777 just in front. Down the hangar straight here. Gonna try to get as much of the slipstream here in this big old Bentley. Obviously, this car is basically a brick, if you will. So every little bit of slipstream that you can get helps down the straight line. It obviously has a really big, powerful engine in it. It has I believe it has the AMG V8 in it. So it'll pull it down the straightaway no problem. But it really, really hurts having it be a big old Bentley.
Yeah, they've seemed to be pretty fast today overall.
Hold on, I want to check out right quick. Disable. I want to check out the main stretch building here. I've never actually looked at it at night. It's rather empty. Obviously, this is just a big garage. But yeah, it's actually kind of cool to see it all lit up with an interior in there. All right, I will take a quick break. We will be back very shortly with the broadcast, and we will see you all there. And we're back. Sorry for the inconvenience there, everybody. The 13 there, just looking around the outside of the 112. We're going to try to make a move here for the 15th position on the racetrack. See if they can get it done and hold it. Oh, switchback maybe from the 112 down into Cops. Not quite going to get there, though. 13 is going to hold that position and cruise away with it. Now we'll look off of the rear wing. See how the 112 tries to attack back down into Maggots. Unable to roll the speed through the mid corner there. It's going to really help. If Andre can keep the speed, he will. It's going to protect that position pretty well and done. Good move there by Andre in the 13 car to go and get that position. And look up at the front of the grid once again. The 28 car is just running up front. The Simulation eSport car. The 50-50 livery. Again, probably still my vote for my favorite livery of the day. Is running up front. For those of you who are in the chat still and you haven't already, be sure to join the Discord. Go into the driver's livery vote channel if you are a driver, and cast a vote for your favorite livery, not drone, and the team with the most votes at the end of the race will be classified for a setup package from Coach Dave and SimGrid.
On the topic of liveries, it's so hard to choose a favorite because there's so many well done ones that's like so much effort put into all of them, and it's amazing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many good liveries here today, and in this event, and it's hard to pick just one. Realistically speaking, I like this 50-50 one, but that's because of the fact that there's a special place in my heart for 50-50 liveries. It's just you know how it goes sometimes, but it's really hard. Currently, there was mentioned earlier. I think it's the 97 car is the one that is leading the pack, if you will. With that, so that is currently our first place car.
And there is a
votes.
incident under review, but Ethan's game crashed. The lap 295 turn 13 between the 606 and the 777.
Yeah, so there's that. I'll probably have to get him a replay. And I need to throw that into the Google Drive. Let me go do that right now.
Is there a spectator password for the server so I can hop in and not be in the 750?
There is, but we're doing it where you're watching it through this, so then we're both commentating on the same thing, and then also you'll be able to see the alerts whenever they pop up.
All right.
Which is the point of this. Just makes it a bit simpler, you know, a bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, if you're commentating on something at the same time, same thing, makes it a lot smoother.
Okay, let's go and upload this replay to the drive for Ethan. But then we can get that viewed. Stewarding is not easy during a 24-hour race. I had to do it there for the first couple hours, and obviously as it gets into these later hours and people want to go take naps or eat food or whatever, it just becomes a little bit harder to do even then. And then whenever you have things such as the game deciding that it wants to crash on you, it just makes it that much harder. Go ahead and upload this. I'm an absolute noob to Google Drive. I actually don't know how to upload new. How is the chat doing? Hopefully people are still hanging out and having fun.
Yeah, I have all three open. The DSRT, the GRG, and the OTL chats on Twitch open.
Perfect.
Because if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't show all of them. Because they don't all merge.
Yeah, we got a program that merges them, but yeah, they don't all merge like on like the actual Twitch website.
Should I get the YouTube one up for the chat?
So we're going on board here with the 666 trying to make a move on the 16. As they have performed their driver swap now, Juan no longer in the car, so maybe we won't see as aggressive of defending as what we've seen in the past from the 16 car in today's race. We're going to maybe see a dive here from Gianni. Going to look for it down into Brooklands, making it stick at the apex. And yeah, absolutely no challenge there from the 16 car that time around. So Vanderhorn letting him through, being a bit nicer than the teammate has been as of late. Waiting on the Google Drive to upload the final bit of this. Go ahead and cut up to the 29 car here, who's in a fight for P5 at the moment with the 102 Bentley. going defensive and onto the brakes, in fact. Letting by the 29. That's a interesting maneuver there for the 102. Not attempting to race for the 5th position.
Yeah, sometimes letting the driver through and getting them back later on in the race can pay off because reduces the chance of a crash. We haven't seen any. Well, we haven't seen a lot today, and should stay that way. Everyone's been pretty clean, and it's given us some good close racing up in like the top 20, I would say.
Yeah, the racing's been surprisingly close. Yeah, definitely. We'd be happy for an interview. Sorry, it took me a second here. Yeah, we'd be more than happy for an interview. It's been a quiet time here for the next little bit, so we'll go ahead and pop you on in. There you are. Come on up. Welcome in.
Hello there. Jeez.
How are things going for you?
I'm really tired. Already driven, I think, 8 hours. I think I've driven already. We're still, well, now Thunderhorn is in the car. Hopefully he can get accustomed to the conditions. And I'm praying to the Lord that it's not going to rain anymore. Oh God, a P4 just got a drive-through?
Yes, there
it
is
seems
a
they
drive-through.
did, and it appears to be for track limits, as there's nothing regarding race control for handing out a penalty. So that would seem like as if it is for track limits. P54 and P4 has just received the drive-through.
Yeah, indeed it was. And not gonna lie, it's not. It's hard to get warnings in here, to be honest. It's not like Paul Ricard where you just miss the apex by a millimeter and you automatically get a warning. I've seen Mr. Jose driving, and let me tell you that he is very good, but very aggressive as well. That's what the Spanish have. I guess you saw me defending like like I was fighting for my life. So that's the Spanish rage, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. We were making comments about it on the stream regarding regarding the Spanish driving style and aggressiveness, especially under defending.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, defending is very hard. I'm sorry if my English is not the best. I'm really tired, and I still have I think 8 hours to drive, so I still have a long time.
Don't worry about it. There's only 2 of you that are in this car, correct?
Yeah, we're the only team with 2 people. We decided to do this, of course, for charity and to challenge ourselves. I think it's going pretty great. Even though right now we're P17, we started 8th, as we said before. Unfortunately, we got collected, and from there on we dropped to last. We
sneaking your way through there on the 666.
Beautiful.
But yeah, I gotta be honest. Whenever I saw that you guys had signed up with 2 drivers to your team, I entirely expected it was just because, like, oh, well, let's just stick another car on the grid, and that it really wasn't gonna be taken all that seriously. You both were gonna do a couple stints and then just park it. To see you guys still here after 11 hours is really impressive. Like, again, doing 11 hours as just 2 of you is insane. If you guys are really attempting to go do the full 24 hours with just the 2 of you, is that's gonna be quite the feat, for sure.
I am praying we can make it happen.
Oh, As again, slow a McLaren. That's the 98, I do believe. What is up with with all these cars? No, it's not the 98. What is that? Is that the?
I believe it was for position.
What?
If I'm not
Oh, it's a
mistaken.
23.
Oh, 23 again. Oh no, that's the other DSRT car. We've seen a lot of McLaren struggling in the night, and I don't even understand why. Because McLaren is one of the best cars on this track. Like it seems like some people are struggling with stability.
This appears to be damage of some sort. Let's go to the onboard here. They're in first gear, so it's not anything fuel related. The car almost, from a third person perspective there, kind of looked like as if it was bouncing a little bit, going through
Oh, they have
the
a blown
corners.
tire. They have a blown tire. That's what's happening.
That makes sense. They have a blown
Yeah.
tire.
They have a blown tire. I'm checking.
Oh,
right
and
now
he's
on the
spinning, trying to stay out of people's way. Recover it cleanly. Recover it cleanly. All right, you got clean track now. You can turn it around.
Mr. Hubwood is not having the best of races so far, unfortunately. Hopefully, he can start picking up the pace. Or obviously, he's going to have to go to the pit lane. And a question I have for both of you: How are you doing? Because you're doing a hell of a job being here for the same time as all of the drivers. You know, how are you handling the 12-hour stream so far?
Ooh.
Well, close to 12 hours.
Ooh.
Oh God.
I mean, it's a good job staying out of the way here, not taking any sort of racing lines. Or, they're not interfering with anybody. They're definitely doing the right thing. They got the flashers on, trying to notify cars as far away as they can. And it's a spin in the grass. Lock the brakes up. Lock the brakes up. You got cars coming. You're gonna be sitting here for a minute, bud. You're gonna be sitting here for a minute. You got a train of cars coming. Get that clutch rev. Get that clutch rev. You can get it around. Oh, all right. They're going to come back through the grass. That's wise. Stay off the racetrack.
Yeah, I'd say just keep it in the grass, drive up the pit.
Just completely
yeah.
cutting it here at left field. I don't disagree. Just don't even attempt to take the racetrack and just go straight to the pit lane.
Well,
That's
yeah,
rough.
that car's
The
toast.
second expensive lawnmower of the day.
Oh,
First it was, what, a GT3R, and then this, I believe.
GT3R, what was it, us?
I'm not sure. It might have been.
Yeah, it was because you guys are the only
Oh, it
Porsche.
was.
In the rain, no, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Must
the
have been.
rain. It's very tricky conditions. As I said, I pray that there's no more rain, because, not gonna lie, we were really struggling with the conditions, and thankfully it's not raining now, because it's already enough that it's very dark, to be honest with you. So we'll see how the weather develops, but hoping for the best for everyone. It's still impressive that we have, how many teams do we have? 31? 30, we still have 30, yeah? That's quite impressive.
Oh, do we have another DNF?
Drive through.
Ooh, we got a drive-through. Ooh,
Drive through is 666 car.
yeah, I cannot celebrate, but
That also is probably for track limits, as there's nothing in race control.
I've been watching this 666 here for the last handful of laps, and yeah, they definitely have been pushing their limits when it comes to the track limits. So just getting bit.
Sorry.
Well, I was just saying, just getting bit a little bit here and there, and obviously, again, it's only 3 of them that you get for a full 24 hours. You only get 3 warnings. So if you break that down, right, like with the drivers, if you have a car that has 4 drivers, one of those drivers can't make a mistake, period, and the other 3 get to make 1 mistake. It's really, it's really tough to manage not getting the drive-through over the course of 24 full hours.
I have to agree with you, because that's our situation right now. We got 2 warnings in 2 incidents where we got pushed off the track, and yeah, we've had to drive very carefully. I haven't been able to push as much as I wanted, because obviously the drive-through would mean a lot of positions. Even though now you can see that the there are a lot of cars behind many laps. The drive-through is something you don't want to get for sure. You can see Lance is already serving it. So, wise decision to go immediately into the pits.
I imagine that is learning from the last time that they were out in a GRG event where they got the drive-through penalty at Hungaroring and they confused like when they needed to serve it, and they
Oh, they got
decided to go on one more lap and got disqualified.
Yes, I remember. I do remember that.
I imagine that was a learning event for them, and they just got it out of the way. Now, they don't want to make the mistake ever again.
Well, thankfully, they decided to go immediately into the pit. So, lesson learned, as you say. And now, looking forward, I want to check how far away he is from the rest of the group. He's still at P17?
Currently, our closest battle on the racetrack here is for 12th and 13th. We're watching Kevin Fox attempt to run down Artis in the 38 just up the road. You can see the green reflection from the car up ahead.
Starting this lap, cars must flash their, I believe it's just for this lap, their lights going down the hangar straight.
Oh yes, that is. Let me, because it is midnight in game.
9:30 and midnight.
Let me tab into the game and get that set up. That's a good reminder. Thank you very much for that.
So this is to celebrate GT Matt's donation of £100, if I am not mistaken.
Go ahead and let's make. Oh, there we go. Someone's flashing. Was the message posted in game chat though? That's the question I have.
Yes, it was. It was.
Okay,
Oh,
Ethan did get it. Nice.
Okay. I saw it in race control.
We are very close to 2,000, huh? That'll be amazing to get.
There's some flashing lights.
Absolutely, it goes to.
There's some flashing lights. Kind of close the FOV a little bit here. Some flashers there. Oh, fully shutting the lights off there was the Ferrari. Bentley flashing as they come on by. Obviously, it's kind of unfortunate with this game, the fact that it doesn't very well show off cars that you're not actively riding on board with.
Mm-hmm.
But it is still nice to see cars as they come zooming on by here at night. More flashing lights there from the McLaren.
There you have it.
As the
I have to agree
73
with
is
what you
off
just
the
said.
racetrack.
I really have to agree with.
Oh, that's in
what you said.
Luffield.
Yeah, Luffield. Oh,
Oh,
was it disconnection?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like they've disconnected.
Or they decided to park it because they had damage. It's like, F it and quit.
Well,
Didn't
that's
show them going into the pits.
Yeah. They're not in the pits. They directly disconnected. So either was a disconnection or a rage quit, or another. Hopefully.
It's a shame to lose another entry.
And
But-
you were talking about ACC and its features and the things they do well and they don't. And I really think ACC should focus on giving us an overhaul on endurance racing, because I think some tools should be added, and especially the lag from the cars rejoining, that needs to be fixed. That's
Yeah,
very
the
dangerous.
portion of the lag is just it loading, spawning a new car, and unfortunately, I mean, it exists in every game. Even iRacing suffers from it. Oh, as there's contact,
The
around
13
goes
and
to
the
38 from the 824s from. Oh, and they looked like they rejoined a bit awkwardly there. As the 112, it looks like, comes on through. No, that's the 305. Aston Martin coming on through.
That's gonna maybe take apart that potential battle there.
824 is going to
Yeah.
slot in back behind now. And there's that screen freeze that we were just discussing as the team attempted to reconnect. That's why we only limit. That's why we limit it to just one connection or reconnect for teams. Is specifically try to limit that, so then we don't have it happening repeatedly. If it happens like once every here and there, it's not like the end of the world. It sucks, but like it's not like a huge deal. But whenever it keeps on happening, it really is a nuisance.
It is very annoying, yes, especially because you cannot control it. You cannot do anything about it. Imagine you're taking, I don't know, maybe you're taking Abby, and and someone connects, you're out of Abby. You're just maybe in the wall. So it's really unfortunate. You said that it's mostly on own simulators. I have to agree, but for example, iRacing really manages that way better, in my opinion. And of course, there's no mentioning on the tools. The fact that you're, for example, your co-driver can change whatever you need on the tires, on the fuel. You cannot do these things in ACC, and I'm really hoping the developers can, do something about it, because it will really make long endurance races even more enjoyable than now. That would be great.
A significant portion too, as to with iRacing versus ACC, is just a core part of the coding. So with iRacing, because of the fact that it's coded on an old game engine and an old system, it actually makes it better for that, because you have to have all content downloaded ahead of time, basically. So whenever someone connects to a server on iRacing, you've already downloaded everything that exists for them, right? Because they don't have custom liveries in the base game. They don't have, anything that's like too special. So whenever they join, you already have all of their data downloaded. So by the time that you have people reconnecting or disconnecting or whatever, it's not a problem, because it's already downloaded. Whereas with ACC, you don't, right? Even if you have the livery of theirs pre-installed, it still has to load it. In the car, gets downloaded every time the car joins. Whenever they spawn, it downloads the entry list for them to give it to your UI. That's the key part of the problem with ACC, is that we cannot upload the data to the server and then have everyone download it as they're connecting to the server. The first time you connect to the server, you should just download all of that. You should download every car, every paint scheme, every driver, all the details, everything, to where at any point in time, whenever it loads, it doesn't load. It just is already there.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry,
I
just
am
to
really
cut in.
sorry. I have to
Well-
leave because something happened, and that's not very good for us. So I'm really sorry. I want to have
That
to
is very understandable.
go. Have a good rest of stream, and I hope you don't feel very tired, because you're doing great, both of you.
We're gonna try to do our best on it.
So, just to cut in, the 73 has become the 74 after the rejoin, so they did not reconnect with their first driver.
Yep, they will have reconnected out of order with their current driver, and that will cause them some potential issues in the future.
I believe they're out driving now as a 74 too, if I'm not mistaken.
That they are. So, for the time being, they're just going to leave it as it is. It's the same thing that we saw with the 23 car. They joined out of order and got placed with 23. It was supposed to be 22. But it still allowed them to perform driver swaps. So, I guess they will continue to run as the 74 and just see what happens.
Yeah. Not sure if they're even aware, but yeah. That's another issue of the ACC driver swap system. It just, if you rejoin out of order, you get a new entry. You don't just join your car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's because again, it's not pre-downloaded. Again, it goes into that, right? So like with iRacing, you create a team, and then that team signs up. So everything's already downloaded. The server has it downloaded. All the drivers have it downloaded. You have it downloaded. Second that you're second that team registers, you have everything downloaded for that event. That's why iRacing takes so long to load, because it's downloading everything. ACC doesn't do that, right? It just is like, oh, well, let's scramble through files. Okay, well, you have this name, this team ID, yeah. All right, you get put here. And sometimes it scrambles through the files wrong. And it's like, oh, well, you get put here. And well, now you're wrong. Because what it does is it reads the first line of every new entry is basically how it's coded. Because if you have 40 entries, you have 40 different blocks in the entry list. So you have 40 first blocks within the block of the entry list. And so the way that it reads is first. I cannot pronounce it. I don't know why I can't pronounce it. I keep on trying. I cannot pronounce it. I apologize. Thank you very much for the £20 donation. Every little bit is important. It's one of our sponsors. The top 3 from the qualifying event got custom liveries sent to them, and now there's also the additional £20 donation towards the cause. So it's very much appreciated. It brings us up to 1,745 British pounds raised for Cancer Research UK. Absolutely amazing. Of course, we still have 13 hours to go in this event. But definitely shout out to Mato Kalori on Twitter, Instagram, same username that you see on the chat right now in the donation link. Go make sure to follow them. They've been a big sponsor, or a partner with us here, and have been helping us out. What was going on, Ryan?
I was just gonna say thank you to Matt O'Clory for the donation, and in my DMs I've been asked if there is a way to turn down the alert sounds, because apparently it completely covers up what we're saying.
Yeah, I don't think so. To be honest, I have them turned way down in OBS, but I think that it's a third-party sound setting.
Alright.
So yeah, I don't think that I have a way to turn it down, unfortunately.
Still some close racing for some positions. Hope it stays that way. Keep it good and entertaining for the next basically 13 hours. Almost halfway through. It's been, from the driver's point of view, from the bit I've driven in this, it has been really nice racing, clean.
Ooh.
Everyone's, for the most part, been very respectful of, I would say, car limits and like giving the cars proper space. And yeah, it's just, this is done for a good cause and should, hopefully produce a good finish, and one that people should remember, hopefully.
Speaking of good finishes, currently the gap for the lead is closed down to just 11 seconds, which is quite impressive here at this stage. Right? I mean, we've been racing for 13 hours. We've had penalties all over the place. We've had cars getting wrecked. And somehow, the top of the grid has managed to find themselves separated by just 10 seconds. The length of the Wellington Straight is the difference between first and second position. And that is impressive. It's just simply impressive at this point. I mean, it really is. It shows how close that these two have been. Obviously, the 899 car was dominant, right? They dominated in our practices. They dominated in our qualifying race. They dominated at the start of this race, and here they are down in 21st due to just issues not of their own doing. And it's put themselves in a spot, though, due to the game crashing and driver swap issues, where now they're well down the field, but it's opened up opportunities for others, and so it's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a shame for the
this
entire 899 squad, but been thoroughly impressive, their performances.
Ashley
They were
Simmons,
going
hello
into this.
guys. I'm not really into sim racing. that much, but your commentator has kept me here for a bit. Well, we got what you guys are doing. Keep up the great work. We much appreciate it. It's kind of our goal is, you know, kind of keep it entertaining. Obviously, yeah, sim racing is very much a niche. That is for sure. But we like to try to keep it fun, keep it fresh in here, and just make it nice and relaxing and exciting for those who are watching. As the gap just closed a full second in that last lap. The 100 team here with Grant behind the wheel is really closing that gap down up front.
Something about the nighttime seems to be turning on the Bentleys really good. They've been thoroughly fast. And yeah, they seem to be pulling away from the pack behind, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't checked the Delta to third.
Go down
But it's
to
been
the 38 car here for a brief second. The gap was 2/10, but now there's no one around them. Oh, because of the fact that the car that they were racing with was in pit lane. That's why the gap was closed. Whereas we're gonna go back on board here with the 100 car. Let's get some nice chill camera shots here. Just into cops now is the leader. So that gives you a general idea of the gap. 10.2 seconds there as the 100 had to get past the lapped car.
Thank you, Kirk Heath.
Yes, all right, I got it. I got to turn down. Thank you, Kirk, for the donation. That's been one of our drivers in here. Much appreciated. For the 10 Great British Pounds, and also thank you for letting me see if I managed to get the alert box turned down, and I did. It's down at negative 40 decibels now, and it's still rather loud. I saw, so glad that it is glad that it's better now. Hopefully, it doesn't overpower everything that we're doing quite as much. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely love the racing. It keeps it fun, and it's different. You know, not enough people do nighttime racing. I feel it's far too common for people to end up just racing in the day, just racing in the dry, not taking advantage of what this game's really good at, which is nighttime lighting and rain. Like, take advantage of it. You have it.
By far, this is probably the best night lighting system of basically any game, I would say. And the rain physics, compared to a lot of other games, it is unmatched as of now, I'd say.
The target's already been beat. Thank you for stopping by the way. But yeah, the target's already been beat. I mean, our original goal was 1,000 pounds. That was the original goal that we had set, and we've already done crushed it. We set it to 5,000. Basically, like, okay, let's just see, like, an absurd number, right? But yeah, no, our goal was absolutely, it was 1,000, and we smashed it before the race even started. It's been ridiculous, the support from everyone in this race and in this event, and we literally couldn't be happier with the way that it's gone. And obviously we're happy to have you on board with this event, and being able to give out the prizes there for the qualifying race. Oh,
Ooh, loose. Ooh, nice save there from the 13
huge
car.
slide right there. Heck of a catch. Not a lot of time lost.
That was a nice save. Because most people would have probably lost it after the second snap there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's a hard one to save. It's one thing to do a quick catch. It's another one to quick catch, and then quick catch, and then quick catch again. And they just had to pull off there. Heck of a save. Let's see if they can keep a hold of that, try to close in on the car in front for the position.
Yeah, that is a battle for position between the 13 and 824. Bit of weaving down there the straight, it seems, there. could be just general lag from my view.
Yeah, the graphics in this game are amazing. I agree. Actually, it's definitely special. You know, and I don't even have it cranked up to the max right now because of the fact that I'm doing so much with this broadcast to kind of help prevent my graphics card from completely cooking itself. I turned it down a little bit. You can get it to look spectacular if you can really crank it up.
I gotta say, one of ACC's strong points is definitely its graphics.
Jump up to the 101 here. Following on the 38, possibly looking for a look as they come through Abbey. Down towards Village. Let's see if they can try to do something under the braking zone.
Quite a few battles going on throughout the pack, within relatively close ranges. Surprisingly close after, what, 11 hours? 11 hours, 13 minutes it's been?
Yeah, we're at just over 11 hours through the race. Still 13 hours remaining. 101 looking around the outside. You're going to try to do a switchback run here down towards turn 1. See if they can get any sort of good speed. They really could, and they could not get the traction down on that outside line.
I gotta say, the sound of ACC is also quite good.
Yeah, absolutely. The sounds are really, really nice too. Unfortunately, I can't hear them. As a part of the broadcasting role, to be able to set ACC at a lower volume and adjust it as it's needed, I have to make it where I can't hear the game and it's put out to a sound output that I don't get to hear. So unfortunately, I don't get to hear the beautiful sound of this Bentley V8 screaming down the hangar straight. Absolutely, it's one of the best. I mean, even the sounds are just like the racetrack, right? Like you hear the sounds of the dirt getting thrown all over the place and the rubber, and you hear the bouncing and the suspension. It's really, really, really good in this game, especially whenever you get like into these onboards here. And we'll mute for a brief moment, and I'll turn it up and let you kind of listen to it. Yeah, it's just nice just to listen to this game.
Yeah, as Mato Kalori said, it is amazing.
Yeah, you get up close to the wall and you can hear it echo. Yeah, it's really nice. It's one thing that iRacing does pretty well as the echo of the environment is really good. The way you can hear it echo off of buildings and such. I'm not much of one to defend iRacing on things, but there are some things that iRacing does really, really well, and the way that pops is really, really good. As it was just mentioned in the chat, drive-through position 2 has been awarded. Of course, this was a penalty that was applied a little bit ago, but was being appealed. And after appeal and review from multiple race stewards, they decided that to upheld the penalty and keep it as it was. So a drive-through penalty is being awarded to the car number 100 for causing a collision with a car on a different lap. So they were in the process of lapping a car whenever the lapped car slowed down a bit prematurely based on the 100's argument. But at the time, it was deemed by the race stewards that car 100 had adequate time to react to the lap down car slowing down prematurely, and failed to avoid the slower car and hit the back of it, ultimately causing the DNF of said car. So, drive-through penalty awarded, and that is going to split up that 10-second gap that we were just talking about not too long ago.
Oh, is that the one regarding the 750, the 100 car?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
As
Is there a replay anywhere?
Oh,
I still haven't been able to see it.
the
Whoa.
606 there, kind of avoiding. It seemed like the 77. No, the 77 was one just up ahead. The 97 got into the brakes a little bit early, just to try to let these guys through, and almost caused a little bit of a pile up there. I'll watch here as Juan Cairez, I do believe this is how you would say that, I'm not entirely positive, is creeping up on the back of the 77 McLaren here for P19. He's going to go wide going into the farm section. That's going to create a good run here. See if the Lexus can outbrake. Does not return to the racing line. I mean, that was the time to do it right there, but maybe taking advantage of the 102 Bentley, who's currently seeming to hold them up despite being well ahead in the field. The 102 currently running P6, appears to be slower than these guys, so maybe late in the stint for that car. Those of you who are just popping in the chat now, you missed it about 25 minutes ago, right at midnight. We hosted a flasher headlights lap as the cars were coming through the hangar straight underneath the bridge. Every car would flash their headlights as a nod to the 100 pound donation that was made earlier from GT Matt. We did it twice. We did it once at 9:30 p.m. and then once at midnight. One for each $50 that were donated. And if you make one mass $50 donation, you get to see the cars flash their lights at whatever time you wish to schedule.
Absolutely, and it benefits a great cause too.
Yeah, it's a salute from the drivers, if you will, for the donations. It's just a nice little fun thing. It was mutually agreed upon. One of the things that we kind of brought up during the practice and qualifying round, and the drivers gladly accepted and agreed to do it. And it's nice to see that they're more than willing to do something like that. You know, it's harmless at the end of the day. We floated around the idea of making them drive for a lap without their headlights, but ultimately decided that was a bit too much of a punishment, not enough of just a nod of salute. As here comes the 899, possibly creeping up their way up into this fight now, just 5 seconds down on these cars. This is again just chaotic. There's just a line of cars here, always racing. It seems like around this racetrack. We've had so much exciting action as the 777 has received a 20-second time penalty.
Contact.
For causing a collision. And yeah, there was contact there. As a 606, just they don't want to sit behind the 102 anymore. I mean, I can't blame them. They're trying to unlap themselves. They were holding up the 606. That ended up costing quite a bit of time for this Lexus.
Yeah, about a second. Still 4 seconds between the first car and the last car in this battle. And hopefully it remains close. Get some nice, clean racing throughout this.
We're coming on to 12.5 hours remaining in this race. Gonna finish just past 1 p.m. in-game time, which is the time that we started at as well. For those of you who are in Europe, I do believe that your clocks just went back not too long ago, just a couple hours ago. So you guys are gaining an hour, if you will, of sleep. But for those who are driving, you're effectively driving an extra hour because of that. So that's a shame.
As the number 38 P12 of Burning Brake Motorsports comes into the pits.
along with the 54s currently in P4, finding their way into the pits.
I see that the 100 has cleared their drive-through.
Yep, they had 3 laps to do that, and they managed to get it done and out of the way. As is smart to do, to say the least.
Yeah, really the only outstanding penalty I can see right now is for the 777 being a 20 seconds added to pit time. And if I'm not mistaken, these 3 cars here, being the 899 we're on board with, being Sebastian Brunier, and the 2 cars ahead are for position. So interesting to see how this will play out, being that the 899 has been, until their game crashes, utterly dominant. Ooh! The 824, I believe that is, going through the grass. Yep, the 824, which is P15 at the moment.
Yeah, so
Which
this is
an
a car that's a
close
lap
battle.
ahead, and you got the Bentley that's just up the road, who's also a lap ahead. We're going to go back up to the 606. They're going to try to reel back in on the 77 McLaren just in front of them there. Once again, another car in the way who's not on the same lap, I don't believe. I think that is the 38 Aston Martin, just in front, is in the way of this battle. Keeping an eye on the cars up front, seeing who's making pit stops and trying to clear. Of course, the 100 served their drive-through and still remains in P2, so the 28 car is probably more than happy to see that gap build.
I am going to go grab a glass of water. I will be back momentarily.
Alrighty, I think I'm going to briefly do the same. My glass of water's been out for about 30 odd minutes, so we will take a short breather, and I'm going to let you guys listen to the game. And we're back. Time changes in 12 minutes. All right. I thought it had already happened.
It is, if I'm not mistaken, around midnight, and if I'm correct, they do it around
I think it's at.
12:30?
I thought it was at 2 a.m. It's creeping up to 1 UTC, but I think it's 2. Okay, yeah, okay, maybe it would be at 2 a.m. then in 12 minutes in the UK, because I think that they're UTC +1. I think currently at UTC +2, but will become UTC +1. I think. Don't quote me. I'm just guessing.
You're North Americans confused about
Oh.
European time zones?
I just realized that my microphone's kind of clipping a little bit in the broadcast. Sorry if that's being too loud to those who are listening to it. As we're watching here, the 13 take on the 16 for position.
Nice pass there by the 16 through that corner.
13's going to look
I gotta
around
say, I
the
like
outside,
the-
possibly here to Kopp's. Going to go for the switchback defensive. The 16's taken. Around the outside looking here. Andre going to try to keep it. Makes it stick all the way around the outside.
What a move.
Bold move, making it work. Fantastic job.
A nice move by Bonk Racing there over one of the DSRT teams, I believe that is.
That it is. And now look at the
I'm gonna
gaps that he
say-
just built right there. Absolutely gone now. Almost a full second, the gap. It is a full second. There it is. Look at that. Heck of a move there from Andre, and to go and build this Bonk Racing car up into the 12th position now. Pitting is the 102 from up front, and the gap now for third has closed. Or for second even, I should say. Down to 1 second. And 33 seconds overall between the top three. Gaps are rather close, and I am happy to see it. Oh! Someone went wide right there. It was one of the Aston Martins. We come down into the village section, the 176 here. Valerie going to try to make a move. Onboard shot here from the Aston Martin. Let's see the big old Bentley just up ahead, running P2 of Willamont.
That's got to be a nice tow from the big boat in front.
Obviously, these cars
Not
run
sure
very
if there's
similar power plants. They run both of them run the AMG V8. Bentley managing to get a little bit more torque out of it, though.
Yeah, they'll probably BOP'd it, so it's about equal relative to the car. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the Aston is quite a bit lighter than the Bentley. I've never driven either car. Actually, wait, that's not true. I've driven the V8 Vantage.
Yeah, the Aston's definitely a much lighter car. Well, not necessarily much lighter, but much smaller. They're obviously quite similar in weight, as per the rule set within GT3s. I think you're only allowed, I think it's 250 or 300 pound difference. Like it's like roughly like 100 to 150 kilograms, something like that. That you're allowed in variance between the cars. So overall, I think the Bentley's rather hollow on the inside, right? It's mostly just a Bentley shell, and that's it. Whereas some of these other GT3 cars still retain a lot of, the dashboard and the seats and such. And in the grand scheme of things, like, it still has the much more of the road car feel that I think the Bentley does. The Bentley probably feels much more like a purpose-built race car. Although the Bentley does have the clock in it still, so there is that.
Does it actually work in ACC?
No, I don't know. Let's find. They don't have the endurance light on, so I can't see on the inside the interior.
Ah.
Actually, they do have the interior light on. It just doesn't work that well.
That would be a nice little detail. I'm not sure if it works IRL or not, but if it does work in real life, that'd be a neat little detail put in there by Kunos.
Yeah, they absolutely do work in real life. It's pretty much an advertisement, right? Like the clock that's on the dashboard. It's an ad for the company that makes it. I can't even tell you who makes it, but it's an ad for them, more or less. Just as is the the actual manufacturer badge being on the car to begin with. It's just a giant advertisement scheme at the end of the day, right? These race teams don't necessarily, or these manufacturers, I should say, they don't necessarily care about making money through racing. They care about making money through selling their cars. You don't buy a McLaren because it's just a car, right? You buy a McLaren because it's a race car. You buy a Ferrari because it's a race car, so on and so forth. So that's kind of the idea, behind it,
Yeah, which absolutely, from a marketing perspective, makes quite a bit of sense that any manufacturer would do it, because otherwise we wouldn't see manufacturers doing it. And if I'm not mistaken, GT Racing has upwards of 10 manufacturers? GT3s?
Yeah, it's probably more than that. Really, it depends on where you're at. Because obviously, in Japan, you get stuck with a couple extras. You end up with a Toyota Supra that gets put on the grid, as well as a Toyota Prius gets put on the grid for GT3. You get a Lotus in Japan as well, and you get Subaru, who makes a GT3 car, and a couple others. So depending on where you're at, you do end up with a bunch more brands who produce GT3 cars. But in regards to this, yes, I do believe it's 10 is the number of manufacturers here within the FIA GT3 series.
Yeah, it is somewhat of a shame there is no BMW, at least. There might be other manufacturers with no car in this. But it's still there is quite a bit of repetitive cars. But it's nice to see difference between the field and not just all choosing the same car.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you just you gotta pick whatever you're comfortable with whenever it comes to driving. Of course, we only see a couple Ferraris, a couple Lambos, and one Porsche.
And now we are joined by Mr. Dom Bissell.
Thank you, Ryan. Hayes, how are you too? Thank you for using my surname.
I turn you down very slightly because Ryan's very quiet, so I had to turn him way up. But now I have
Balance
to.
it all.
Yeah, I need a proper mic.
How's it
I think that's
been going?
Clear.
How is the race? I've been popping in and out, been helping Ethan and Romero in the stewarding room for the first part of the race, but then I popped off and went and saw a film, and now I am back.
There's some pretty good close battles going on. There's P20 and P19 to P21s all within 2 seconds. There's a battle for P14 and P7. If I'm not mistaken, it's those. I don't know if there's more, but those are the ones I can think of.
Cool.
Oh, car off the track there. Believe that is the 824, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the McLarens.
Yeah, I did not catch as to which car that was actually. I think it was a 77. What was the team? It was a 77 that found themselves sliding off of the racetrack, and now back behind the 899 and the 606. They have found themselves. Oh yeah, so the 824 is also. So we're watching two separate battles for positions happen within one battle for position. Is actually what we're watching here, because the 606 Lexus is leading this pack. However, is in 19th place, while this 38 Aston is in 14th place, and the car behind this Aston is in 15th place. But then behind the 824 McLaren is then the 899 McLaren, who's in 20th. So we're watching two separate battles for position occur at one spot on the racetrack.
Which is the beauty of GT racing. You may be on different laps, but there's still quite commonly battles going on even on those separate laps.
Really does create some fun racing whenever you get these type of cross battles like this between people. But then also it gets stuck in sometimes where the battle gets separated because of it.
I haven't had much wheel-to-wheel in my short amount of time in the car, but some of the battles I've had, the few, were quite fun. And yeah, people are, I'd say, very competitive with the way they drive, but also very, what's the word, sportsmanlike. Like, they'll respect you if you respect them, kind of thing, is what I kind of see coming on throughout the race.
Yeah, and of course it's still it is a charity event at the end of the day, but it's still, it's still an event, and people are going to be competitive to some degree. Of course, everyone still wants to win it, so you got to find that interesting balance. It's definitely a lot more relaxed than a league race or an organized race for sure, but no one's going to give up their position willingly or easily. You still got to fight for them. But like you say, there's a higher degree of like camaraderie and sportsmanship, and everyone's just given a bit more room where they can. Yeah, things have been relatively smoothing. What are we down to? 28 drivers now from the 30 odd we started with, which is, is expected to lose a few, and we're almost halfway through the race now. So, attrition is minimal, but nice to see that so many are still going.
Yeah, the P29, the 98 NAR car, I believe that is, still in the session, but it's saying they're 22 laps down.
Yeah, they are definitely out. I clicked on them like
So
an
they're
hour
out?
ago, and when I was on the server myself, yeah. And you just get a freeze frame of a F1 turn 1, the fast right left-hander S's. And it's just like the engine revving max out, so I think they're just disconnected, but the server's got tripped out with them.
All right. So thank you
unfortunate.
for informing me about that.
Yeah, but I don't know why the server hasn't actually physically removed them, but they are, I'm pretty sure, no longer in the race unless they somehow snuck themselves back in. But they shouldn't be competing, I don't think. But that does unfortunately remove the middle of those 3 NAR cars. It's good to see them. I don't know if you've spoken much about the North American Race Room team as much, but it's their first ever 24 hours, and their first ever endurance race was with GRG last month in the Kyle Army 6 hours. So they are really, just jumping into things. It's kind of odd to see how quickly they've adapted and how willing they were just to throw themselves in the deep end. Because, well, I don't know about you, Ryan, Case. You're new to a game. You've had it for a couple of months. The first thing you're going to do is do a 24-hour naturally.
I mean, sometimes just throwing yourself in the deep end and just trying to get used to competitive racing can sometimes help you improve as a driver. That helped me with iRacing because I did a 3-hour race at Road Atlanta with Thomas Fisher. It helped me improve because I used to be just a go all out 20-minute race type of guy in everything I've done. And now I'm more dialed back, and I would say I'm actually faster now. And I'm not as pushy. Because before I would like, oh yeah, it's oversteer, whatever, that's not gonna really cost me a lot of time, maybe like half a second. But now I'm like, I've really got to take care of the tires, I've got to do this. And I think it's helped me pay off as a driver.
Yeah, it's such a different discipline. And, we talk about disciplines in motorsport, like a Formula 1 car to a GT car to a rally car to a dragster. They're all motorsport, but they're all different disciplines within. But then, like you say, you've got 20-minute sprint races. The longest races that the NAR guys, the race room people, ever do in Race Room is an hour and a half on the Wednesday night specials on their endurance races they have each week. You know, and that is, you know, it's endurance. There's a solo endurance, and for 90 minutes straight is quite a long time. But you know, it pales in comparison to a teamed event. You know, there are no driver swaps in Race Room, and it's, you know, it's an hour and a half. It's not a huge amount of time. You do 6 hours, you get a teammate. You have to go for longer. You do 24. You have to learn to share a car with people, and it's a lot more of a time commitment. But like you say, you start to learn and appreciate a car or a type of driving in a different way, because you're having to, you know, adapt to the car. Like say you're doing 20-minute sprints, you're just going all out. You know, you're not preserving the car or anything. You're just, you know, going as fast as you can. Whereas this is it's very different indeed.
Absolutely. In sim racing, it seems to be adaptability between different cars because, you know, a lot of times you're not just driving the same car over and over again, but you're doing a mix of cars is what I've mostly done and what I see most people do. And if you can adapt well, you can be a good driver, is what I see absolutely throughout most of sim racing. And now we are joining, sorry if I pronounce this wrong, Segar Bakshi?
That's pretty darn close, boss.
I'm surprised about that.
It is a Sagar Bakshi.
All right.
All good. How are you guys doing tonight?
I'm
you
doing
guys can
pretty
take
good.
that up in
How
there
are
for
you?
10 minutes, so go for it.
Yeah, it's been a long one, that's for sure. I mean, I haven't been here for the entire 12 hours, but for most of it I have been, and yeah, it's been a long 12 hours, that's for sure. I've been up since
That is for sure.
I've been up since 7 a.m. Currently it's 8 p.m. Doing nothing but this. Did some race control at the start, and now we're doing this, and it's yeah, it's building up on the exhaustion, that's for sure. I appreciate having Ryan and Dom here coming by for a little bit to kind of pep the energy up, as it's the 37 McLaren having a good little excursion there, cutting through Entree.
Sorry for me asking, but what car are you from? Because I haven't
I'm from the
been...
606.
All right, because I've been driving up until the 7-hour mark, and then my team retired, so...
Oh.
I'm not
sorry
familiar
to
with
hear
that.
that.
Okay, so you're a part of the car
brutal.
who was about to be passed by the car that was the fastest the entire weekend. They're
Is that
running you
the
guys
38?
down right now. The 899 just 1 second behind her at the moment.
Oh yeah.
They've
Sebastian's
been so
car and
fast.
team was on fire. I mean, when I saw the name, I was like,
Whoa.
oh, watch out.
What's happening up here just in front? There's a McLaren. Looks like one of the possibly the NARR cars. Driving rather slowly there, going into maggots, causing the 38.
Whoa.
With a big old checkup, and through comes the 899. Gonna get past them, and now let's see if they can't close down on your guys' team. How's things been going for y'all? I know it's been not been a quiet race, that's for sure, in the 606.
No, it has not. It has not been a quiet race, but we've made our own mistakes that we've forgiven ourselves for, and then we've been involved in mistakes that we've forgiven others for. I mean, this is a 24-hour race, and I think the biggest thing to take away is that this is for charity and this is for fun, and that this is the best thing you should take out of this is the experience of being able to say that you've done a 24-hour race. It's just such a great experience. I'm in the same boat as you guys. You know, I'm planning on doing a 24-hour stream. I've been here since the beginning of free practice because I am the team leader or organizer here. Oh, I'll let you guys commentate on that.
Yeah, going for a dive there to try to squeeze their way through on I think it's maybe the 37 McLaren there to try to squeeze their way through. Maybe it's the 97. I can't tell.
Yeah, a little 2x2.
ACC is hard to
899,
read.
99, 824, and then the 38 back there from what it looks like on my timing sheet.
It's a bit of everything in there.
Yeah, exactly. We've got flap cars, leaders in there, and then someone who's trying to fight us for position eventually.
I've got to
Well,
say,
now you have nobody between you. Now you have it's green light here for Sebastian.
for
He's got
Seb,
nobody to slow him down from catching up to the bumper of your guys' car. Let's see.
He has a very strong team too. I've raced with, or I've at least seen Sebastian Bernier race in a couple things in RCI, and alien pace, a good class driver, good racecraft. But like I said, when I saw that name, whew, got scared. I knew we weren't winning this one. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I mean again, during qualifying they were absolutely outrageous. And at the start of this race, I mean, they were a full second faster than anybody. And once the rain came, they were 2 seconds faster than anybody on an average lap. I mean, it was ridiculous, but unfortunately, they found themselves down the grid because of mechanical issues. Essentially, it's the game has crashed on them every time that they perform a driver swap.
Oh no, my goodness.
Yeah, so they had one of the drivers go to perform a driver swap, and it crashed on them. And so they had to wake up their first driver. They had to get him to wake up and log on and get back in the server, and then just hand the car off after one lap. So ultimately, that excursion and the fact that they ran their car out of gas once, they made a mistake in the pit lane, and they missed their pit box and had to go back
do another
around.
lap. I remember seeing that in the chat. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and so they ended
Seb
up
is doing great, or the 899 team is doing phenomenal with their handicaps that they faced, huh?
Yeah, considering at one point in this race they were 7 laps down. Yeah, they're doing pretty good.
Wow, holy smokes. Okay. They have done a phenomenal job then. Maybe I'll tell my teammate to, hey, maybe let that guy through. He's fighting for his life. But all in all, this has been a great event. I'm planning on staying up until 5:30, 6 o'clock a.m. my time all over again, finishing off the race with all the guys on the team.
Oh, as they come into the pit lane.
The 899's pitting.
Not to interrupt you, they just dove into the pit lane, so that's going to give you guys a little bit of a breather.
Oh,
Do
wow,
we
okay.
have a strategy update from your team? When do you guys expect to be pitting?
Yeah, I'm hoping that's scheduled and you know about it.
It is in the schedule. Actually, let me tab out and I'll give you guys the heads up, but I won't reveal all my secrets. I don't want Seb to hear this. Give me a second. I'm just opening everything up.
Look over to the chat here. We got Bloodwolf discussing about their tires dropping in temperature there. You guys been having any sort of issues with that?
Oh yeah, with punctures and stuff. Sending it over the curbs through Maggots and Beckett's, obviously, and then the turn that actually won is kind of coming up to now. Not this fast right, but the left-hander. You know, when you cut across, you clip that curb again. We've 2 drivers that face pressure loss, myself included. Other than that, it's okay. You just got to be mindful of these curbs that dip into the grass, right? You clip that too hard, it messes with the suspension if your bump stop's too short. You just bottom out the car, and then the wheel doesn't want to have it anymore.
You speak about that. Silverstone's one of the curb heaviest tracks, I'd say. You know, especially Maggots and Beckett's turns 1 and 2 on the F1 side, the right and the left. Also Luffield as well. You're heavily on the curb there. Also coming through Stowe on the exit, you use the curb out there. You sort of have to abuse them around here. And like say, you get cuts very quickly, not just in the tires, but also in the 3 or 4 limit you get in the extension from the game. It's pretty,
100%.
Yeah, it's pretty on the edge around here because you do have to use all the track. It's not like Monza or even Nürburgring where you can play it slightly safe within the limits. Here, it's very inviting to use it all.
Oh, absolutely. For how wide and open Silverstone ends up being, it really reminds me of Brands or, Alton Park or something, where you're going from one edge of the track to the other edge of the track all the time with full-on commitment to make sure that you get a good lap time. You know, if you're not abusing the track limits or you're not abusing the curbs, then you're obviously not going to be up to pace. And then having the car that can even handle those conditions too. You know, we don't even have a Porsche here, do we? Or one Porsche.
The number 16, P16.
Yeah, a very brave man.
Indeed.
Well, you want to discuss
we're
about
down
them.
to-
You want to discuss about them being brave. It's also a 2-man team. There's only 2 of them in that car, and they're going to do the full 24 hours.
Probably because only 2 people wanted to suffer for
There's
24
2 people
hours.
sane enough to do that. And to be fair, though, Juan Antonio is one of those people that does like to put themselves in cars which aren't always the nicest. He seems to be a bit sick in the head sometimes. He does like to give himself a challenge. So fair enough to the guy.
He likes to amuse himself then. So he's a Porsche lover, he's a Honda lover, and then he's probably going to drive the Nissan eventually, huh?
Wouldn't be surprised if that hasn't happened already.
So there is a 15-second time penalty for the 176.
And a warning
In
for dive
third.
bombing for the 77. So that would be P3 with a 15-second penalty, and I don't know where the 77 is. P20 with a warning for dive bombing.
Hey guys,
That's
thank you very
the-
much for having me. I'm going to dip out and go back to my team. We're going to get ready for the pits, okay?
All right, have a good one, mate.
Thanks, brothers. You guys too.
Yeah.
Thanks for the work.
Yeah, curious to see. Like, say, he said there that no one's really had that much of a clear run. Not even the leaders have, they've all come into little sort of moments here and there. Especially the 899 car, which was, Kate says one of the fastest of the weekend, and after many issues, is down in 21st. So, it's never a clear run in endurance races. I don't think I've ever done one, real life or virtual, where something hasn't gone to plan. Something's always gone wrong, at least in every single one at some point. It's kind of frustrating, but over a 24-hour period, you sort of expect something to happen at some point. You just hope it's a very minor thing.
Yeah, there's a certain point where it just becomes, it's going to happen. You want to minimize it. Because it is rare, a lot of times I see, at least in like ACC racing, for something not to happen.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, if you watch the the Le Mans 24, Nürburgring 24, any real life 24 racing, you go into the night or wherever, and you're watching it, and you're just like, at some point that camera's gonna cut, and there's a car in bits. You're just waiting for it. Like, it's gonna happen. There's like a good 80% chance it's gonna happen, or something's gonna be not right. And it's just like who it happens to and when it happens, really. Which is, it's kind of spooky, because I think a lot of people do go in with that sort of mentality, knowing that in a 24-hour race, anything can happen, and it usually does. 6 hours, you're not too worried, but the amount of length of time in the 12 or 24-hour race, it's almost guaranteed that something's going to happen. Even if it's just like, missing a braking point and plowing off into the grass or gravel, little things like that is going to happen. You just got to make sure you can sort of minimize it, or recover from it. But it's tricky to keep your nose clean, isn't it?
One of the things that seems to be an issue, at least earlier when I was in the 750 before I retired, we had some issue with punctures. I got a slow puncture, although that was from avoiding a wreck and going in the grass. Thomas Fisher also got one, and if I'm not mistaken, Derek McCord got one or two.
Yeah, it's so easy to get them, and thank you, Alex, for the follow. But yeah, I mean, the curbs around here are
As Tom
awful.
said, thank you for the follow.
But it's all about management, isn't it? And well, especially in the real world, cars are so reliable that a lot of drivers do treat it as a sprint race. And that's definitely the same in virtual endurance racing. As you go out for your stint, your 1 hour stint, before or 2 hours, however long you're doing it for, depending if you're double stinting tires or whatnot, and you just drive as hard as you can, really. And then you hand it over to the next person, and when you get back in the car, you hope it's still in one piece. But no one really drives conservatively these days. In an endurance race used to be that. In the 60s, 70s, that's why Ford would turn up with 8 cars to Le Mans, because they knew that none of them would really make it back. They were hoping on one making it back, and that'd be it. That's why they brought so many. It used to be a proper demand on the car more so than the driver. But that's never really the case now. Yeah, we see engine failures or mechanicals, but that's more driver induced as opposed to the car actually giving up. So it's quite a feat to see machinery go so long now, and it is now becoming more so driver limited, when it used to be 20-30 years ago very much car limited. And Mania is also following, so thank you for that. I hope I pronounced that right.
I just looked in the 3 different chats. I looked in the OTL. I don't know how far back this is, but thank you to the Alex Rogers for rating with a party of 64.
Oh yeah, we're streaming everywhere, aren't we? I forgot about that.
Yeah, we're on DSRT, GRG eSports, and the OTL channels. And I believe we're also on YouTube, also at GRG eSports.
GRG, yes.
I'm not sure if DSRT or OTL is doing that, but I know we are.
Unaware, but yeah, nice to see that it is everywhere. And yeah, I think a couple of people have raided and are also hosting on their own personal channels as well. So lovely amount of coverage, and that's certainly reflected with the £1,755 that have been raised. Hoping we can at least get 2,000. I think obviously the goal now is set to 5,000, which would be lovely to get, but 2,000 is definitely 2,500 really is definitely obtainable, especially when we come to the end of the race, where I'm sure we'll get a little flurry of donations at the end in the final hours. So
yeah, some of the teams are doing their own streams and getting donations, and then they're gonna forward it to this one. Some of them, if I'm not mistaken.
That is just wonderful. And compared to last year's 12-hour, Casey might have to remind me on the number, but I want to say it was around about £400 to £500 that was raised. For
You'd be
charity.
exactly correct. It was
something around that, wasn't it? Yeah.
$411 because it was $1 for every lap. It was in US dollars, of course, which is worth less than the Great British Pound. So,
190 or so.
What 1,700?
I believe it's like 2,500 or something like that. 2,800 USD.
Is
right now
2,401 US dollars. So
very close.
We're at $2,000 more than we were in the last charity stream.
Which, and of course, we have joined up with OTL to breach that coverage. But yeah, that's a huge amount. So from $400 to $2,000, it's 5 times as much. Can't complain, right? That's decent. That's staggeringly a much larger amount, which is just wonderful. Very happy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's it's
unbelievable. It's great.
You can't say enough. Again, our original goal was 1,000 British pounds. Our original goal last year was 150 US dollars, and we smashed that, right?
Yeah.
But we set a really, really lofty goal for this race. We set 1,000. We thought we were being insane with 1,000 British pounds.
That would have been double what we got last year, and we're not. We're big communities. Well, I say big-ish communities within the racing community as a whole. The 3 communities combined, but then racing isn't a large community. It's not like, the other big campaign globally right now is the sea campaign. Also we had the plant the trees last year, the year before, and now we've got this ocean cleanup.
Hashtag
Team
Seas,
going on, and that's obviously doing literal waves.
I think that they're at 4.5 million raised, and just in 24 hours.
But obviously, you've got some big names. I'm not sure there's anyone who hasn't heard of that. So you'd expect that to do as well as it is, and obviously, I'm glad it's doing as well as it is. But
yeah, absolutely,
you would expect it to be doing that. Whereas,
Mr. Beast and Mark Rober and everyone who's come together for that, to be able to spread the way that they have with that is definitely fantastic. The Team Trees was huge, right? Going for $20 million was insane, but now they're going for $30 million. Is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and they've been able to pull in big companies like one of the ocean liner companies. I think it's like Royal Britannia or something like that. Donated a stupid amount. Like $500,000 or something like that. I don't know. Obviously they can because they're a big organization and they do operate in the the sector that they're trying to clean up. Yeah,
and then Mark Rober, he gave $100,000 of his own money. Mr. Beast did it was kind of funny. He posted so Mark Rober did 110,000. So,
He
some
did
company
11.
did 100,000. So Rober did 110,000, and then Mr. Beast came in at $100,011. Like he
Yeah,
came in
that's
at
it, just one
$1
extra,
more
wasn't
than
it?
Mark Rober. And then YouTube is doing $400,000 to it.
Yeah,
Like,
of course.
they're doing it. It's
actually,
it's
YouTube is
crazy
over, isn't
the coverage that is getting. Like it's just insane.
All right, I am back again. I went a glass of water and my sweater.
I will say though, those trash machines that they're building is pretty cool.
Oh, I really enjoyed Mike's video on the on the dam, the ocean robot that just conveyor belts it into things.
Like, that's a really good idea. Like that's insane.
And
Like,
it's really simple as well. It just sits there in the river and has
Yeah.
like a line and just guides all the trash into it. It doesn't even do
not,
anything.
it's not a net. It's not so it's not hurting really anything, right? Like
No.
it's
Just hope no fish sort of get caught up in it. But
Oh, Sebastian has joined the chat. Welcome in, Sebastian, after the driver swap. Major stint by you, by the way. Sorry, we're kind of going off on a tangent here. We'll get back to that in a second, but yeah, Sebastian definitely the disconnects hurt a lot. I mean, enough can't be said about how much that hurts, right? You guys were up front. You guys had the dominating car all weekend, and to find yourself well down the grid, currently running 21st, definitely is unfortunate. I mean, you guys are firing away at the fastest. We were just talking about it not too long ago. You guys were a full 2 seconds quicker per lap at the start of the race. Like, it was insane how much faster you guys were in the 899 McLaren.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
So yeah, I mean, enough can't be said about the pace of that car at the start of this race, but
What is the gap to the leader to the 899? Around 10 minutes, right? 5 laps?
let's see exactly.
Right,
So,
so
the
they were
leader's on
7
lap
down.
350. They're on 345. Yeah, I would say it's right about 10 laps directly.
All right.
They're or 5 laps. They're about 4 seconds from going to 5 laps down. So they're 4 laps and 99% of them on their lap.
So they have just got that one back then, I believe, because they were just over 5 laps last
Yes,
time.
yeah, I do believe that they just got that back.
Be tricky to get those 5 laps. I mean, they'll probably be able to get another 1 or 2, I think.
I mean,
Come
hey,
the end of
there's
the race.
12 hours left.
True, anything can happen. Yeah, especially when the
Yes.
gaps become quite large, it can be difficult to claw that back. And obviously, the further up you go, the harder it becomes as the average pace improves through each car. But yeah, Sun expects that 899 car to improve. There's so many McLarens.
I've got to say,
It's
the
mad.
899 has had an absolutely impressive drive so far. Even when I was in the car, them lapping me, they had pace, and you could tell. So, hats off to the 899 drivers for just,
Always,
being that fast.
it's always annoying when you're driving, you're thinking, oh yeah, I'm going hella quick, and then someone just breezes past you like it's nothing, and you're like, wow, what am I doing?
Martin
Absolutely.
comes in
Yeah.
with a £20 donation for the HSP Brussels Sprouts crew. That now brings them up to 40 in total. Much
No
appreciated.
sleep.
Yep,
you.
and he wants to sleep.
No, you stay up.
Yeah, you're gonna... Sorry, we're gonna have to force you to stay up here?
Yep, you've done half. You can
Oh,
do
this
another
is for
50%.
position here. As we're just talking there, the HSP Brussels Sprouts car is now looking to be
Oh, it's
passed.
wide.
Coming down into the village section side by side, the 2 Lexuses. Is it
Lexi.
Lexuses or Lexi?
Always Lexi.
Lexi, the 2 Lexi side by
Yeah,
side.
Lexus versus Lexus should be a fairly equal battle here.
Through
Yeah,
goes the
they-
606 now, and the 666 gonna fall back another spot. Actually, they got caught out by the Aston Martin, the 38 sneaking their way through, who's trying to run down the car that is, if I switch cameras here, right there. That McLaren that you see there is trying to be ran down by the Aston that's behind us, and then the Lexus behind the Aston is trying to run down the Lexus we're on board with. Really confusing. But 2 battles happen simultaneously between 4 cars on one spot of the racetrack. And they have, it's 2 completely separate battles. They're on entirely
2
separate
laps,
laps.
Yeah.
It's
it's always,
really, really, really wild. It's been happening like this for the last almost hour. These cars have been racing like this. It's been wild.
Yeah, it's
I've
always
got to say
tricky
the
when
60.
you're, Go ahead.
The 606 has an amazing livery. I've got to say.
Mm.
America United, I believe the team name is. Yes. It's a beautiful livery, I've got to say. So many people have put hard work in, as I said earlier, and
I mean, there was a livery competition, and as soon as you make it a competition, you know, people just
Oh,
sort of
yeah.
engage, and they're like, "Oh, must win."
yeah,
Which is good
absolutely.
because yeah, people put some very solid effort into these liveries, and it does show. You know, there's some very creative designs out there.
As Mato Calori says, the endurance spirit is that you keep on going. I'm gonna have to agree with that.
Yeah, never give up, really.
Yeah, I mean that applies to a lot of things. Just don't
Yeah,
give up.
literally, it's all in the in the mentality, and you know, you set aside the time in the weekend to do this, and even though you may not win anything, or you know you're going to finish lower down the order, you can always learn and try other things, and see if you can, maybe you've never double stinted or never triple stinted tires before. You can give that a go. I'm sure you ask the team, they won't be, they won't say no to it, because at that point, you can sort of use it as a test bed for other things, and the next endurance you do, you come in better prepared. So you can always make use of the time. Maybe if you're in a Discord call, also we have the channels in this Discord for everyone to be in if they want to, but a fair few teams are in their own channels or private calls. You can just bring in a music bot, put the music on, and have a chill time. As long as you're still safe out there and not causing incidences, doesn't really matter what you're doing, quite frankly. To be honest, as long as you're still maintaining a good driving standard, I'm sure there are people vibing out there at the moment, just having a good time.
Yeah, and we are $225 away from the next goal, which would be a 20-minute reversed race on a public server, I believe it is.
When they say reverse, does that mean do the track backwards or do the race in reverse gear?
I don't know. That would be a question for either Cracker or Guru, I believe.
Now, what would be better, though? Like,
I mean, the reverse gear would just take forever, but it's a timed race, 20 minutes,
so... It doesn't
so...
really matter, yeah, true. If it was 20 laps, you're clicking at 60 Ks backwards, you'd be pretty annoyed. But if anyone's ever driven the forklift, you'll know that reverse steer, or steering from the back, is horrendous.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You've got to be very light with it, otherwise it will just fling around on you. If you're trying to go into the Monza chicane at turn 1 backwards, not going to happen. You'll turn in and it'll do like a reverse Scandi flick on you every time. So.
And then I don't know which donation goal this is, but one of them's a 12-hour race one-handed at Bathurst for Guru, I think it is.
That is the 5,000, yeah.
That is a 5K? Alright.
Is he allowed to switch hands at any point, or is it just he's got to choose one and stick with it?
He's got to choose one. He can use the other to change, like buttons on the wheel, but he cannot downshift or upshift with the other hand and stuff like that.
That
would be pain.
Yeah, wow. I mean, fair enough.
And we're seeing a battle for position here between the 101 and the 305, I believe that is, the Aston Martin. It's currently 4/10ths between the two for P8.
And let's see that we have such close battles after 12 hours. It's crazy that cars can be still together.
Is that a drive-through for the 28?
It is a drive-through for the 28.
Yes, that is.
For track limits or speeding of something of the sort. As they're now in second position behind the 100 and still have the drive-through.
Indeed, there's nothing in race control, so I do believe that's going to be game given. So it will be track limits.
That is a rough pill to swallow.
The 100s also had a drive-through, if I'm not mistaken. So
they did, This is true.
So
Yeah, they
that's
have
somewhat
served it.
evened
The
out.
100 has served their drive-through.
Yeah, this was a good while ago, wasn't it? But I
And
mean,
here's
you
the
only
28
get
in the pits.
you only get a couple of you only get three warnings, don't you? So, and does that reset at any point, or is it 3 for the 24 hours?
It's
three for the
24
entire
hours.
24 hours, but if you get a drive-through, it resets and you get 3 more.
Naturally, yeah. But exactly, I don't think you can expect anyone to not get a drive-through for track limits during this race. At least 2, I'd say. I mean,
101
Sure.
looking for an overtake here. Extending way off the racetrack there, trying to keep this position is the 305. They come racing down into Abbey. They're going to try to go up towards Village. Let's see if the 101 can manage to outbrake down here. Not quite close enough to be able to make a lunge.
quite equally matched cars, obviously. Top 2 are Bentley's 3rd and 5th. Aston Martin's and 6th is a Bentley. So obviously the cars which are seemingly the most powerful around this track. And I think a lot of people knew that coming into this race anyway. But yeah, very equally matched cars.
The British power for sure up front.
British
and then,
bias,
and then,
let's go.
And then you also throw in the AMG up there, and then you have 8 of the top 9 are all running the AMG engine.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
Typical
shout out to the
Brits,
54 Audi team there, who have really managed to stand out, if you will, as the only mid-engine car in the top 9, and bringing that Audi / Lamborghini engine up towards the front.
Non-German, yeah. Non-German engine. Because it is a Lamborghini branded engine, isn't it?
I'm not sure if the Lamborghini has an Audi branded engine or if the Audi has a Lamborghini
which way does it go?
engine.
I don't know. Obviously they are the same. I just didn't know who. Yeah, technically.
I mean,
owns
shoot,
the
they probably
engine.
both have Volkswagen branded engines for all we know.
Wouldn't be surprised.
And in chat, TNT Pain 1 is asking if we can see car 77 on the stream. That is
I thought that was
P20.
Oh, it's P20. I thought that one had left. But it's not. It's 5 seconds away from the 666, which I don't think you want to get near with it being spooky season. But I'm sure that comment's already been made earlier in this race, and it will. Well, unfortunately, I think it's going to get hunted down by that 899 car. I don't think anyone can
And
really
we
do
get a
anything
donation here.
Stop that. From
Aquapax Racing.
Oh,
yes, Aquapax Racing 54. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, and
yes,
thank you for making this event possible by joining.
Yeah, I appreciate it indeed. I don't know. It's like 2 a.m. for me, and I just read that first word. And
Contact
my
a little bit there.
Oh, the 101 and 305.
Moving the 305 out of the way goes the 101. You're going to try to sneak on through at loop. Now I'm going to try to carry that speed down the Wellington straight and prevent any sort of charge back at Brooklyn's. Going to get it done.
I'm not sure we have that data because we haven't really kept track of pit stops, and I'm not sure if we have access to like lap history and lap timing history.
Correct. Yeah, there really is no way to keep track of the last time that was a driver pit. It's kind of an unfortunate part of ACC. They don't have that info in the game.
And back on the track limits conversation, it is definitely there, and it is at times can be strict. Because I got quite a bit of my time in the car, no time gained. But then we got 1 warning, and it's because I spun through, I believe it is Maggots and Beckett's? I spun through the runoff area, just slid through, and it gave me a cut track. So that was an interesting penalty. Well, warning. But overall, it's been, at least from the 750's perspective before our retirement, we were pretty respective of the track limits.
Yeah, so the general way that track limits works in this game is that it varies per person, right? It goes based off of the fastest lap that you've set on the racetrack. And so, like, if you in Sector 3 are consistently slow, then you have worse chance. Like you can cut the track less, basically. The faster you are, the more you can cut the track, because the less you gain from cutting the track. It's kind of the way that it works. And yeah, so the faster lap times you set, the less you'll have to worry about it.
It's an interesting way of doing it.
It is. It's very, very weird. And so like, yeah,
Like,
so like,
it does make sense, but it also doesn't. Like, I understand the concept they're going for, but that seems like a lot of algorithm to sort of figure
well,
out.
so something that you can kind of game it eventually at a certain point. Because whenever the tires get so worn, you're slower anyway, right? But because it registers off your fastest lap, you can cut certain sections, or in these events of tracks that have changing conditions, right? So if you go from a dry race to a wet race, well, it takes your dry time. So you can cut a lot more of the track in the wet because you're already slower. So you can go and you can cut a lot more of the track, get away with it, because you just won't gain time on your fastest lap that you've ever set. And that's where it gets really broken. It's not in of itself a bad way to look at it. It's kind of similar to how they would do it in real life. Of, oh, well, you know, you don't gain any time versus what you normally run. It's not that big of a deal. We'll just give you a warning, whatever, or you know, don't do it. A no time gain type of thing. But, yeah, in the game, whenever you have the changing track conditions, it can be manipulated, and so it's not ideal by any means.
Yeah, very strange. Whilst you're saying that, the 23 car Hopwood just had a stop-go 30, which is not appeared in race controls. I'm not quite sure what that was for. And you wouldn't get that for speeding in the pits, would you?
I believe that a
30?
stop go 30 is what you get for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh, that is harsh.
Very
I
harsh.
thought it was just a drive.
Is this tax deductible with 5 British pounds? I appreciate the meme name. I'll give you that.
To
Well,
bring
if
up
you
the
create
point
a
of
bit of
what,
art with it, then it might be.
yeah, true. As
It's
someone
a-
said in the general chat, that they're a steward in another league, and the team here is doing a good job, and it's often not thanked as a role. So I do want to say thank you to all the stewards for doing your best job and basically keeping everyone at bay and just doing what you're doing.
Indeed, Mr. Ethan Lawrence, the main boy, has been doing most of it, and then Case and Ramiro as well, who've been side hands. I had my input on like 2 or 3 incidences, and that was me done for the day.
Yeah,
But
I had to do
yeah.
the first hour, and yeah, it's not fun. Doing race control is not fun.
Yeah,
I
I'd rather
had
talk
an
smack
issue,
about people.
and Ethan ended up just having it not too long ago where the game crashed while
Yeah.
you're reviewing an incident. And so whenever the game crashes, well, now you no longer have access to the replays. So it becomes really awkward, and that's why it's nice to have all the stewards or commentators or whatever, as many of them as you
Also
can
saving,
connected, because then they can just save it and send it to you via Google file, Google Cloud. It makes it way nicer, like, to be able to do that. But then while you're reviewing that replay, well, now you're still not getting the replay of the live race that's happening. So now any incidents that happen while you're reviewing the incidents that have already happened, you then need to get sent another replay for, and it was chaotic at the start. Literally, I had to get sent the replay twice, just to be able to catch up on what was happening. And we still ended up at the end, we were missing 3 laps. From lap 48 to lap 51, we could not find it anywhere. But fortunately, we ended up getting it sent to us and able to use it, which allowed us to get, because of course we missed lap 48 to 51, and of course there was 6 incidents in those 3 laps. So
Of course, and that's the thing. When you're doing other things, you get backlogged pretty quickly. That's why there's, F1 races, at least 6 stewards. But then they've got all the computers and technology in the world anyway, so they never get backlogged. So when you've only got 4 or 5 people trying to keep on top of it all, it gets pretty jumbled pretty quickly. And yeah, like you say, you're focusing on an incident, and then by the time you finish with that, you've got 2 laps, worth of racing to catch up before you get back to sort of the live period. And yeah, if there's lots going on, you just get, you get logged, and it becomes very like a motorway in rush hour. Just everything sort of stops, and or like an old PC, you got to do everything very methodically, one at a time, and it's just But it's a process really, and hopefully things like this. We've had quite a quiet time, over the last sort of hour or so. It's
777's
definitely
found
died down.
themselves off the racetrack. Trying to recover here at Abbey.
I'm gonna. That's
Whoa!
Whoa!
That's gonna be an unsafe
That was an
rejoin.
unsafe rejoin.
That's gonna be an unsafe rejoin for the 777. Someone's gonna report that, cause you cut straight across the grass and then make contact. That's an unsafe rejoin.
Yep.
It is paved like it is for a reason. Please, drivers, don't cut across the grass. It's paved like it is for a reason. Follow the guidelines whenever you're off the racetrack until you see the green. There's a green strip. Oh, I'm braking really early. Now the 777.
Looks in, hey.
But there's green strips along the racetrack here at Silverstone, and those are the spots where you're supposed to rejoin. That's why they're green. That's literally what they are for. Is that's where you rejoin if you go off the racetrack. You do not cut across the grass at any point.
Yeah, well, going into Village and Arena there on the left-hand side, there's actually a complete break in grass, AstroTurf, gravel, everything. There's actually a bit of paved tarmac there on the left-hand side, which is the rejoin for that corner. It's just a complete break in off-track material, and that's where you're meant to rejoin because you're past the apex at that point. I mean, you can rejoin safely onto the racing line from the outside. But that's why we do track walks. Obviously, you can't really do that in a sim, but that's why you do track walks. If you've ever done a real life event, then they're very useful for learning things like that. It's one of the reasons, if you've ever seen Kimmy get lost at Interlagos, is because when he did his track walk, those gates were open there for the support paddock, and then he went and did it in the race, and the gates were closed. So he got lost basically.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
A reminder from race control that drivers should only be blinking their lights, their headlights, when overtaking another car.
As opposed to when else would they be doing it?
I mean, people have been flashing under braking just randomly, just on straights when losing time.
Maybe they just want to say hi.
I know, right? But yeah, I completely understand the no flashing under braking.
Oh yeah. What time is it in game?
In game, it is 1:32 a.m.
32 a.m. Well, so that means we've had the allotted moment in time where they had to flash their lights down the hangar. Then.
Yeah, we've had both 9:30 in game and that was somewhat of an off track. Yeah, that's pushing them off too. The 32.
Yeah, Ferrari. The Lamborghini just really tried to get down the inside there of the McLaren or the Aston Martin, and
yeah, the 305 there.
Contact there as well.
Quick and clear cut ruling there. As we're watching these two cars racing. Oh, and there's more contact.
Whoa, contact!
Big contact. 32 running wide into the 305. Now squeeze in retaliation from the Aston Martin.
Oh, a little bit more door check. I mean, this is rough and large racing, but man, back off. We don't need to. Oh, and the 305 is just going
there's a track extension
deep
right
off the racetrack.
Hey, it's taking my line.
I mean, that's something that's reportable on the part of the 32. That is something that is reportable.
This is they
use the track extension to defend their line. That is something that is reportable.
Indeed, it looks like Lamborghini's got a much better run though, coming out of Beckett's. And Chapel coming down.
Oh, and the 899 McLaren's coming up too. We're gonna go 3 wide down towards Stowe.
You're not part of this battle. Back out. Just give it a moment, my dude. Just let these two self-destruct or something, and then you can get involved. I don't know, but again,
I mean, like legitimately though, you just watch these two door bang each other for half a lap. Yeah, you don't try to be overly aggressive.
No.
You let them do their thing. They're gonna take each other out. Here we go. 32 on the switchback. Down into club. See if you can make it stick, forcing the 305 wide.
Another off track.
More contact.
I mean, this is just this. I mean, at this point, it's just good hard racing, right? Like,
Yep.
like
Yeah,
neither one
is-
of them can report each other because they've both door checked each other.
Yep.
Yeah,
At this point, it's fair play. You're asking
Indeed,
for
and
it.
that McLaren behind is a lap, no, 2 laps down, I believe, but it's probably the quickest out of all 4 that has now become a
As
four-way
now
train
it
here.
just disrupted the battle here, hurting the 305. So the Lamborghini gonna go and find its way through. Now it's gonna try
Big
to get
time.
itself another car in
That's a
between with the
99.
99 McLaren and try to put them
Yeah.
behind. Oh, had to make the
Under
move under
braking.
braking there to not run over the back.
Yeah,
Get
Jeff
it done. Now
Lacey
there's-
just untightening the steering wheel there just to go a bit wider. Thankfully, I think that 32 would have hit Jeff Lacey there had he continued to turn in for the corner there. But yeah, like you say, a stop go 10 for the 777 for that incident we saw earlier. But yeah, the 899 car, the fastest out of all 4, I'd say here, just trying to work its way through and immediately disrupting the 32 and the 305's battle. That gap already 2.5 seconds. From the arena section, they've only done a third of the lap, and that gap has opened quite a fair margin.
Sorry to cut in, but the 777 is serving its 10-second stop-go now.
Getting that over and
Yeah,
done
that, I think that was a
quickly.
pretty quick, clear decision for the stewards.
Yeah, there's no
Um,
denying that was an
It is,
unsafe rejoin.
unsafe rejoin. Yeah, exactly.
That's
You can-
that's literally the definition of one right there.
Yeah, there's no ambiguity in that. Indeed, yeah. If you ever read a textbook, it'll be like, "Here's not what to do." There's your example. Just don't do that,
Exactly.
really.
Quick question: would I be able to get the streamer rule in case I need to change channels at any point?
Yeah,
'Cause-
sure.
All right, yeah, because I just had the GRG
Oof.
eSports team
So much
channel one.
dust getting thrown up there. But yeah, like, also you were saying about the curbs and your tires getting, worn down and punches, but through Maggers and Beckett's, if you don't take the curbs, you lose 2 to 3 temps instantly by not taking the curbs through that section. There's, if you avoid them, there's nothing you can do. There's no way of getting that time back. You have to take the curves to get the tighter line. It's kind of cruel, especially through this section. You see they were taking the curbs on both left and right, and also through the outer
Ooh,
curb was a
taking
bit
the
too much.
anti-cup.
A bit too much curb there from the Aston. Yeah, again shoved out wide, and that's got to be hopefully it'll be a no time gain for them. And yep, taking the curb again through that right hander. So going deep.
As I go
into the
wide
arena.
through Village,
But you have to take the curbs around here every single time. It's not really a track where you can stay away from them. No wonder why so many people are getting punctures and quite frankly terrible tire wear, because you're even on the exits here you're just running the curb all the time.
Yep.
Potential look to the inside from 606, backing out of it just for a moment.
Hey, Dom, Mr.
Mr. Ryan,
GRG commentator.
you are.
How is my? I've never done commentating. This is my first time. How is my commentating for my first time ever doing it?
Wonderful. I am enjoying your insight.
I mean, I have some
It's
driving
actually pretty
insight
decent,
too.
to be fair. It's always helpful actually when you get a.
Yeah, I drove during a bit of the
Hmm.
well, actually not during the rain, and mostly during the during the daytime. I have some experience in practice at the night, so I can give some insight.
Yeah, that's exactly why we we have interviews, because there's
Oh,
someone
there's car
off.
stops at the
That is
inside
the
of Chapel.
23 car. That'd be Hopwood in one of the McLarens in the tail
That would
end
be
of the field.
P28.
There you go. Probably just had a moment coming out of Maggers and Beckett's, but safely rejoined.
14 laps down.
Yeah, struggling for them.
As it's showing the 75 car 357 laps down for some reason.
Yeah, not quite sure what that's about.
We were having a battle with them earlier, me and the 750 and the 75. I think it was the 75. Might have been the 73. It was the pink Merc.
Possibly. But yeah, that's why we have interviews, isn't it? To get insight from drivers who are out there. And if you've ever watched the Sky Sports F1 broadcast, they have who do they have? Nico Rosberg, Kroon Chandok, Paul de Resta.
I mean, they have Brundle too. As the 23 goes around,
23 goes off. Brundle, obviously. They have Anthony Davison, who's a race driver, obviously not F1. Who else? Who's Jensen Button from time to time as well. So that's 6 in their lineup.
Oh, he's in the dirt again. He's just parked it.
Parked it. I think just getting a safe rejoin.
Yeah,
which is
I mean,
the right
absolutely.
thing to do there. Lovely. And that was a lovely little replay then of what that was about. So yeah, I assume just sort of keeps the.
It's better to lose a slight bit of time and have a safe rejoin drive
potential
through.
Penalty, exactly. From the unsafe.
I mean that, and also it's the responsible thing to do.
Exactly, and they are multiple laps down, unfortunately, from the car ahead. So didn't really lose
15 laps down now to the leader.
Probably, yeah. So they didn't exactly lose them a huge amount. So yeah, not the end of the world. But yeah, 6 commentators or 6 people in their lineup for Sky Sports who are racers or ex-racers. There's a reason why they have them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it definitely provides
I mean that, and also they can,
insight.
even if they haven't driven the current gen F1 cars, they can give some better insight than someone who hasn't.
Exactly, and they'll still understand the track, at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll
or
understand the intricacies.
Or how it works in general. Just how, because to be an F1, you gotta be good. Even if you're a paid driver and you're off the pace, you're better than most people still. In most cases.
Yeah, they're better than like me and you would ever be. But
absolutely.
We rate them against other racing drivers and we think they're shit. So not good. So. And he wasn't actually bad in F2.
Enough to get the super license. Like, you gotta be decent.
Yeah, without his in-car accident that we all saw on Instagram, if he hadn't had that, no one would hate him. He'd just be a normal dude. I think he would start getting hate for being off the pace a little bit, because quite frankly, he is. But without his sort of questionable moment, everyone would just go, paid driver, and just be annoyed. But no one would hate him.
Yeah, I mean, well, the kind of thing is though, is that it's been shown that whole thing in the car that was shown on Instagram or whatever was not his first incident like that. To be fair, he has a history of that type of stuff, and so does his family. But yeah, I mean, definitely that doesn't help anything at all.
Yeah, his dad is very close buddy with Putin, so
so that's gonna naturally draw some people to hate you.
But yeah, that's the thing. He came second in GP3 in 2018 with ART. Then he came third in F3 Asia in the Winter Series of 19 and 20. And then he came 5th in 2020 Formula 2. But in that season, you had Mick Schumacher, who won, Callum Ilott, who came 2nd, Sonoda, who came 3rd, and Schwartzman, who came 4th.
Is
Nikita,
it Ilott?
Ilott, yeah.
I thought it was Ilott.
Ilott.
I've always heard it pronounced
Callum Ilott.
In the UK, we call it Ilott.
That's the only pronunciation I've heard.
Yeah. But
I've
I mean,
never
to come
heard it either.
5th out of, those 5 other drivers, 2 of them are in F1. Ilott is got IndyCar now, hasn't he? And Schwartzman is, still pretty well respected. To come 5th out of all them is, it's not bad. He came ahead of Guan Yu Zhou, Lundgaard, Delatraz, Giotto, Tictum, Jack Aitken, all of them. He didn't do a bad
Lundgaard's
job.
finding his way towards Formula 1 or towards IndyCar as well.
Yeah, I did see that.
It'd be nice to see Schwartzman in F1 sometime. I think that'd be an interesting entry.
Yeah, Nikita didn't do a bad job. He's just, questionable off-track
So
excursions.
the 75 car, the one that is 361 laps down, is in. It is the 75. However, I believe that is due to a rejoin that they're 360 laps down.
I have a feeling the 98 is also in as well. I think they've snuck back in.
No. Jared got in the car early on, and he did not have a good day. to say the
more
least.
hazardous-
There's a reason why they're 20 laps down. Because they were at no point removed from the race.
Oh, were they not? Oh,
No,
maybe I was
No,
just tripping
Jared
earlier.
Jared got removed from the car.
Oh, I did see that. Yes. Is he allowed back in?
Yeah, he's allowed back in as long as he gets himself
Just-
sorted.
A moment to cool down. That's fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he wasn't having a good time. He was
Yeah.
angry with himself and angry with this overall. He wasn't having a very good time. It was you could just tell. The car
I've
was
raced against him in
car
the
was
past, and I
terrible.
know he is a good, clean driver.
But yeah, in race room, he is a very solid driver, and that's part of the challenge. You can sort of compare this to IRL, where drivers go do F1, they then go do IndyCar, they go do WEC, they go do NASCAR. Different disciplines. It's very similar to this. You're doing race room, GT3 racing, which has its set of physics. And then you go to ACC, and speaking of one of the NAR guys, it looks like
Both
the
of them.
97.
And on the 99, so
Yeah,
it's
two
two NAR
NARs,
cars.
actually.
This is the battle for the team championship here, 22nd
Indeed.
overall.
It's a drive-through for the 37 Mason then. and
So
27th,
what happens
unfortunately.
if they wreck each other? Do they report?
I don't think they would.
I would.
Hey, I mean, you never know.
Like if Insbury here in the 99 just makes like some ridiculously swerve block and takes out Matty Byrne, does Matty report him? Or he'd be like, he's teammate, we're all
It's
good.
chill. Nah, I still report it all the same. I don't know. Let's hope that it doesn't come to that. But it looks like Matty Byrne is the quicker of the two, and
Around the
indeed to the
outside.
outside. Not looking like there's any team orders right now, but possibly the cutback for the 99. Maybe he did actually let the 97 go there. Oh, I've got hiccups. Saying that, dear. Ugh. Too many jump scares in the film. I'm gonna blame it on that. But yeah, 97 making its way then past Emsbury, and they are multiple laps down on the 77 according to that graphic on the left hand side. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but alas, they are doing a good job though for race room drivers. They are doing a very solid job to get themselves stuck in a 24-hour race.
Where is the other DSRT team? Or are you doing that? Alright.
Yeah, it's nice to see so many drivers in the team's voice channels below us at the bottom of the Discord, and a lot of them are sharing screens. If you have a look at the 899, they've got some live timing data page open at the moment.
Sorry just to cut in, but he's saying that he cannot
I
access
got
the
it.
channel still.
Yeah, I got it.
Not
Alright.
thanks, yes. And everyone else is just streaming their respective onboards to the rest of the team.
Yeah,
is fair
onboards, data.
Yeah,
all
data
that.
from the 899, and I'm looking at this freeze frame that Discord gives you, and it looks
Fairly advanced.
I wouldn't say
I'm not gonna nose
complicated,
into
but
their data,
I
but
really want to click on it and see what's going on. But also, I mean, that's saying like anyone could just hop in there. 'cause
so
they
two
could-
new things from Race Control.
No, so
is it locked?
they're private channels where only the team can
Ah.
see them.
Oh, I probably shouldn't have blurted that out then, should I?
Nah.
That they've got data.
Nah, yeah, only their team can see.
Or at least I need that team to see
The
it.
chat.
Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
matter
I see the
because-
Lux channel now.
I mean, in my case, I'm not racing anymore.
Although I
Dom's
like whatever this
commentating.
panel is that the 899 team's got going on. I need
Yeah,
you
they've
guys to
got
send me this panel.
they've
If
got some serious
Sebastian,
stuff
if you're
there,
still
haven't
if you're
they?
still in this chat, send me this panel you guys are using because that
They-
looks really useful.
There's a
So
lot of boxes
updates
in there.
from
for
Race
data.
Control. Lap 353, turn 17, between the 305 and 899, no further action. Lap 358, turn 14, number 32, 305, and 889. Dangerous driving. Warning for dangerous driving for the 305 car.
5. Warning for bit dangerous driving. I don't know if we were watching. I think we were as that was happening. Whenever they were slicing and dicing all over the place.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure that was into Stowe, if I'm not mistaken.
We're watching
Down,
here on the 151
here.
as they're following the 606 Lexus just up the road. Gonna try to jump that position relatively quickly, you would hope. I mean, these two have, like, this mid pack here between like 16th and 21st just keeps on shuffling. Like, just take the car and put them in a different order. It doesn't really matter. They always end up near each other. And so it's been really, really fun to watch here during this middle section of the race. I mean, of course, now we're well over halfway through this race. Now we're closing up on almost 11 hours remaining, which is just ridiculous. We've been here for so long. And if I go and I have a look at the Dream Team schedule, you're gonna be stuck with me. Those of you who are watching, you'll be stuck with me for another 2 hours, and that's whenever Guru should be returning to do some broadcasting, along with maybe Rob coming back as well towards the end of the stream. So you'll be stuck with me here for still 2 more hours. Unfortunate for you guys, but
there is a schedule.
yes, we do have a schedule.
All right, I see this. So it is. What time is it? EST. It is. My computer's stuck in Pacific time no matter what I do, so I can't change it to Eastern.
Oh, we have a UTC.
No, I'm not joking. And then I go and change it, and it's like no. So I try to change it in like command prompt and all that, and in PowerShell, it's like you don't have admin permissions.
Oh, defending
I'm
big
confused.
old lunge here from the 151. Gonna miss the corner. Change the camera. Wouldn't let me change the camera. There we go. Big old lunge there from the 151.
Edit this document.
And the 606 snuck his way back through. Yeah, you can just edit it as you wish.
I'll do it. I'll edit it.
Flashing the headlights now at the 606. Probably angry. The slight move into the braking zone from the 606. Wasn't really anything egregious, but there was a slight move, which would have resulted in panic from the 151, I imagine.
Okay, so 2100 in about an hour, I believe it is. Guru will be on.
Well, that's the point. The clocks go back for me. Has that happened?
Oh yeah, I haven't checked
Yeah, it
that.
should have happened. Oh, door checking, and the 606 is
big
going
check.
off.
Oh, sorry about that. 2 hours. It is
Deep.
2300 Eastern. So in
Deep
2
into
hours,
turn
Guru will be
one.
on.
Daylight saving time ends? Oh, is that today? Oh, is that tomorrow? I'm so confused.
Now rejoining, and this is Slow McLaren pulling out of the way. I think that was the NAR 98 team.
Oh, I think it's happened.
Yeah, it should have already happened, I do believe, for you guys. It would have been at 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's now, because that's the thing, is it's now 10 past 2 for me, and I'm thinking, does that
Okay,
happen?
yeah, then it flashed back.
Yeah, I did not clock that at all.
I gotta say, even though I'm not done commentating, thank you for making my first time ever doing it fun and enjoyable, the two of you.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure. I've had to go through my Snapchat messages to figure out, like, the timing, because it's gone, like, you know...
Are you on
1 a.m.
Snapchat that much, Dom?
I was just messaging a friend. She was gonna donate. She's gonna donate in the morning. I was convincing. Very kind.
Very kindly
Very kind.
asking.
Yeah,
not at all
donate
threatening.
or I hate you kind of thing. Yeah, it was like, you know, it's like 1 a.m. 58 minutes, 7 minutes, 1 a.m. 2 minutes, and I'm like, yeah, that would be some.
We're gonna jump up to
So,
the top
yeah.
of the field here. Get a little bit of a rundown with just over 11 hours left to go. Team number 100 is currently in the lead. They've obviously they had that drive-through penalty not too long ago, but they managed to overcome it and are now in the lead. Of course, the 28 in second place now, who was leading, they managed to get their own drive-through penalty. They've put themselves now down about 35-40 seconds off of the lead. And then you have just down the field from them 15 seconds, but with a 15-second penalty, the 176 team. So it equals a 30-second gap here between first and second, about 30 to 40 seconds. Second to third is about 30 seconds. So the gaps are growing up near the front of the field, where not too long ago they were at just about 10 seconds between the top 2 and 30 seconds between the top 3. Now we're looking at a minute to a minute and a half between the top 3.
I don't think the 176 served their penalty on their last.
No, yeah, they didn't. They still had that 15-second tick next to their name, so they'll serve that eventually.
And yeah, it's funny about the stream because I've been told by friends that I'm doing a good job, and I haven't even told them I'm on here. So interesting, they found that, especially when they don't really do sim racing. So
Yeah, here got stalkers, Ryan. Went
Yeah.
down. As again,
it's
kind
probably
of the
because I'm hosting
silent,
it.
the silent team here has been Aquapax Racing. I mean, they're in 4th place, and again, as we were going through earlier, you know, they're really the only mid-engine car that have found themselves consistently at the front of the field. So, quite impressive, to be honest.
Are they the only Audi? Was there another Audi a bit further down?
I believe they're the only Audi.
Hmm.
At least the only Audi at the
Yeah, and
top.
then
Let's see if there's one at the, one at the bottom. There's not. So
Yeah,
they're,
I haven't
they're
heard
the only
they,
active Audi. I don't know if there was one at the start, but they're the only active Audi.
Yeah.
And to have
Yeah, I
this
haven't
car
heard
running P4.
anything from them the entire race. You're right. They're just sort of there, you know.
Yep, they've been nice and quiet. They've been the best of the rest. You know, outside the top 3, they've just been quiet. They've been good. They've been running their line, and 11 hours remaining. They're chilling in P4.
Not a bad place to be. Not at all.
One moment, I will be back.
He will return at some point. Still 2.5 seconds between 19th and 20th, the 606 and the 666. Yeah, they're just sort of equal distance, as is a lot of people right now. The gaps are kind of stabilizing, and you know, given hour and they'll ebb and flow some more. It's always dependent on who's in the car and where they are in the stints. Do we have limited tire sets for this race, or is it just anything you want?
Well, I mean, they're limited in the sense that in ACC you have a maximum of 50.
So the game limit as a
Yeah, so you're allowed 50 tire sets.
I mean, how do you even get through to 50 tire sets?
You absolutely don't.
Boxing every half hour.
And yeah, especially with the fact that we had 2 hours of rain earlier on in the race too. I mean, it just makes it that much easier.
Yeah, it's dry sets as well, isn't it? Because there's unlimited wets, isn't it?
Yeah, you have unlimited wets for safety reasons, of course.
Say that to F1.
Does F1 not have unlimited wets?
No.
What on earth?
Has I think 4 sets of inters and 3 sets of wets, all the other way around.
What is wrong with
And
F1?
if it's really raining, Pirelli will gift all the teams an extra set of wets if it's really going to rain on the radar.
What is wrong with F1? I will never understand.
Yeah, it's
that.
fucking weird. It's well weird. I don't
like
know why.
literally, like that's a safety hazard.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I don't know why they don't give everyone unlimited sets, but sustainability, woo.
Worry about sustainability, yet they're shipping cars across the world 24/7.
I mean, they kind of have to. It's part of the sport.
Well, no, you
Can't
could just
not
stay in
do
one
that.
country.
Well, it's not really a world championship then, is it?
Exactly. It doesn't need to be a world championship.
It does. That's what it's called.
No, it's not. It's just called Formula One. It's not called World
No, it's-
Champions of Formula.
No, it's called the Formula One World Championship. That's
Yeah,
its
but
official
you
name.
dropped the last bit. Nobody called it that. The trademark is Formula One. World Championship isn't trademarked.
No, but it's a significant.
They call the NFL a World Championship. They call the MLB the World Series.
Do they actually? Yeah, but that's just American weirdness. Can I swear on this stream?
Hello,
or
I'm
not?
back.
Swear at that. They're back.
So to all the people that I may have apparently gotten mad during my first interview about our car retirement, sorry.
Yeah.
Apparently I sold out Derek or something.
I sold out Derek.
Derek, you're a piece of
Because they're like, why are you in the interview room if you don't know why you retired?
That's a fair point. I mean, come on.
It was
I mean,
not
I just-
Ryan. It was Derek. It was not Ryan. It was me. He came in here to start talking about how the race went down, like out of nowhere or whatever. He said, like, yeah, we're doing pretty decent after my stunt, and then out of nowhere we're now way down the grid. And I'm like, I know exactly what happened. Derek got in the car.
Oh yeah, you really set him up there. You set Derek to fall. Poor guy.
I mean, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, to be fair, I never said this at the time, but we had our tire pressures set to the wrong pressures when we pitted for Derek to drive. So he had a slow puncture the entire stint.
So you literally set him up for failure.
Yeah.
Well, that was... I didn't pit, but yeah. He had like 24 PSI in his tires. Something, I think like 23, 24 PSI.
Yeah, that's rough.
And you're supposed to have...
Tragic.
You're supposed to have, what, 27 and a half?
Yeah.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, so we were only a little bit off.
Just a little
I don't
bit.
need it, mate. I'll trade you for my my road bike tires that run 105 psi.
Oh god.
I
So
need
yeah,
those.
the
Bet you don't
learns
get
of
flats.
doing... Ooh, a bit of a
Well, I
dive
think
there
that
by
was
the
a
606
pass.
on the 151.
Yeah, that's a
That
pass
is
for
pole
position.
position.
Now the
No,
151
they need
is going to be
to
under
hustle
attack.
because that 666 is back on their tail again.
Yep.
Yep,
So now,
freeway
now
fight.
Freeway fight now. Yeah. Well, look at that. I think the 666 is better say hello here, possibly to the 151 as well. Indeed, it looks like it's going to the inside there. Oh, I tried to. Door stays open just a little bit. Unable to make the move this time. But yeah, freeway fight right now for 18th place.
So yeah, like the F1 games with the post-race interviews where you answer the questions and all that. I've lost rep with some GRG members apparently.
Derek's going to kick you out.
Yeah. Gonna quickly Photoshop that. So instead of like Red Bull Racing rep decreased, it's gonna say GRG eSports.
What's the name? Claire or something that gives you all the interviews? She's
Yeah.
going to be staring at you just into your
I don't know if
like-
they've changed it. The last one I played and the only one I play is F1
Oh, no,
2019.
it's the same woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The only new character they've added is that Breaking Point guy. They're like the
Oh,
team
God.
principal in Breaking Point. That's it. Jeff is still the same as he has been over the last few years. Jeff, his unofficial name.
One of the
the,
cool things that I like about the F1 games, though, is that built into it, you can talk to it.
Oh yeah, it has voice communication. It's pretty
Yeah, it has the voice communication for the like set X tire or whatever, which is nice. That's a cool little feature.
It is very. Also, what I'm looking for. Not engrossing, but I don't know. You know what I'm on about. It sort of gets you involved in it, like sort of makes you feel a bit more authentic.
Yeah. It was weird on
Wow, the
Xbox,
booth
because you were
Whereas you haven't
only
got Messi in the
originally
classes.
whenever they first introduced that, which I think was in 2016. The only way that you were able to use it was with the Kinect on the Xbox. So
I remember that thing.
you like I was like one of the few people who got to do it originally because of the fact that I had the Kinect. Well, I have the Kinect.
What a-
It's my
What a
form
weird
of
piece of technology.
yeah. I mean, it's still my only form of a microphone for the Xbox.
Fair enough.
I used it for what, like 5 years, just because of the fact I couldn't wear headphones very well. So set up the Kinect, and I mean, it worked decent. I remember I plugged in my old PC
Ooh,
microphone
you go
into my
wide.
Xbox, and all my friends complained about it. They were like, "It's worse than the Kinect. Go back to the Kinect," which really
Wow, gee.
surprised me.
Yeah, I'm impressed with that. But I suppose it does have to capture a room audio, basically. Looking to
Yeah.
the outside, though, the 151 coming down into whatever corner this is before Luffield couldn't make the
Brooklands.
Brooklands. That's it. I should really know. Well, I really don't know. have to.
You have
after the
ashamed
name
all of Britain in not knowing Brooklands. You're no
Yeah.
longer British. Your citizenship is
Citizenship.
reinvoked.
gone.
How does it feel to no longer be British, Dom?
I can go to Europe and be part of the European Union now. It's gonna be great.
Exactly. Yeah. Now you actually get to have a reasonable.
Privileges.
Yeah.
Well, they're coming up to slow McLaren here. These three. It's gonna be really tricky to see how each one negotiates the car. I think that's the 23 car. Gets out of the way nicely actually. No issues for any of them here. But still possibly a better run than for the 666 car. She'll go to the outside. Coming down this is the Wellington straight, isn't it?
Nope, that's the Hangar Straight.
Bollocks.
The Wellington Straight is the one that goes into Brooklands.
I said that with such confidence and everything, but hey, I'm trying to look to the outside through a.
That I did know. Okay, those I didn't know very much about this track coming into it, but I knew which one was Cops, I knew which one was Stowe, and I knew the Wellington and Hangar Straight. Those I knew for definite.
Two straights.
Wrong one.
Thank you. Oh, you really.
Do you know what straight this is?
I sent the wrong one.
Hamilton
Don't worry
now.
about it, Dom.
Yep, it is the Hamilton Straight now. They
Hamilton
renamed
Straight
it
now.
after Lewis Hamilton.
They really did. Even though he already has a corner named after him in Snetterton. Greedy person.
Well, yeah, but now he needs now he needs a straightaway too. He has a corner and a straightaway now.
That's beautiful.
I mean, Schumacher has like entire tracks and such, so.
Yeah, Schumacher has two corners. How dare he have the Schumacher S?
1 second, be back.
Away he goes. But yeah, three-way fight. It's nice to see that we've got some proper battles here in the halfway stage of this race. I'm really in Tanfastics right now. Having a wonderful time.
I mean, it's been fun battles up and down the field the whole time. I mean, you can see the gaps. Everyone's within 10 seconds. Like even if they're not directly battling, they're still close.
They're in touch, yeah. And then it takes one slip up for one car, and they're going to be, someone's going to be right on the back of them. Especially for these three here, none of them could put a foot wrong, because they'll lose one or two places, or they'll just drop off the back of these guys. So you really got to play it right. Different lines coming through Beckett's and Chapel. Then
shout out to the helicopter pilot up here flying at night.
What a madman. 20-second penalty though for the 151, which has just been added for forcing a car off track. That was a 151 on the 606 car. So we might have missed that before we came to this battle. Wise though through Stowe, and this is the chance then for the 666 car to go to the outside of the club. There are cars everywhere. That's the 23 car again. They only
that's the 98. That one.
Is it?
Or the 97? Yeah, the 98. Yeah, that's the NARR car. That's had a bad day.
It's had a bad day.
So
breaking up that fight just a little bit.
I sent it to Derek and Ethan and all that, and I've confused them. I'll send it to you, Case, for reference.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, 20-second penalty for forcing the 606 off the track. Even so, the 606 is still ahead, but there will be a 20-second time penalty for that car to serve at the next stop, which will put him right out of contention. Probably drop him towards the 77. Maybe, I'm not quite sure where they are. They're actually coming through Stowe, so they're a good half a lap away to go wide then through
that's wide.
I now know the track name, or track corner, and that drops them away from that fight, and maybe they'll box relatively soon. Not so sure. Not sure how far they're into their stint, but 20 seconds. As that 77 goes through F1 layouts, turns 1 and 2, the right and left quick S's, that'll drop them closer to them, but it won't lose them a position to that 77.
Can you tell me what the name of F1 Turn 1 is?
That's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm finding out. Track map Silverstone. Here we go.
Abbey.
Abbey Farm and Village.
Yeah.
Is that third bit. Okay.
I didn't know it was still called Abbey. I knew that the old left-hander was called Abbey. I did not know that the right-hander was still called Abbey.
Yeah, well, it's not in a different location, is it? It's just it's still there in the area. So
I'm just, I think it's just bad that there's nothing that's called runway, or like landing strip, or something like that.
Yeah, but half the track is the landing strip. or East was what was.
Yeah.
Obviously Brooklands is still the same, even though it's technically now a different corner, but it's still Brooklands. Yeah,
So,
the entry's just different.
Well, Brooklands didn't originally exist. That was something that was actually being explained earlier. So, like in the original circuit, so and it's also why Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel exist. Even though there's 5 corners, it's only called Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel, because Maggots used to be a left into a right of Beckett's into a left of Chapel, and that was it.
Yep.
It was not the essence.
Yeah.
And where Abbey is used to just go straight to left field. It would literally just straight line to left field. There was no Brooklands, there was no Village, nothing. There was nothing else. It was Abbey to left field. So
yeah, you can drive the historic version on a set.
Actually, I think it was Woodcut.
base
Was
game.
actually Crocker was saying was actually it would go Abbey to Woodcut, and then Brooklands and left field were added in, as well as Bridge was the name of the right-hander that they added eventually, and then they reworked the track again to add in the whole infield section.
Indeed, Stowe used to be a really tight corner actually, because like you say, you go through Maggots, which was a flat-out left kink, slam it through Beckett's, slam it down the gears into Beckett's, and then full throttle out of Chapel, all the way down to Stowe, which was actually it was a tighter corner than it is now. Same with Club. That was basically a 90 right, but quite open. And then, yeah, there was one kink, one little left-hand kink between Club and Luffield Woodcote, and that was it. And Woodcote was a flat-out right-hander as well, before they added a chicane in like the 70s or something.
Yeah, back whenever they did hay bale chicanes, and they were more dangerous than
basically what it was. Yeah, hay bale chicane. If you do drive the Assetto Corsa version, it's horrendous. Like, you cannot go near anything on the chicane. It's terrifying.
Project
Sorry
Cars
to
also
get
had that version.
But the 20-second penalty for the 151 is for forcing the 606 off the track.
Indeed. We spoke about this when you left.
I'm curious as to what point that happened. Like that we would have missed it, or perhaps we saw it but just didn't really deem it as being too egregious of an incident. I really don't know. I kind of want to like watch that incident occur.
What lap is the leader on?
Currently 379, lap 379.
All right. Just wanted to check how far back the reports were and if there was any more recently. Because the last one was an NFA for the 23 and 176, lap 371, turn 7.
Indeed, looking at the actual response, the reports and appeals response form, everything is up to date right now. Mr. Ethan is doing a good job. Everything has got a green tick, meaning that everything has been dealt with. Apart from one, everything is green on this spreadsheet. There's like 30, 40 inputs, and everything is green apart from one, which is red. That's because one report just didn't have any data.
I have no clue how to see this, so.
Secrets, my boy. Secrets.
Secrets.
It's basically an Ethan form, a
right.
Romero form. They just do their stewarding.
I see Keyshawn's steward.
For GRG, is yeah.
No, for this too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's gotten the
No.
steward role.
Well then. Well, this three-way battle still actually two-way battle now. That 151 has dropped away by 2.5 seconds.
And it has the penalty.
It does indeed put them right out of contention. There's a Bentley in front. Don't know if that's a lap ahead or a lap down. Certainly not for position though. Actually, it's got to be a lap ahead, for there are no Bentleys behind them in the standings.
All the Bentleys are top 10. Which is surprising. I wonder if the Bentleys just have something about them at Silverstone that not a lot of people know about, and they just snap on.
Bentley's just seem to have something going at all tracks. I think Case would agree with me here. And all the endurances we've done, there's a Bentley. If we ignore the 107 Bentley that normally shows up to our GRG endurances, there's always at least one or two other Bentleys which are consistently in the top 6, top 7. There's something about that car which just seems to work.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a large part of it is the fact that it has the largest fuel cell of all these cars, and ECC kind of doesn't really burn fuel quite correctly. As one of the problems with this game is how it burns fuel. It's based entirely on your throttle input, and that is it, right? So it doesn't matter how fast that you're revving the engine. It doesn't matter. It's based entirely on your throttle input. So if you're at 100% throttle, doesn't matter if you're doing 2 mile an hour in 6th gear or 100 mile an hour in 1st gear, you'll burn exactly the same amount of fuel. So, in the game, as we see the attempted overtake happening here, as the 666 goes through on the 606, but maybe attack back down at Village from the 606.
It's been a pretty entertaining battle between the plural version of the Lexus. Don't know what we agreed on,
Lexi.
Lexi.
Making the sin, not quite gonna make it stand though. 666 is gonna the 606 is gonna have to get in line behind the 666. And
so my hats off to both teams for keeping it clean and just putting on a nice show and having fun. Probably, I bet they are.
Yeah, I bet they enjoyed that. Especially, I know Martin does like a good sort of elbows out battles. I'm sure he had a lot of fun. And that wasn't like a 1 lap or like a 1 sector sort of battle. That lasted for 5-6 laps or so.
I mean, it feels like it's been the last 3 hours that these cars have been around each other. I mean, they've been kind of rubber banding between each other. One pulls out and then the next one catches up, and then it pulls out and catches up and pulls out, and so it just feels like these two have been fighting for almost the entire race, especially since the sun went down at 9 p.m. These guys have been right near each other.
Yeah, it's such a natural BOP, you could say, within the teams with each driver. Obviously in real life you have the pros and the AMs, and when the AMs are out, it's the other times or the other teams is a chance to improve. But it seems like when maybe a slightly slower driver gets in for the 666 car, also a slightly slower driver gets in for the 606, and no one really has a chance to actually break away because these guys have just been at it the entire time, and it's been tense, and we've just had 6-7 laps of some high intensity stuff, and it's still going on now. 606 having made that move, hasn't gone away. It's still 3 temps. But you can see the 606 they're running wide through club, shows how hard they are pushing to maintain a little bit of distance to them. But still heavily pushing. Just under 11 hours to go. Not sure who's gonna come out on top, but the 899 is only 2 seconds behind these two, and we know how quick that McLaren is. So have a look at how quickly they sort their way through these two Lexi.
Yeah, I've got to say, it's been, as much as it's been a bit of a shame to retire, it's awesome as a spectator side seeing this racing, how close it is. And it's entertaining. I'm not going to deny that. It's been fairly on. There's rarely been times since I've started commentating that nothing has happened.
That's kind of the joy of being in the booth, right? Is you get to kind of jump around the racetrack and see what's happening all around, and so you really get to watch as action's occurring everywhere, and it's definitely a different type of exhausting, doing the broadcasting versus doing the racing or doing whatever. I would say it's equally exhausting, at least for me, to do this type of broadcasting like this, because you're talking a lot, right? That takes a lot of energy. Talking hurts, at least for me.
Yeah,
it hurts, especially when you do it a lot. So to keep kind of energy in your voice and to constantly keep up on what's going on, and then I mean, in the case here as the broadcaster director, I'm managing. I have the track map open, I have OBS open, I have the game open, I have the projector open, I have chat open, I have the director open, I got the reports open, I got so much open. It's so much to manage, and then you got people you got to sort out in the Discord, and there's so much going on that it definitely really does hurt your head, kinda, if you will. As something just happened, we cut away there, and the 666 is now back behind the 606, and now the 899 is there. They're on the bumper once again. We got these three cars racing bumper to bumper. I mean, you really can't get any closer than these guys have made it over the last few hours, to say the least. It's been so much fun to watch. As Sebastian's actually back in the car. I didn't realize that for the 899. Sebastian was in the chat earlier. Is back in the car now.
Sorry if you heard my phone's reminder go off. It was my 1.5 hour to sleepy time, so I'd actually be awake for my stint, which now I could ignore.
Not happening. Looks like the 666 car's just gonna let this McLaren go through. I think pulled out to the left hand side.
Doesn't let anyone through. This thing is side by side down into cops. Through does go with the 899 though.
Yeah,
what just happened to the 666? The Brussels sprouts car managed to have that big power charge, get up in front of the 606, and then now it's just like, well, now we're back to the last.
I do think it did just let that McLaren go through. Obviously, I mean, I think everyone knows the pace of the car, and just has not much point really fighting it all too much. And maybe they can use that McLaren, use a bit of slipstream, catch up to the back of that 606, and when the McLaren does catch up to the 606, and will probably make its move in the next couple of laps on that 606 car, they'll try and follow it through. But the McLaren made up 1.5 seconds on these two in one lap. So that shows how much quicker Sebastian is at this current stage in time. You can see as we go through club.
Yeah, so something happened to Chafer there. He ran a 2:03.1. The only other car to run a 2:03 was the 16 car. Everybody else was a 2-minute lap time.
Yeah, must have a checkup somewhere. Hence the positional switch. Maybe tires are a little bit overheated, and maybe that's why he's sort of struggling to.
And also, it's interesting to see the drop off in times compared to during the daytime. Because during the day, a lot of people were doing 201s, 202s when I was in the car.
All the conditions always lead to faster times.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if the next hour, maybe 2 or 3, would be the fastest times of the race, because it's the coldest the track's been at 13 Celsius.
Indeed.
And the track is indeed at the optimum track condition also.
Yeah. In karting, we call it either the honeymoon hour, or there's I think it's like, it might be like just golden hour or something like that, but obviously
I mean, happy hour is what they call it at Le Mans.
Fair enough.
The period of sunrise is happy hour at Le Mans.
Well, there's an hour or so just before that where the track is at its coldest. Like you say, it's about 3 or 4 a.m. Obviously, depending on when sunrise is, it's basically an hour before sunrise, and that is just when the track is at its quickest, because the air is thicker and track's cooler, and there's more air and colder air as well going into the engine, gives it a bit more power, and the tires are hot enough anyway, so it grips up anyway, and especially for karts, you actually don't want a hot track, so it's
rather interesting to me, the thing about how a thicker air results in faster lap times, just because of the fact that it does produce more power. Like, it almost seems like to me that the thicker air would actually slow you down. It would create more drag. As we're seeing here, the 899 going to try to make that lunge on the 606, not really going to try to challenge it too hard in the Lexus. They know it's not worth it, like you were mentioning. I mean, just plain and simple, it's not worth it. The 899 is really fast. They're going to probably check out here a little bit and go and try to run down the 16 car, who's not running the best of laps. They ran a 2:04.7 the last time around there.
Yeah,
As the
big,
flames spit
big
out the
drop
back
off.
of the McLaren. That was pretty cool on the shift down with the backfire.
Mm.
So
Yeah, like you
between
say,
the
it's,
streams, we have
Mm.
70-ish people watching. So to
nice.
those 70 who have turned in, thank you for tuning in to our 24-hour Silverstone charity race for Cancer Research UK. And yeah, hope y'all are doing well.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for the follow, Neophyte Sefel.
Yeah, I looked at that name and didn't really know where to begin.
Yeah, I see
Does-
that in the DSRT chat, so
Mm.
thank you for following our fellow community at DSRT. They do amazing things.
Races I had at DSRT.
Yes.
Many a good race is had.
I mean, the DSRT guys, man, they definitely put in so much work to make this event what it's been. Obviously, you know, at GRG, you know, we've helped with putting in the server and working the Discord and stuff like that and stewarding. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that we're all here hosting a server and doing stewarding if we don't have 40 amazing teams signing up for the event and, you know, 200 plus people in the Discord. And the DSRT guys have done so much work for that. Getting OTL on board as well. And then getting all these awesome partners on board. You know, I mean, enough can't be said, right?
Indeed, yeah, and we can go into the partners. If you're on the Discord, of course you can go into the partners, the sponsors sort of page, and if you're not in the Discord, get yourself in that Discord. You know, we've got Sim X Pro. They provide race simulators, monitor stands, bucket seats. You know, the general sort of anything you want to do. If you want to make an actual sim setup, a permanent one, on like a metal base with the chair and everything, they are, you know, the place to go really. R&D Racing, they're very similar to Coach Dave Academy, who are also sponsoring this one. So we've got two coaching partnerships, which is lovely, and I know a couple of people who have used Coach Dave, and they're enjoying what's provided over there, and R&D as well as got a fair few members in their Discord, which shows that they certainly are pretty popular as well, actually. And then SimGrid as well, naturally, along with Coach Dave, and then finally Matto Clory as well. And you can have a look at their Twitter and Instagram in the sponsor partners, and they are, you know, a very good painter, hence the name. But you can also see their names in the top right flickering around. But Matto, German designer, obviously we've seen him in chat here and there. Oh yeah, you got all the links there.
Yeah,
I
I've
do.
seen.
I did not even see you doing the links there, but yeah, if you have a look at Matto's Instagram or Twitter, you see some very pretty cars.
We were talking about the 16 being slow. Well, the 899 is also simultaneously the fastest car on the racetrack. And so they have ran down the back of the 16 within just a couple laps here. And here we are looking for some action on the racetrack. The 899 trying to claw their way back up the grid.
It'll be so sad to see this number 16 Porsche no longer in 16th place.
Yeah, that's definitely sad days.
Sad days.
So yeah, the paint schemes I've seen on the Ginettas for the qualifying race look awesome. The like prize ones.
You know, I actually have not seen those as of yet. What those are supposed to look like. Now I am extremely curious.
A simple move there for the 899 on the inside.
Thank you to
cops.
Thank you to whoever's using the DSRT account. Don't know who it is for putting the links in the chat.
That's me. Yeah.
This case.
It simultaneously posts the GRG and the DSRT links.
Technology is wonderful.
It is.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
GRG's taking over DSRT. So we're the new owners? No, just kidding.
Yes, we confirmed takeover.
You see, there's a
sorry,
nice little merger
Guru.
here.
Sorry, Matt. No, you guys aren't allowed to exist anymore. Sorry, it's you're
yeah.
out.
So now we're North American Good Dutch Racing Group.
North America, a little bit of Europe, teeny tiny bit of Europe, just one.
Nah, you're good enough to ignore there. You're Dutch as far as we're concerned.
Yeah. Love it. But more so on the sponsorships and the partners. Also, we spoke about who they were and spoke about what they're providing. So we've got a little treats section as well. Obviously, trick or treat, and we've had a few tricks, and here's some treats. So. Raffle tickets with Sim X Pro. Obviously, they were providing hardcore setups, I guess you could call it. With I can do this with like simulators, monitor stands, bucket seats, and things like that. If you donate £2.50 or more into the tits.
Whoa!
I don't know, how do you call this?
Not to jump in on there, but they were 3 wide going through cops, and the 16 found himself sideways, so effectively 4 wide through cops. Nicely done.
On the far right as well, it was on the bigger moment as well.
Nice done by everyone to get through that.
I don't think there's any contact there, no.
So yeah, the thing Dom's talking about with the £2.50.
How do you say that?
I don't know, but you use exclamation mark voucher. I'm not sure if it works in the OTL chat, but I know it works in DSRT and GRG.
Indeed, that'll bring up the.
Also, I don't know if I set that up on the GRG one, but whenever you go to the charity link and you donate anything over $2.50, you're eligible to select a reward or whatever. I can't think of the exact wording that they use for it. But basically, you get to select something that you get for the tier of donation. And so if you just select a raffle ticket, that raffle ticket's for a 75 euro voucher towards SimX Pro. And we were talking about earlier, I mean, that's pretty significant. That's anywhere from 35 to 50% off, depending on what you're buying. That's a pretty significant discount. So definitely is worth it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's worth 75 euros. So if you know someone who's doing it, well, here you go. I'll sell you my code for 50 euro.
Hey, making some money right there. Indeed. That's the thing. If you're looking at a rig that's £300, and there's like a slightly better version that's 350, is a little bit out of your price range. Get this raffle. It's now within your price range, and you can, maybe that provides a better seat, or maybe some adjustability, triple screen support, something like that. And like say, an extra £75 actually goes quite a far way. To be honest, the second treat we have is obviously the livery competition, which is decided by voting, and the winner of that will get a coach stave and a sim grid sort of setup pack. So that would be very helpful to the NAR team, to the NAR organization. I do think they're
the subtle shade.
Not because they're bad, because they're new. Because they're new to the game. That's what I meant. And I'm pretty sure they're leading that competition anyway. So if not, I think they're very closely tied with the 305 possibly. I was saying it because they're new, not because they're bad. God, guys.
You're calling teams bad now? No, wow.
They're Americans as well. They'll be up at this time.
That's the worst part. You're entertaining them and you're pissing them off.
The third treat, the top 3 teams of every class, Pro and Silver, naturally, will get to choose one setup of choice provided by R&D Racing. So another one of the setup sponsors. So that'd be, yeah, that's six teams that will go to. So the top 3 in the silver, which is going to the 100, the 28, and the 176 currently in silver, or in pro, and then in silver it's the 102, the 305, and the 824 as of the current standings. So they'll get an extra setup, and maybe if there's a track they don't know, you know, or somewhere they can work on, you know, maybe this setup will provide a little bit of insight for them, you know. And it's always interesting to get a different sort of look at things, and you know, maybe they've done something different in the setup which you've, you know, not come across, or on, you know, you don't yet know, and that might unlock, you know, maybe, you know, not even the 10th, but you know, every lap consistency, you know, just might make things that much better. And obviously, Ryan, you spoke about the Janetta liveries, the 4th and final treat, 3 special Janetta GT4 liveries. So the top 3 teams in qualifying session, which has actually already happened, to be fair, will get some special liveries. You said you've seen them, Ryan.
Yes, I have. Let me see if I can find a link to where it was sent in Discord, and I'll send it to you.
Yes, I'm very curious to see how special they were. I literally went to Donington, not last week. Was it last week? Or the week before? I can't remember. I have a poster on my wall. Hang on, I'm going to use my flashlight to have a look at the poster. Flashlight poster, the 16th and 17th. So yeah, I literally went to Donington on the 17th of October just to see the 2 Janettas in GT4. I had a great time. I was very happy about that. They were beautiful. But it does now mean the Janettas and ACC are out of date, for they are running the G55s, and it was the G56s that have come out this year. Not that there's much of a difference between the 2 cars, but you know, semantics.
I don't see it unless I'm looking in the wrong area.
How dare you not see it? This is tragic.
It's probably in general, and that's probably why I'm not looking.
Fair enough. A little battle position whilst you have a gander looking for that. Speaking of the 305 a minute ago, they are under pressure from the number 13, 2 Aston Martins here. One of them in single digits, the other not. Currently, they are catching their way up on, I think, on a lapped down car just ahead of them, looking to the inside, and that is a big dive from the number 13 car, which gets it done, actually. To be fair, they're going to be on the outside, then going through the loop. And it looks like they're going to have it done. They will have the overspeed, but hung to the outside. But no, the 305 does back out of it there, going through Aintree, through the kink, and then down the Wellington Straight. But a solid dive going into Village from the number 13. I thought they might have outbroken themselves, and I was about to go slam into the 305, but some heads-up driving there from Bakesh in the 305 car too. So just open the steering a little bit there, and allow that move to happen. But yeah, big send from from Andre.
Always gotta send it.
Yeah, always got it. Was a hefty send. I was quite impressed.
Okay, I have
actually.
DM'd you the link to them.
I see them. They're pretty, actually. I like the colours.
Yeah, it matches very well with.
And they got like the first, second, third on the roof. I like that.
Yeah.
Would it be cool to throw this up on the stream if you're still here, Matto? For me to throw up that image on stream right quick and showcase.
I can send it to
those
I can
on
send you the
VOD.
link in Discord.
Yeah, send it to me.
Yeah, they're nice looking. Also, they've got the charity branding on the 24-hour charity sticker, the nice golden logo, all the drivers' names on the top. I think, yes, they do actually.
Yeah.
Very nice, and thank you, Leonardo Tobias, for the follow. Appreciate that. Indeed, welcome.
Welcome to following.
To the following world.
Yes, the world that shall
I
follow.
like the little bubble textures they have going on here, on the Janettas. Little bubbles. But yeah, very clean livery, and we often talk about it when we're doing our competitive liveries in GRG. Is that you often see liveries that look esportsy, You know, that's the term we look, or the term we call it is a livery that looks inherently like it would be in esports. Like you would never see this run on a real car. And Julian, our livery creator in GRG, does a very good job at making our cars look like you would see them in real life. And oh, there we go. There's the first place in qualifying. That's what the car looks like for them. So you can see the golden number 1. Where are you putting this photo? It's going all over the place. Dear me. Yeah, you can see the golden number 1 there on the roof, and obviously the number 1 number panel. Some lovely colours right there, and obviously the charity branding on the bonnet there, along with the drivers' names on the side of the door there at the top. But yeah,
As the 13's in the pits.
Indeed it is. So they are chickening out that battle after just getting past the 305 car, and they
And also the number 1 Janetta's in the pits.
What? Oh right. It's just been superimposed. It's like, yep, we'll live it out.
It looks so out of place, but it's actually there.
Poor GT4 is trying its best to to win a GT3 race.
And in driver interview, we have Thomas Fisher. I'm gonna move him up here.
Yeah, amazing. Might as well. Mr. Thomas, who unfortunately could not complete his race along with Ryan. Thomas Fisher, how are you doing?
Yes, big shame.
Big shame indeed. We cry
Big
for
shame.
you. We pour one out for the boy.
Yes.
But still, you're hanging around. How's your evening going?
It's going quite well. It's a lot better now. After
You're not doing the race.
retiring the car.
Yeah.
A lot went wrong.
We're now just
Let's
watching
put
a
it
bunch
that
of
way.
Janettas on the racetrack. Just there's nothing but
they're there.
Janettas. We're not watching race cars. We're watching Janettas.
Janettas.
Yeah, look at the
Janetta on
stream. We just have a picture of a Janetta over the entire broadcast.
Such a,
Oh, that's-
It's a beautiful Janetta though.
Yeah, it
Absolutely.
is.
Matto did a
Well,
fantastic job with
let me
that. That
tune
was
in.
cool.
I'm not
No,
just
the-
saying that because we're sponsored by him. I'm saying
Actually
that
does look
because that
nice.
is fact.
You
Yeah,
know,
and
it's
now you
genuine.
can-
That is I love the way it looks. It's
Yeah, you can
genuinely
get into,
a very, very nice looking car.
Are we talking
You-
about the prize Janetta for the best
Yeah.
livery or
Yes.
whatever it
Yes.
was? Yeah.
no,
I
for
think
qualifying.
I caught a little bit of a glimpse of that, and it's a pretty car. I like that.
Yeah. You can get
And
into
Janetta,
any
it-
open lobby.
You can't really mess up a Janetta. They're just beautiful.
Yeah. You just get yourself into any open lobby, and then people are going to see that there's a massive number 1 on your roof, and go, "Oh, stay away.
Ooh.
He's good. How dare they be good?"
Yeah.
You know?
Blue
Massive
flags be
number 1.
damned. Just move out of the
Yeah.
way.
Just get out of the way.
Exactly. So,
we're gonna jump
I've
up to
got
right on
a-
board here with the 176 for just shortly before we get into the interview, because the gap between
close.
second and third is down to
Oh.
just 6 seconds now, and it's been progressively closing over the last laps. About a half a second a lap, more or less, is what we've been seeing it closing. Now down to 5.4 seconds. So we're gonna ride on board here for a little bit with the 176 as they close the gap ahead. But go on with the interview.
So, Thomas, I've
Interview
got to do
time.
this professionally because I am now a commentator, so I'm no
Have you
longer
done
your
this before,
teammate.
Ryan? Have you
No, I've actually, I've
yeah,
done,
do it.
I've done one dude earlier, but I asked like the most
One
basic
dude
question.
Well,
Um,
Brian,
Take
you're
it
doing
away.
No, I love you. No, I actually 176. If I'm not mistaken, is way further ahead than they were a long time ago.
They were fighting for the lead when
They were? Okay. I
at
got
one
my
point,
numbers
yeah.
mixed up then.
The 176
Apologies.
Aston and the 899 were fighting for the lead about
Oh,
5,
really?
6 hours ago. Yeah.
I feel like that number strikes me as someone that I was battling for in like the high 20s.
1 second.
Who was that then?
They've left for some odd reason. We'll get them back in a minute, those two. In the meantime, as Case is saying, the 176, that gap has has come down quite dramatically. Now 5.5 seconds between the 28 and the 176 cars. The 112 is now into pit road and now out of pit road, along with the 606 now making its way into pit road. You two disappeared and now have returned. What have you had to say for yourselves?
I was just giving some information. That's it.
Secretive information.
Secret
No, it's just
information.
about what happened. Nothing much.
Yeah,
The
just
incident.
reminding me of why I recognize that car is really all.
Fair enough.
So
Yeah, it's not like we had a run-in with that car at all.
No, never.
No.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you know, it's racing at the end of the day. I mean, most cars have had run-ins with all the other cars, so.
And this is for a good cause, and it's a fun race.
I will be punted for money. Yes, but only then.
We should put that on our rear of the car. We'll punt for donations to charity.
Yeah, it was like hiring an assassin, basically, isn't it?
Yes, but a good outcome with it going to charity. You see.
Exactly.
It evens itself out.
See, a better idea, if you ask me, is on the back of your car is if you punt me, you have to donate £10.
No, if I punt, if you hire me to punt someone, £10. If you punt me, also £10.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, get best of both worlds. You're done.
Exactly.
It's a good. It might not, actually come to fruition, but it's a good goal. It's a good thing to happen.
Absolutely. So back to totally professional interview. So during your time in the car, rather the stint, how was the car handling?
The car was handling quite fine. I struggled with the car mightily early on in practice. But our setup guy, Gavin, shout out, really got it kind of dialed in, a couple days before the race, and in the very little practice I did between that day and this day, I definitely felt like this car felt good, because I was not enjoying myself in practice.
Yeah,
going up to that point. But it really turned around, and I was really shocked because we started with a dry setup, because obviously the race was dry, and it was a great time when it got wet. We were on the dry setup, rain happened, whatever it was, like 4 hours in, and it drove well. It drove really well. And I mean, I'm slow. I'm not good at this game. But when the rain came out, I kind of took a step forward, if you will, as far as pace goes. So I think the car felt good.
Yeah, I gotta say, me having 2-3 hours of practice, just hopping in and doing reasonably well, including my spin that made me faster somehow. I'm still confused.
It's
on how
true.
that
Your lap
happened.
time's improved after nosing into a wall. That's quite impressive.
Gets aero damage just 2 seconds a lap after.
Custom
I don't
aero.
know. Yeah, I went from doing 203s when I first got in, because I had basically no practice, to after that happening doing 201s, 202s.
Is good.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Really early here.
Very, very. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What time is it for you?
4 a.m.
4 a.m. That is quite early.
Yeah, just came back from a birthday party from my uncle. Had some 2-3 hours sleep, and back on track.
Well,
so my
birthday
voice
to your
needs
uncle.
to settle in a little bit.
I guess I should say belated birthday to your uncle.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, happy belated birthday to him too for me.
I'll shout it from the UK over to you. I wonder if he was here.
I mean, mine's across the pond, so...
Yeah.
We'll have some time delay, but I will hear it. I see we did quite well in the last few hours.
Yes.
1,800 raised now. That 2,000 is very doable, very promising.
Very within reach.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that would mean I have 3 things to do. So I
Indeed.
already see I need some to make up and the cake eating. Okay, nice.
Oh yeah, don't you
and
have to do
it's
the eggs too?
reversed. Yes, the eggs. Can't forget the eggs.
I'm gonna step out
and the
though.
10
This is
eggs.
too much exposure. Have a
Uh,
good night. Cheers.
Good night.
Have a good
Cheers, Thomas. See you later, my dude. But yeah, donations are just sort of coming in here and there, and never been solid. Good interaction with the chat as well. Good conversations that are happening between teammates and stuff like that. It's all been very friendly, and everyone's just having a good time. Also, we are sort of in that graveyard shift. Have been obviously for the last sort of 2 hours, and probably will be until about 5 a.m. UK time, 6 a.m. European time. Everyone's just sort of getting through the night. It's a tricky stage of the race. This.
Yeah, so I sometimes tuned in a little bit. So it was raining, and that was quite fun.
Yeah, a little bit of a condition change never hurt anyone. Keeps people on their toes, and it looked like most people adapted quite well to that. Actually, a couple of spins here and there, which you sort of expect in the rain, but a little bit of spice shook things up a little bit. But back to dry running now. Some really cool temperatures, 13 degrees ambient and track, and people are setting 2-minute lap times, and they're happily 2-minute lap times. I think we might even have a couple of 1:59s in there here and there. People are really pacing it right now, and we are on lap 399 with the 100 car, so we're almost at 400 laps. Beautiful.
Beautiful. I also see that some things happened because when I left, McLaren was leading from the nearly on pace. I don't see them anymore in the top.
Oh, the 899.
899,
So
50.
they
they
were
had
like
a
20...
game crash and a disconnect.
Oh.
They went down to last, basically.
Yeah, and they're only 4 or 5 laps down now, and they're climbing
Yeah,
their way
so
back
they
up.
were.
In
I think
an
it was
hour
7
and a
laps.
half, they've gotten a lap and a half, I think. So I think it's still doable that they could catch up. It'd be very, very, very hard. But I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it
they were
might
7
be
laps
possible.
down.
7 laps down, yeah. I mean, if you see the Bentleys are now on top, they were in the beginning, so I think they have quite a pace.
Yeah, the Bentleys are going very strong around here. Yeah, we've got 4 in the top 8 there. They're having quite a fun time. That lone Audi, the 54, is having a really quiet time. We haven't heard anything from them. They've just been lapping consistently and haven't been involved in anything. So they're definitely doing best of the rest right now. But yeah, that McLaren, the 899 car, was 7 laps down. There's sort of 4 to 5 laps down at the moment. And they were, I think, 25th or something, basically, after after they reconnected, and now they're 15th and only 7 seconds away from P14. So expect Sebastian to get them relatively soon, and they've been working up their way quickly. To be honest, it's actually quite frightening how quick they are. I'm not sure if they'll get to the top 3 by the end of this race, but expect a top 10 finish at least from these guys if nothing else happens to them, hopefully.
Yeah, it looks pretty awesome.
You can have a look in race control. It's actually been relatively quiet, actually. Obviously, the first few hours are always a little bit hectic, but we haven't had anything for the last hour. I think the last thing we had was a no further action. So everything's
Speaking of not having anything.
Whoa! I'll shut up then.
Whoa! Audi's around. Audi's around. Just got punted.
That was that 54 Audi that we were just talking about, and there was nothing wrong with them. Just managed to find themselves into the back of an Aston Martin of some sort. We're gonna let it skip back here on the replay. Yes,
I'm
course,
gonna
of course, as soon as you say so. Commentators curse. It is true. I'm telling you. It's true.
Yeah.
It's a thing. The commentators curse.
I
Nate
mean, we
must have
were
heard
saying
me.
that the 899's like the top tier favorite, and then
That is the 13. Was the Aston Martin, so we're right on board with him here.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break.
10-4. We're coming down the hangar straight in towards Stowe. Now, keep in mind that the 13 is not racing for position here, so this will be a drive-through penalty.
We'll see what happened first.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Oh.
It's pretty clear what
It's pretty
happened.
clear.
Nothing.
that was a dodgy
Nothing
move.
on. Nothing
Yeah,
on the
there's,
13 there, but that was pretty clear that
That's not the Audi you're letting through there, bro. It's a very small, innocent mistake there. You know, just missing the braking point by maybe 5-10 meters, but you're going into one of the slowest corners on the track there, in that chicane. And if you do miss the braking zone by just a small amount, you are going straight into the car ahead. And yeah, a very small mistake, but big consequences, and not just for them, but also for the 54, which, I mean, that's probably straight into the pits for a repair job.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
That was a hefty hit.
Especially on the rear, and that Audi is not exactly strong in the rear, so you know, a fragile rear end and getting hit up the back. They definitely got some damage. I mean, there's no way that they didn't get any damage there. And obviously, yeah, we saw them come straight into the pits, so hopefully it wasn't too unscheduled for them. But they were kind of sitting in their own no man's land. They weren't really catching anyone in front. They were a lap down to the next car ahead of them, and they were a lap ahead of the car behind them, so they were just kind of sitting on their own. So it doesn't really overly hurt them in terms of overall position, but it definitely does hurt them in terms of track position.
The 29's just come out the final corner now, and they're about to cross the line, so we'll see what that delta now is. They go 97 seconds. That'll update once they go to the
yeah,
to the
I'll
next
say that'll
lap,
update the
obviously.
second sector.
Indeed, but obviously that is no longer a lap that they've had. The 29 now on the lead lap, you could say, of the 54. But you know, they did have a very large buffer to the Aston Martin behind, so it's not, you know, it's not awful. It's not the end of the world for them. They've, you know, done well enough to create that buffer, but you know, so it could be, you know, it'd be better if it didn't happen, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's, you know, it's one of those unfortunate situations for the Audi team. Again, you know, we were just talking about how they've been pretty much incident free throughout the entire race, and of course here in the middle of the night now to get caught up in something does suck, but they'll manage to get their way through it.
Especially when it's not your fault either.
Yeah.
You know.
All right, I'm back.
Hello, back. But yeah, especially in Grey Rushes, and obviously we've got people from around the world. So you know, some people it's you know 3 a.m. for me. It's sort of 10 p.m., 9 p.m. for you guys in America. You know, it's going to be sort of 6, 7 a.m. for Eastern Europeans. You know, not everyone is in the sort of same stage of tiredness. You know. So I think that's one of the joys of endurance racing. That is, if you have people from different continents in your team, it means that no one actually has to do the graveyard shift for their respective time zone.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the beauties of having an international team. Unfortunately, I've never been able to have that pleasure. The Daytona teams for the 24-hour Daytona that I was a part of, we ended up with one European who ultimately didn't do very much throughout the middle of the night. Well, I mean, I can't say he didn't do very much. He drove like 10 hours in the race, but because of that, someone had to do some stints during the night because he drove 10 hours during the race.
Yeah.
And then during the Le Mans team, we had no Europeans. We were nothing but Americans. So, yeah, we've definitely never, at least I've never been really a part of a split 50-50 team that basically just take your shift.
Indeed.
I mean, the 750 in our case, we had 4 drivers from 3 different countries.
Very out here. If it rained, there would be more drama. I'm just saying. I agree.
I mean, he's not wrong. Yeah.
I would
Get some drama.
I would like some rain.
Who wants the rain?
Are we forecast for rain? Do we know?
Oh,
no, unfortunately not right now. It's been dry.
Yeah, nothing less than far.
Yeah, we had the 2 hours of rain at the start, which made it rather fun. I feel really bad for the teams who started on wet setups, because to this point it's not paid off.
No, indeed, we knew it'd be changeable conditions. I think a lot of people were expecting more rain than actually has come. But still plenty of time for rain to fall on the track, and yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I expect a lot of people on either damp or wetter, more wet bias setups for sure. The solid visor. I wonder how he sees out of it.
I mean, the dude's locked in, you know. Or you're locked in.
Yeah,
your eyes
does his
just
head
turn
move or
solid,
not?
Don't you know? Don't you know? Like.
He is concentrating. Does his head move? Oh, it does.
Very slightly, it does.
It's very
very relaxed.
Very relaxed and very linear as well. Like he's sort of in robot mode as he makes his way past that Aston Martin. Yeah, it looks like he's on a Sunday drive. Look at him, he's just vibing.
Exactly. Just turn up the music.
Music on, the window down, elbow out.
Chuck his arm. Yep, get the nice tan there.
I mean, you got the blue neon lights already going. I mean, let's make this a full-on rave at this point.
It's got a bit of a rave.
Full-on rave.
Yeah. Even the actual driving style of Sharon here is actually very relaxed. Like you can see the steering wheel is it is actually quite delicate. The way that the 38 driver is right now. There's not a lot of mid-corner changes. You can see as he goes into the fast right left-handers that the initial movement is strong, but it's then very, very smooth. You can see again, it's a very direct movement. There's not a lot of correction. He seems very oh, never mind. But until then, he was doing a good job of he seemed confident within the car's abilities because you see how he was turning in that there wasn't any correction until he went on the AstroTurf, but whatever.
I've also got to say it is a lot smoother than a lot of the other cars I've seen, because I've seen a lot have like constant snap oversteer. Well, not really so much snap.
Let's check out one of our
but...
top teams up here in the Bentley. See exactly how.
Yeah, look at that movement.
They are driving. Yeah, can't really see it in the Bentley. It's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of catch. You know what? This is what we do. This is what we do. Whenever the game doesn't provide you with the right camera, you do your own.
Nice.
Kind of widen that field of view a little bit.
I'm gonna say we're very.
See, it's a bit more jerky, but it's still pretty smooth.
Yeah, but it's more so. I mean, especially in karting, we look for mid-corner corrections. And you can see, I mean, well, these are very smooth corners anyway. But through this section, you'll be able to see the characteristics of. See, there you go. So there's
mid-corner,
2 mid-corner corrections there. So a little bit of hustling going on, but nothing major. And again, just allowing the car to come out a bit earlier than he was expecting there. A bit wide, actually, through Aintree. So it won't be costing them, any time or anything, but it's interesting just to see the driving styles. I mean, going into into Brooklyn's like there was multiple stabs going in there. I think he turned in too early initially and went, oh, hang on, that's too early. And you could see, he sort of wobbled the wheel a little bit. It was unsure on the entry point. But it's all relatively smooth. having a look here at our current leader, and
There's a general consensus in general that there should be rain.
pray to the gods.
Yeah.
Go to
I mean,
Kunos and
it
ask.
would. If I remember correctly, I was driving before it happened, and so I wasn't looking at the actual whole field. But it did bring our area closer together, like the car ahead and behind.
Mm.
So
I think it's
I'm
just
not sure if that
harder to
happened to the.
overtake, isn't it? Under
Yeah.
rain. Hmm.
But it brought gaps that were large, and everyone was all close up.
It's a bit of a gaggle
So I
right
wonder.
here.
I wonder if it would help with the competitiveness, bring all the cars together and all that.
Oh, it certainly would. I mean, they do say rain is the greatest equalizer. That's where talent does shine.
Yep.
Gonna do a rain dance. I mean, it's the UK. It normally does rain.
Dancing on the background. Yeah.
Dancing. Always struggle to see how the car works through that final complex, because obviously you're trying to get the power down through the sort of the first right-hander and how to go for that kink before going onto the Hampton Straight. It's a tricky section, especially in these sort of cars which don't have I think there's an Aston
that
in
mirror
the
filled up
background.
with headlights really quickly.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was a bit spooky in the background.
Can we just have a small discussion here though about the reflections of the rev lights and how good that looks?
Yes.
Oh, and the reflection, yeah, that actually is a real nice detail.
It looks so good.
Would that be the definition of flashing under braking, even though they're passing? Because they were doing it on corner entry.
Oh, big snap.
Also, I gotta say, I like the rear wing of that pink Merc. If you can read this, period, help.
Help. We shouldn't be here.
Exactly.
They've turtled.
Lamborghini is actually quite smooth. It's kind of surprised me. I was expecting it to be a little bit more jerky, with the driving being the car doesn't have very much weight over the front. It's definitely a very rear type of weight in this car.
Yeah.
I expected it to be much more jerky on the wheel, but actually quite smooth.
It was smooth earlier at times. There was the on time it didn't want to.
Something
but,
about this Lambo though that really annoys me is the rear view camera. If I
that you can't see it.
If I just go to the normal first person cam, yeah, you don't see anything.
Don't see it at all. It's too far to the right, yeah.
And it's really annoying. Hold on.
So
I mean, I have the overlay one on.
I mean, is this in like technically in the right position, you know? But oh,
there's Pac-Man on the car. I can appreciate
a very angry-looking pumpkin.
That is actually a pretty cool design of our fellow Lamborghini entrant.
I do like these spookified.
Ambitious but rubbish.
I mean, that is the team name.
I know, but that is a interesting name. I would say it's pretty good. It's among the best of the more memey ones.
Yeah, we have some solid liveries that have come in. You know, especially with the livery competition, definitely giving people another good reason to put in a bit of extra effort into the liveries with a very colourful grid. You know.
Yeah, some of my favorites is the 606, the 97. All those look amazing.
That's none of the cars I made. But yeah, you have to be honest. All those guys putting in that effort, what you said, that's so amazing to see for a charity race. And colorful grid indeed.
Yeah, and these are likely one-off liveries. You know, it's not like it's an esports livery. You go and do a league or a championship, and these are, most of them are Halloween-specific liveries. So they won't use them till next year, if ever again. So a lot of effort has gone in for just one event. It's really good to see.
And hopefully it will bring some money in the donation pot. So
yeah,
I really have to check if there are some livery votes in. I don't know.
I think there are.
Let me quickly check.
You guys won't believe this. The 606 and the 666 are battling for position.
Again.
Again? No. I'm gonna say that's been one of the most common sets of cars that have been battling.
Yeah, the two
The
Lexuses have
Lexi?
pretty much been dead evenly matched throughout the entire race. It's literally as my
Case,
No.
what are you doing?
No.
we just have to stop talking.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone.
Okay,
The broadcast is getting
we're
shut
gonna
down.
mute all the mics now.
Yep, the broadcast is shut down. We're going to go to silent treatment. I appreciate you all hating on.
That sucks.
Commentators curse. We turn on to the battle, and around goes the 666. Unfortunate.
Commentators cursed what 3 or 4 times now.
Like the last half hour, it's been been annoyingly frequent.
It's I have the feeling since I'm awake and joined you guys here, the the cars are banging and spinning and doing all
All over the
that
place.
kind of thing. So, good night and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, the cars are all having a bit of a moment, but I mean that definitely comes with sort of the graveyard shift, I think, and especially, you know, most of our teams are European based. It's, you know, when people are up at this time, it's hard to maintain that concentration sometimes, especially when you're staring at a screen. You know, eye fatigue is probably like the worst thing as opposed to mental fatigue. At least that's what I find compared to real life endurances, is that when I do a virtual one, it's the eye fatigue that gets to me.
I've never done real life proper racing, but I can say the eye fatigue does feel worse to me than the mental one. So you're probably onto something there.
Can we just point out this snake of cars and how
Trail of
nice it
headlights.
looks? Just lines of headlights. It looks awesome. Something that I like to do for these events during the nighttime is just go up above the racetrack and see what it looks like.
See headlight. Yeah, but not too far because you don't want to see the bad textures of the outside world.
I've managed to loop back there. There we go.
You see the weird textures
look
from
at
above
that.
sometimes. Yep, trail of headlights. There's 2x2 going through entry there. That was close.
To I am Matt in the DSRT chat. Yeah, I mean that is the pains of endurance racing. As much as I would always like to, you know, not be fatigued, it's just natural. And
there's a dive bomb there from one of the
part
cars.
of
Side by side, they come now down into
left field and out of.
Looks like a bit of door rubbing there.
Yeah, little.
Just a little
Never hurt
bit.
anyone.
This is my first race over an hour long since I've set up rig.
Wow.
I
Welcome to
mean,
the
that's
club.
a big jump.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
that's a big jump going from an hour to 24 hours.
Absolutely. Because my jump from doing 20-minute sprints to the 3 hours last year felt like a pain. And then I haven't done endurance racing since until last month, actually August, when I restarted doing it with Thomas Fisher on iRacing.
And I think especially when you're doing like your first 24 hours, it's all about the mentality of like, or what you want to expect. Like, I mean, my first ever karting 24-hour race, you know, was with a bunch of guys, 6 of us, and me and 4 others had never done a 24-hour before. Only one guy had done a 24-hour before, so we were just there to have fun. We won the damn event, and from there you sort of we're like, is it easy or did we get lucky or what? You know, you're not expecting to win the thing on your first attempt, and then, you know, we go into it each time going, oh, we sort of have a chance now. It's kind of annoying. Because sometimes you just want to go, and especially in a situation like this, you know, it's for charity. It's a bit more of a social event. You're just, you know, having fun. And I think in 24-hour events, you can just sort of have fun. You know, it's such a big commitment to do these things. It's,
yeah,
you know, and you're with a group of people which I hope you enjoy. Your teammates, you're actually friends with, and you don't hate your teammates or anything like that. Yeah, you just sit back, relax, and just drive cars.
I mean, the thing is also, it is mentally fatiguing, as you said. It's insane and has a lot of dedication required to do a 24. Like, this is my first time doing a 24. I didn't do that long. We did it a bit shorter than I did the Road Atlanta on iRacing, the Petite Le Mans. But still, the amount of... How do I explain this? Commitment I've had, even though I haven't done much practice, as I've admitted before. It's felt better because this is my first 24. It may not have gone the best as it could have. But, you know, I've rather... I'm actually kind of happy I retired in a way. Because we were all not having the best time. And now I'm having a good time helping commentate. Like, don't take that bad way. But we were just having issues left and right. So...
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, not everyone can... you know, it's not going to fall everyone's way. You know, unfortunately, people do come in...
sorry to cut in, but there is a 10-second penalty for the 13 that was dished out in race control. Alright, that is for causing a collision with the 54 car, which is the Audi. So as a result of hitting the Audi, they have a 10-second penalty added to their next pit stop.
In the meantime, I checked the livery standings at this point, and car number 97 has, at this point, the most votes.
97. That would be one of the NARR cars then.
That's how it was. Whenever Cracker logged off as well. The 97 was.
Is that the Bumblebee one or?
No, that is this. Let me.
Yeah, I saw that. This one. It's such a nice livery.
Yeah, it's this. It's kind of got this gruesome eyeball monster look.
Oh, it's this one. Okay, yeah, I'm a big fan.
I like the way that the teeth look on the radiator vent, and then they also have on the back, over the glass window that shows you the engine as well. They have that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
And then over the quarter panel as well of the fenders. Yeah, quite a nice looking car here. And yeah, definitely it's winning the vote at the moment, and probably will continue to win said vote.
There are some votes for other cars as well, but at this point, this one has a few votes more. So maybe we can make it more exciting, so people can vote on others.
Indeed, and I think it's Scott Jabraith who made this livery. You might want to question me if I'm wrong. Nah, guys, if you're in the chat,
flashing the headlights Scott, for us.
Knows he's on live stream. I think it is Scott that made the liveries from all three, possibly. Actually, there's a Jared in the driver interview who's one of the Nah guys. He can answer the question for me. There we go. Sweet. I have employed you well. Jared, who made your liveries for all the cars?
That would be Scott Galbraith.
Galbraith, that's his surname.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, got it right.
All right. Well, yeah, you're no longer needed. Bye bye.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. I joke, but the 97. The 97 is currently leading the livery contest, so Scott will be very pleased to hear that, I'm sure. It's a fan favorite indeed, but we'll talk about you and the rest of the team. You were in, what car were you in? Question mark, the 98, was it?
I was in the 98, yes.
The one that isn't, unfortunately, having the funnest of times.
That could the blame for that could be probably put on myself. So they've done a fantastic job pulling themselves back up from how far we were down. I think we're only down maybe one lap now to the number 23 car, I believe.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys are still going. I don't know if you or your other teammates have had an interview in this race yet.
I don't believe so. No.
I believe so. No.
They've concentrated on trying to pull themselves out of the hole that I stuck them in.
That's fair enough. Yeah. Well, I want to sort of ask these, and I think, well, I've already asked you these questions before in the 6 hour last month, but for the other audiences here now, obviously, you guys are race room specialists. All you, the 90, the 97, the 98, and the 99 car, all from race room. You're all very new to set course of competizione, and you know it's not so much a big jump, but it's a different sort of jump. You know, you're used to racing, you know how to race, and the racecraft is obviously there, but you're having to learn a GT3 car. You know, almost again. Obviously, Raceroom does have GT3 cars within its content, but I'm sure they obviously feel different to from Raceroom to ACC. But not also that obviously the tracks may be modeled or scanned a little bit differently. How have you found the sort of change from one sim to another?
Me personally, I've never been that great at ACC compared to either Race Room or AMS2 or even iRacing, and I'm not exactly sure why, to be honest with you. The game, well, the cars definitely feel very different. You have to have almost a different driving style per se, from ACC to Race Room or to any of the other sims. And I don't quite, for me personally, I don't quite have that. I'm not even really sure why. It's just when I jump into ACC, I kind of do like what I did today, where I just cannot handle it. Unfortunately, unfortunately for my team. But in Race Room, I'm not saying I'm the greatest sim racer ever in Race Room or anything else, but I can handle myself a lot better in the other sims compared to ACC. But I've never really pinpointed why per se, but I just know, it can't be done as of right now. So
Yeah, and I've had the pleasure of racing against you for the last 3/4 of a year, I guess, or so now, and you are, a very competent racer in the world of Race Room. You know what you're doing there, but obviously it's a completely different step. And obviously, I mean, how long have you had the game for? A couple of months, ACC?
No, I've had it for actually quite a long time, but
I haven't
just
really touched it.
Yeah, I haven't really put a whole lot of time into it. When I first got it, I actually used a controller, and that's how I used to, do racing games with a controller. Not, not like this type endurance, just for fun on my own time. But, since getting a wheel, a year or two ago, and kind of upgrading my way through that, so it's not a new experience. But with ACC and like a wheel, it's somewhat newer to me. Less than 6 months. So I haven't really even figured out, I guess how everything should be per se.
Yeah, of course, you're just having to learn it a little bit differently. In the background, we do have the 988, the 899 car. Sorry, catching up and possibly passing the 824. They've been working their way up quite well after their disconnects. Whilst that's going on in the background, the other thing I wanted to ask you, which I've already asked you before last month, is about the length of the race, and 2, sharing a car, which is obviously something you can't do in Race Room. And I'm gonna say it's probably safe to say your longest race in Race Room is 90 minutes, one of the Wednesday night specials, I'm assuming.
For me, it would be probably the Spa, the 2.4 hour at Spa.
Forgot they did this.
Because I wasn't in Race Room when they did the Daytona, earlier this year or even last year or whatnot. So it's definitely different with ACC having the ability to driver swap. To have servers like this that can go either 6, 12, 24 hours, a lot longer than any Race Room race can go. So it's definitely a lot different. There's definitely a lot more preparation to go into it, especially with in this game how you have to have the tires almost pinpoint perfect for whatever the track conditions are, whatever the weather's like, the temperature and everything else. If you don't have that, dial it in, then you're going to have a very rough time. Where Race Room or anything else, like that stuff's there, but certainly not as in depth as what they've done here with ACC. So that's kind of where I fall short in this game, because I'm not the best with setups. I'm not the best with even knowing really any of that. I just sit down and I just push the throttle, the brake, and everything else, and I go. So there's a lot of differences. There's a lot of lot of complexities to this game compared to anything else that really plays into how everything will play out. And then, you know, with your question of sharing a car, like you have to have everyone on board.
Oh, no, one of
the
your cars
99
has
just
actually been
Oh, look at
taken
that.
out.
the
Yeah,
99
I
just
jinxed them.
got.
That's how I do when I'm doing one of these. Is I jinx people as I'm talking about stuff.
Was that the? Oh, so
99.
it was
That was the Wasp one, I think. That was the
Yeah.
99.
McLaren
Yep.
on McLaren action there.
I-
As we'll load up that replay.
I told our server that people hate wasps, and that's why they've been punted so many times.
Well, it's such an attractive color, you know, the black and the yellow. You know, it's very inviting. You know,
It makes you want to hit it, but you shouldn't.
No, you you shouldn't hit it. We'll see what happens here. Coming into this left-hander, they're just going to get a little nudge. Indeed, they are going to
Yeah.
get a little nudge then.
Oh, it shouldn't have just been that hard of a contact, though.
No,
with the
a little bit of a
spins.
nudge, but when you're loaded up, like they actually come back on the track side by side, coincidentally, when you are loaded, like you are through that corner, at the rear, little tap and away you go. Unfortunately, Lupu back on his feet, and away he goes. But
Okay.
yeah, sorry to cut in there, Jazz. But yeah, like you say, it's odd, obviously, having to share a car. You know, you can make a setup for yourself and it'd be fine, but someone else will get in the car and hate it. And obviously, not only setup, but choosing the right car. Obviously, all of you have gone for McLarens. But you know, there's a lot of teams that choose, you know, different cars for each of their teams, you know, depending on driver preferences. And you know, there's a lot of option, you could say, you know, and you actually do find out very quickly that your driving style is not replicated by other people, because people find their lap time in different ways.
Exactly. You either find people that you can do these endurance races with that either like the same car or have the same driving style or whatnot, or you find people that are just good in any car on any track that are, you know, aliens, like we're kind of seeing out here in the top, you know, 5 spots. I mean, these guys are fast, so you know, a lot faster than us. Where, you know, they've either dedicated a lot of time, a lot of effort into this game, or sim racing altogether. Where, you know, if you can find like-minded people, then you're going to succeed, you know, in these endurance races.
Yeah, without a doubt. And obviously, you know, you guys went and did the 6-hour Kailami, and then put a little feeler out in your respective Discord, and you know, you've got some people that have, you know, sort of into ACC and, you know, want to get into this, and obviously you've got enough interest that you've been able to make, you know, 3 teams, which is, you know, no mean feat to get that many people. And at least I think you've got at least 4 in each team, haven't you? So
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I think really the big thing is that, you know, there's nothing wrong with Race Room, you know, with how the sim plays or acts or how it's supposed to be. But, you know, with ACC or any other sim that offers something different with Race Room, you know, it really generates interest, not just in our server, you know, the NARR, but like, you know, across all sim racing, where, you know, this game does something that Race Room can't do. And once you kind of dip your toe into it and get kind of a taste of it, then, you know, if you like that, you're obviously going to keep coming back. So,
yeah,
you know, we'll keep finding endurance races that we think might be fun or that we can do. Like, you know, I'll probably never touch Silverstone ever again in any sim, because I don't like it. I can't get it. I don't understand it. Like, you know, I should, but I don't. So, you know, more that come up that either you all put on or, you know, any other, you know, servers that are combined here, you know, for this one, you know, any other ones that kind of, you know, show interest or show anything great, you know, we might jump into those. So, I mean, it's just something else to do compared to Race Room. You know, Race Room's fun, but it can also not be boring, but, you know, you might tire of it, the same stuff, you know, every week and whatnot. So it's fun to just kind of branch out.
Yeah, it's completely different dynamic. Go ahead, Ryan.
I also have a question. You talked about the different preparations between like a more shorter race and a 24-hour. Do you have any like different mental preparations before this race?
I probably should have, but I did not. I didn't practice probably as much as I should have. I don't know. You know, I'm not sure. I definitely practiced more for Kailami for the 6 hour, only because I enjoy that track. I was more into that. Silverstone's never tickled my fancy. I've never been a fan of it. So it showed today with my very poor driving skills out there. So, but you definitely have to prepare. We had Andy Morehouse, one of our drivers. He took over the helm of really figuring out our stint schedule. He did a lot of background work of tire temperatures or tire pressures on temperatures and stuff like that. Things we're not really used to with race room. So we kind of collaborated, with how everyone practiced and whatnot. So it is definitely a lot more involved with either a 24-hour or 6-hour, anything that you're switching out people for a lot longer than a race room race. So there was definitely a lot more involved. But it was all good fun, trying to get to this point, and we'll see where our guys can get to in all three teams. So hopefully, hopefully they can move up a little further, before the race is over.
Quickly, I'm just gonna say, the 151 has a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision and a dive bomb.
Ooh.
And also, I completely agree with your remarks on Silverstone. I hate it.
There you go.
I've done 2 races on ACC, like with somewhat endurance races. I did the 3-hour GRG one last year, and this, and both have gotten absolutely terribly.
The question then, is it the track or is it you?
I mean, I don't think it's me, because I've done well at other tracks. It's specifically Silverstone. Something about it just I can't get my head around.
One of the greatest circuits in the world, so I think
Well,
it's
that
you.
and also I didn't practice much. I had maybe at most 2-3 hours practice.
It's such
So
a strange circuit, as we were speaking about this a moment ago, but the track is one of the widest, period. It's a good 15 meters wide, on average or something. It's a very wide boy, and you use like the entire track, if not, more of it. You're on the curbs constantly around here, which is very surprising for a track which is as big as this, and it's got such a odd flow, especially as we come into Stone now. You're thinking, oh, it's a lovely sweeping right-hander, and you're like, oh, I've got
and
no.
there's a car around.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's
such a lovely
sweeping
sweeping
around.
right-hander. Oh, I've got the 98 car, no, actually the 38 car facing the wrong way right in front of me.
That car swept too much, the back end came out. But yeah, you have a lovely sweeping right-hander which actually tightens on you as you go through it, and it's kind of awkward in a way. And then obviously through this section here, as we go into the replay, coming in through Vale and then out through Club, you got the chicane, you got to get the power on, you got to get through that kink before onto the straight, and it's just awkward. And the same with the arena and the loop and village. It's just like, it's an awkward track, but it also flows through Maggot and Beckett. It's a strange vibe to the entire place. Oof.
Ooh, that's gonna be an
Bonk.
awkward one there, because this kind of seems self-inflicted. They kind of drove off the racetrack. It looked like it bounced into the racing line of the other car. Like, it didn't really look like as if they achieved that position legit. And we got a 50-pound donation.
Is that
Rain,
Lupu or
please.
Ensbury, Jared?
That would be Mr. Ensbury right there.
Ensbury.
Oh, yeah,
I always forget which one.
Pingu and Ensbury. Thank you very much for the 50-pound donation there, Mr. Ensbury. And of course, 50-pound donation means flashy the headlights.
Yeah.
So we'll have to schedule a time to do that down the hangar straight for someone to log on and flash our headlights.
I'll go tell Ethan to set a time. Back in a minute.
Yeah, and sometime within the next 30 minutes, I'd say. I say schedule it for 4 a.m.
I'm so happy to see that, because we had 2 times the flashing headlights, and I wasn't here. So thank you very much for that donation, and now I can see the flashing headlights myself.
I think he also might have been donating for some more rain.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah, he's
Unfortunately,
I
unfortunately,
dancing
you
in the
cannot
background.
bribe the weather. It doesn't work that way.
I will do some rain dancing in the background now. So
He wants someone to flip a switch to just let the rain loose right now.
Trust me, if we
4
could, we
a.m.
would. It would keep us awake.
Less
4
the
a.m.
rains down
in-game
in Silverstone, am I right?
is the next time.
Yeah,
On
4
Paul
a.m.
Ricard, you have those sprinklers systems on the circuit. So next time, maybe Kunos can implement that in the game, and we do 24 hours on Paul Ricard. And if somebody donates, we let it rain. That would be great.
Just gonna quickly jump in. The next headlight flash, due to that donation, will be in 26 minutes at 4 a.m. in-game time.
Nice.
Flash.
That sound like a good time to switch over Guru to you streaming as well.
Yep.
All right, so I'll show off the headlight flashing, and then we'll end stage 2 of this stream, and then converse into stage 3 of the stream.
Sounds good to me.
Guru
Is there a
at the
stage
helm.
4, or does it end with Guru?
No,
Stage 3 will be 9 hours to go, so
yeah,
it sort of makes sense. Sounds like a rocket launch. These stages.
we were gonna do 3 8-hour stages, but I kind of misjudged the fact that I was gonna have to do race control by myself for the first hour, and I am way more mentally exhausted right now than I thought I was going to be. So
That's fair. There's a lot to do, especially when you are doing directing. There's a lot to go through.
yeah, I've been kind of I'm very glad to have had you and Ryan to be able to hang out and hear why and kind of focus on the directing portion, because talking a lot and directing a lot is I'm drained.
Thank you for making my first commentating experience enjoyable, and I hope to be able to do it again.
You've been doing good, Ryan. You've been doing good, my dude.
I was very
with
nervous
Jared
at first.
was average at best. Better than the driving. At least you're honest, Jared. At least you're honest.
But it is a learning curve, especially when you come from another sim. You know, like esports drivers all specialize in one sim now. Like, you see the F1 esports guys, you put them in iRacing or something, and they'll be competent and they'll be fine, but they won't be anywhere near the top.
I mean, ask Danilo. Danilo's found a way to just be dumb fast.
True, he has a way with the cars. But
although honestly, I don't know how Danilo would do within like ECC or iRacing. I know that he works in R Factor driving prototypes. I don't know about anything else.
Yeah, I feel like he'd crumble in iRacing. But it's not like the olden days of racing where, the Triple Crown was sort of easier to achieve back then compared to now, I'd say. And people just did other things. Obviously the F1 season was so small and so spread out, but they got bored. So they went and did other things. Like the Mille Miglia or Le Mans or Indy.
Well, and also they used to make so little money back then too.
True.
Racing a season in F1 didn't pay your bills.
No, true.
Now it pays your bills for years.
Well, you do a stroll and pay their bills. But yeah, they just needed to fill up the season somehow. So everyone was doing other things, and there were people who were doing sort of sports cars in America, then hopping off to do F1. A couple of weeks later, and you don't really get that anymore. No, who was it? Who was denied? I think Alonso was denied one of his Indy attempts by McLaren. I think someone else as well was denied a Le Mans chance as well by an F1 team because they don't want them doing other things, which I find quite peculiar.
Yeah, that was something that I know that was worked into Alexander Rossi's contract for Honda in IndyCar. whenever he was signing that, he made sure that he had the right to do any series that he wished to, as long as it was a Honda vehicle. So like that was like the stipulation, because he wanted to be able to have the option to do anything. He wanted to be able to have the option to just go drive whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. And Honda's like, no, we can't have you going and driving a Toyota somewhere. So, because that's kind of what he was wanting to do, was go to NASCAR, but they wouldn't let him drive a Toyota. And so the stipulation was that it had to be Honda, and that's why he was able to do the Baja races in the Hondas for a couple years. Was the fact that was part of his contract. He could do whatever he wanted, and he explicitly said that he would not sign a contract if he did not have freedom to go anywhere he wanted.
That's fair enough. Yeah, a lot of drivers do get restricted, especially that. I mean, it might have been actually Fernando as well, who might have been restricted on the Baja on one of the years with McLaren or something. And then obviously when he took his year or two out, he went and did that stuff. Baja is relatively dangerous, to be fair. Don't really want your prized possession F1 driver doing stuff like that.
Drive through 824.
Indeed, Ramos for
track limits.
Track limits.
Ah.
So yeah, that's an in-game automatic
penalty. In the chat. Sebastian, I was talking to you earlier, but I didn't realize that you were in the car. I am going to need your teammate to send me whatever telemetry thing that they are using. I need it. It looks cool. I know I'm spying in your chat, but I need it. I don't know what it is, but it looks really nice, and it seems like it works well, so I want it.
It works.
Hey, I mean, you're commentating, so it's not like you can go and give the data, or well, you didn't really see anything. You just saw the thumbnail, but it's not like you can give it to an enemy team, right?
Yeah.
Well,
because it's
money talks, right?
I mean, no, no, we're not taking pride.
I mean, I won't take it. Cancer research can have it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if someone donates £100, I will jump into every car's chat. I will ask for their pit strategy for the next 9 hours, and I will report it back on stream. Now everyone's going to lie to me whenever I join their chat.
Everyone's going to tell me they're going to pit 26 times. A lap from you. Can't deviate.
Watch someone actually donate £100 for that.
I would be surprised. Someone already has, haven't they?
Yeah.
GT Matt did.
Yeah. Well, the man.
Yeah, Matt did.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Wait, it changed now. Now it actually shows freaking. Now it shows pounds. Before it had a dollar sign, and now it has. Now it shows the pound sign.
The superior currency, even though this is a European-based.
Well, it's a UK-based charity.
Charity, yes.
Yeah.
The DSRT. I mean, Dutch. So.
Yeah, normally we have euros, but setting this up, I put it in pounds. And the nice part of pounds is, in euros it is more, and in dollars it is even a lot more. So
that's
so
true.
It's always good.
Yes, you only have to put in €9 for £10, so it's actually a bit better, actually, to be fair.
It makes it sound better because it's higher. Well,
it does, doesn't it?
And then we should have done US dollars, because we're at like $2,700 US right now. See?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 1,800 sounds lovely, but then you say, well, I'm gonna have a look at the
exchange arena.
The exchange, yes, thank you. So what are we at? 1,800.
1,855.
And 55. That is $2,500. I mean, that just sounds
really nice.
better, doesn't it? When you say it in dollars, it's the same amount of money, but yeah.
We will change it in the end.
Just bigger. Bigger is better. See,
I just want a bigger
America
number.
does everything right. Bigger is better.
We're just gonna put in pesos.
I mean, we could do it in like yen or whatever.
I was gonna say yen or Vietnamese dong.
Yeah, Vietnamese dong.
Do you want Vietnamese dong? hang on, I
Yes.
can
I want to know how
Thousand
many
percent.
dongs.
It is 57,794,835.16.
So thank you everybody for the 55 million dongs. I don't know. What
It reminds me of that
so many dong.
that Top Gear special they did in Vietnam, and it's like they got given 20
mopeds?
million dong or something. They're like, 20 million, I can go buy whatever, and they can only afford mopeds or whatever. Like, beautiful.
I actually have a million dong.
Good morning to you, Save34, in the DSRT chat.
Welcome.
Welcome.
You've joined us talking about dong.
Dong. But I do find it when currencies are like, because like euros, British pound, and USD are close. They're in the ballpark of each other. And then you go to yen or Vietnamese dong or other sort of currencies like that, and you'll be seeing 57 million, and you're like, what? Why is this? Why is it so disproportionate?
Thank you to it's Tantachi. I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you for the follow, and sorry for my lack of pronunciation skills on that name. I'm gonna hear someone say it, and then I'm gonna go, oh yeah, I'm just stupid, I can't pronounce it.
It's Tatanashi.
Tatanashi, yeah.
Tatanashi.
Oh god.
Tatanashi.
Tatanashi.
It is them. It's the one and only. It's them.
Yeah, it's the only.
It's no disputing.
Yeah. You see, now I just feel dumb. I see a message in race control. No further action. Lap 412, 176, and the 606.
Oh, we're at 420 yet. Wait.
I'm not sure.
Dom's ready to go light it up.
Halloween night, Time to get freaky.
Happy lap. No, we're on 425. You missed your time.
It is Tatanashi.
Dom.
Right? That would be right. Like Tatanashi's how I would read that. So hopefully that's correct, right?
Imagine if we're just wrong.
We're all just entirely off.
Guru comes in here so confident with it, and it's just wrong.
Yeah. It's wrong. It's obviously wrong.
The only Japanese I know is from watching Takeshi's Castle. That stuff is beautiful.
I've seen some of that non-context stuff of it you've sent in GRG.
Oh, it's so good. Back when safety wasn't a thing, people just throw themselves at obstacles.
Okay, so Tatanashi is the correct way to say it.
There's an Audi. The Audi's off racetrack. The 54.
It almost took out a polystyrene board there.
I'm gonna back this up a minute because I want to see what on earth caused them to get in there. We're just gonna go back a full minute because I don't know how long they're sitting there.
I want to go to an F1 race just so I can pick up a DRS board and take it home. Don't know what I'd do with it, but
it's got a
be mine.
lunatic on on whatever straight. Whatever that was.
During a
They hadn't been sitting there for
I know.
Whoa! Back behind, the two Ferraris just door checked each other.
Oh my god. We are doing this for Cancer Research UK, which is Cancer Research.
It's Cancer Research UK. You see
what
up
are you trying to explain there, mate?
I fucking know.
It's literally.
I'm overtired. All right.
See it up at the top of the stream. Type ! Donate in the chat, and you pop up a link. Let's see. Oh, they just caught the anti-cut on the inside of turn 1, and
yep,
spun.
I've done that.
I mean, those are pretty tight spin, to be fair.
That's exactly what I did. The only difference between when I did it and when that Audi did it.
Oh, you could have rejoined there, bro. You were fine.
Well, I was being lapped by 3 cars at once, and there's a car exiting the pits, and I avoided all of them because of my amazing spinning skills.
Talent.
Yeah. But they briefly saved that there. It looks like, and then I think they might have just overcorrected just a tad too much, and back around they went. But held it well. Stayed away from the barriers. So maybe like 10 seconds or so lost. Not a huge amount. 3.5 seconds between 5th and 6th right now. The 111 and the 101. They are pretty close then. for the position, as along with the 13 and the 102. Bentley trying to get past the Aston Martin. 10-second penalty though for the number 13. So when they come to the pits, they will slide behind the 102 for sure.
So
and
to
they're actually
all
not too
our North American Eastern Time Zone viewers, happy Halloween. It is
happy
now
Halloween.
12:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time. I don't know which one we're using.
I think it's daylight time at the moment.
Dude, I don't even know anymore for me. I'm so confused.
EDT, CDT. I think we're still in daylight time. I don't know.
I'm not in
matter. It's all the
BST
same.
anymore. I'm in. Does that mean I'm in GMT now?
I mean, some states don't do it. So some states are in Eastern Standard Time. Some are in Eastern Daylight Time. Who knows? It's all the same.
I'm fairly sure most of the East Coast does it.
I'm GMT.
5 in the morning. I'll see. That seems fun.
So yeah, give it another 52 minutes, and North America Central will join us in celebration of Halloween Day, or whatever you want to call it. Halloween Day. I don't know why I said Halloween Day. It's Halloween, but you know.
Day of the Dead? Well, actually, no, that's not for a couple of days, though, is it?
What,
Días de los
Mexican
Muertos. Yeah.
I'm not
I think it's October 31st to November 2nd. I think it's a 3-day.
Yeah,
thing.
it's like a period, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good festival. I like that one.
Some racing is hard. Some racing is very, very hard.
One of the NAR cars is saying that the 899 is a bunch of legends leading and then disconnecting and still setting insane times. And I see a car dead. Oh my god.
Aston.
I gotta see that.
Aston. I feel so bad for laughing, but that was just so funny because I saw it coming as soon as the 75 exited the racetrack, and yeah, that was they just got pushed right out of the line.
There's the 75
I feel so bad
car.
for laughing, but that was so funny looking.
I mean, the Merc was just chilling and then just got sideswiped, looked to its left, and there was nothing there. It's like a ghost had hit it.
I gotta say, if we're going off meme deliveries, the 75, or I think they originally entered as the 73, is probably one of the best liveries.
Right, it was a 73, so they've double timed rejoined.
Yes, because we had the 73, I don't see a 73, then we had a 74, and I don't see a 74. Now we have a 75, and it's all three have been Mercs.
You can tell I'm tired, so I just laugh at everything.
Disconnecting, right? Anyway.
Like, that was the closest battle on the racetrack.
It's gone.
Poor guy just got wiped out. All the Bentleys. Why are all the Bentleys the ones who are? Oh, of course the guy's pitting. All right, never mind. Let's go.
He's gonna calm down from his little
all that much,
escapade.
Let's ride with the dead meat car.
Dead meat.
Is that? Oh, that is the actual team name. That's awesome.
Yeah, actual team name. Yeah, some decent names. I just like how everyone's been so creative with this. You know, people are having a bit of a laugh with this. You know, where they can. Obviously, driving standards are still, you know, pretty solid, like you would expect. But you know, where you can have a bit of fun in the livery, in the team name. You know, people are just chilling, having a good weekend, really.
I mean, there's also the donations being funny, like the "Is this tax deductible?"
Is this tax deductible? I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I appreciate
so,
that.
whoever did that, you are a legend.
I put gift aid on this actually in the UK. Is that allowed? There's a thing in the UK is if you make a charitable donation, they will add an extra 25% on. But I don't know if they do that to all charities. I have a little gap there. They definitely do it at like zoos and things like that. You put in like 20 quid and they'll slap on another £5 for you.
That's kind of cool.
Which is basically just my tax money funding my extra donation, but whatever. But it's still pretty neat. Still can't believe the 16 only has 2 people in their team.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, they're chilling in 21st right now.
Yeah, dropped a little bit from their 16th, 17th sort of area they've been for the last fair few hours. But I mean, by now, both of them are going to be so tired, surely.
I mean, yeah, I can't imagine.
6 minutes.
Actually, the 516's no longer in it, are they? They've left, unfortunately. Or
I believe they did drop out.
Yeah, that was another 2-person squad as well, along with the 96, but that was a reserve car. Actually, I don't think made it to the grid, unfortunately. Yeah, a couple of teams given a some sort of bacon dick energy sort of thing, trying to get in on 2 people.
Also, the 899 is now 3 laps down.
Wow.
And they've been 7 laps down. So, I think.
Imagine if they hadn't had that or the issues.
Yeah, right.
Honestly,
I mean, they would literally be in first by 3 laps right now.
With the
It'd be a bit
mad
boring,
pace
wouldn't
they're
it? It'd be a bit
having,
annoying.
I don't know. It's possible for them to get a podium. They need to get 3 laps
I
in
think
9
so.
hours, which is possible at the pace they're doing.
Yeah.
Because they've gotten, what, 4 laps?
Mm.
Well, all right.
saying-
So to comparison of speed, the current first place car, their best lap in the entire race was a 158.6.
Nice.
The 899, their best lap, a 57.9. 7 tenths quicker on their best lap, and they're the only car to be in the
They're
57s.
57.
They're the only car to even be close to the 57s. The second fastest lap was a 58.46. So literally, they have a half a second faster than anyone else in the race on a single lap pace. That's insane.
Must have got a mighty toe at some point.
Like it's just absurd. I mean, and again, in the rain, they were running 207s while everyone else was running 211s. like they were so fast. It is insane.
Yeah, they're actually only a second off P14 right now. They're about to get past the 305 car. It looks like.
It does seem like they are.
Yep, there's that
There's
Aston,
a-
the
there's
97 in a way. But yeah, I was saying like an hour ago, top 10 finish, as well as expecting. I'm definitely going to bump that to a top 7 finish now. I'll probably change that to a top 5 in about 2 or 3 hours. Seeing their pace and the way they keep on churning the laps.
Yeah,
It
and
was,
this is a
it
battle
was-
for position too, with the
yeah.
305 ahead.
Indeed, 97. just sort of
97, yeah, in the middle.
vibing. Looks like the 97 is actually quicker than the 305 in this current stage, but I don't think it knows that the 305 and the 899 are for position, because obviously it will see both of these cars as a lap ahead and not know that they're on the same lap. See, look at it. It's actually it's looking. It will have blue flags. Not a major obligation to dart out the way, but I'm sure Eric here will get. Maybe not so much frustrated, but or maybe get a little bit impatient and just be like, "Yo, get out the way, por favor," and try and make its way through where it can. We are 3 minutes away from the mandatory flashing of lights.
Yeah.
Spectacle of light.
Guru, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, that means you'll be able to see it.
Oh yeah, can't wait.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen one yet. I'm curious.
I should probably inform you in case you haven't realized by now. I've joined the commentating team.
He's just here now. He's permanent.
Yeah, I'm just here.
We shackled him to a chair. He ain't leaving.
Yeah. I
The
got
more the
stolen.
merrier.
Yeah, I got stolen from the car, and now, yeah.
No, that's it.
So the car is driving by itself now.
It's autonomous.
It's driving itself.
Have you seen that video of the Robo race at I think I don't know. It's a track in the UK, but they were
It was
doing one of
here.
the Robo race.
It was Silverstone.
Yeah.
No, but the one that drives straight into the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Silverstone.
Oh, what's Silverstone?
Yeah, that was
Hilarious.
at Woodcote.
Woodcote.
It just
It just
literally
started
just drove straight into the pit
straight
wall.
to the wall.
That's what I was gonna say. It
Down
probably
the
wouldn't.
99 on the
side.
inside of the 97.
It's
Nice
sort of-
clean pass. Bit late,
Yeah.
but still
Forced the
pretty
issue there a
clean.
little bit for sure.
I was gonna say it wasn't gonna be
Um,
that much different than how the 750 car went on normally.
Also,
Straight to the wall.
I do notice it is a little bit brighter now in the game.
Yeah, the
we're
sun's
getting
gonna
there.
start to peak up just a little bit. It's not, and
We
not
gotta-
quite gonna.
Yeah, it's not sunrise for a while, but
We got a bit of cloud as well, so it won't be a pretty sunrise, unfortunately. Did we get a message in race control about the flashing of lights, or? not?
Yeah,
yes, we
that'll
did.
commence in 1 minute. We're going to go get the camera set up.
and then after that, you said it's switching to Guru as the stream, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, shortly
Alright.
after that point. Oh, we're doing it on the Wellington straight, aren't we?
Wellington Straight is what Ethan's put.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be over here. Bridge there. So we'll go
A little
ahead and
behind
set
the
up the
bridge.
camera here.
It's 4 a.m. We'll wait for that message then in race control. Hopefully we'll get some little hellos from all the cars.
Happy 4 in the clock.
4 o'clock.
In the
As
clock.
there's a
instead of
yellow out
the
on
clock.
track through Magdeburg. It's the number
There's
15
one
that's going
flash.
slowly. Got a flash. They kind. Yeah, I can count. Ethan isn't impressed with
Flash.
my sass. I want some flashes, boys. Come on.
Is he saying?
Swerving and
That's
flashing there.
that's a weave.
There's
Thank
a
you.
weave and a
Weaving
flash.
and flashing.
Yeah, some flashes. We like.
No flash. Come on, give me a flash. No flash.
And
Come
what's the
on,
flash?
there's a flash.
Did he send a message
a
in
flash.
game?
Damn.
Yeah. Or he responded to my message about me telling him to
Here
send
comes the
flashes.
flashing of the headlights. Neon, neon, neon.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Formation flying.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
I should also state even if the 750 was still in, we wouldn't be equipped for headlight flashing.
More
I don't think any of us had the
flashing,
button mapped.
More
Oh,
flashing.
nice. Well,
You can
thank
double
you,
map
Tactical
buttons
Nuclear
in ACC, that's the
Pingu,
that's the
Theodore
beauty of it.
Ensbury for the
Here
50.
comes flashing.
Yep.
Yeah, and enabling the flashing party to begin. Look at everyone having their little flashes.
Cheers,
Happy
mate.
people indeed.
Flashy, flashy. Look at them all, one by one.
Everyone getting the memo. It's lovely.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I do believe that that is everyone that's come by now.
Think
Flashing
so.
their headlights.
Well, yeah, I'd say in about 30. Yep.
It's a 2 minute
4:02.
lap time, isn't it? So
So just now, that would be everyone.
indeed. There we go. Nice little flash.
The flashy flash.
Flashy.
Let's see if some people do it again. No flash?
There want to. We set it up
Give
for
us
one
more.
lap.
They're,
All
they're
the
probably
beautiful
gonna
race cars coming by on the racetrack, though. It's always nice to look at.
Especially when they're in the train like this.
Oh, the swervy and flash. Look at the Lambo. Swervy and flash.
He gets the memo. He understood the
Exactly.
assignment right there.
He understood
More
it.
flashy.
The pork.
Yeah, nice to just see so many people still going, and everyone looks like, and the chat in Discord is nice and civil. Everyone's having good convos. Most of them saying good morning right now.
I've got to say, this has been one of the most, I'd say, nicest groups have been around for an endurance, because everyone's being polite to one another. No one's just going, "Hey, bleep you, you're bad."
Get out of my way.
Exactly. Everyone's been fairly respectful, and I've got to respect everyone in the field for, like, not personally attacking people, just overall understanding that this is for charity and not supposed to be as competitive as a normal endurance.
Yeah, obviously everyone wants to, win
Well,
or
yeah.
do well, but yeah, there's a relaxed nation, and Case can attest to this. We did 2 24 hours in 2 weeks, not too long ago, a couple of months back. I was commentating on one of them, 24-hour Le Mans race, and there was a massive pileup of about 6 or 7 cars within the first half hour. Yeah, I'm sure you remember that one well.
I remember it well because I
Bill-
called it. I so wish I was streaming because I totally would have been like, yeah, look at that. They're all going to wreck up here at Indianapolis. And sure enough, pile up. At least 7 cars were wrecked. It was
such a different vibe that race was, because obviously that was a league. It's competitive. It's multi-class. There's a lot going on. Same with the Daytona race we did a week later. It's not it's sort of try hard, you could say, and everyone's at each other in the chats. If someone gets a penalty for a steward, they're like, I can't believe you've done this to me. They're all upset, and and which is fair enough. Competitive nature, and that does take over, but when you're doing an event like this, there's no need for that. And yeah, we've had a couple of quarrels, you could say, with a couple of decisions, which is fair, but I wouldn't say any of them have been too heated or pointed. Everyone's said their point and then gone, yeah, fair enough, and then moved on. It's been quite civil. It's very enjoyable.
Guru, you think you're just about at a point ready to boot up?
Yeah, I am.
He's waking up.
I just need to press the go live button and I'm ready.
Alrighty, well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. And you all will be back shortly, so just hang tight, those of you who are in the streams, and obviously most of you are probably just waking up, so just chill out, and the stream will be back up in about 5 minutes. We'll see you all then.